Hello everyone, welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. Set 5 is upon us, and your favorite Runeterra champions have chosen to ally with the forces of light or the power of darkness. And with the release of the new set, we officially begin our road to the Reckoning World Championships. We've lined up 16 of the best ladder players in North America and put a spot for the mid-set finale on the line with thousands of dollars in cash prizing. So who will survive? Who will win? Who might accidentally buy a Teemo at 6 health and die? The answers begin now. I'm your host, Frodan, and joined with me is my longtime friend, Nathan, ThatsAdmirable Zamora, who you may have seen for the Twitch Rivals Teamfight Tactics event, but today he'll be joining us for the Challenger Series. Nathan, how you doing? Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, my friend. It feels like it's been way too long since you and I had sat together and actually cast for a while. And I was pumped coming into this event, but the way that you explained that in this opening, I'm even more pumped about this because you are absolutely right. We have 16 of the best that NA has to offer, and they are going to be duking and battling it out over the next 2 days to find out who's going to come on top of this one and earn themselves a spot at that championship.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about what's going to be happening over the course of these 2 days. The Challenger Series will always be featuring some of the top players in Ranked, and today, for day 1, they'll be competing in 5 games, and we'll be seeding them based on the snapshots, that's our short term, for basically the people who are finishing at the end of the deadline every single time that we're going to be following for the Challenger Series. And then from there, we're going to be taking the top 8 players and advancing to day number 2. Day number 2, we're going to be playing the checkmate format that we've been seeing across a couple of sets now, where once a player hits a certain threshold, if they get a first place, they will win that tournament right there and then. However, we've added a secondary win condition as well, because if you don't get that first place, if you keep getting all those second places, if you hit 40 points, you also win. But, of course, the first win condition will precede the second, so you can't let your opponents catch up to you that much. It's going to be exciting. I know that you've been watching the checkmate format, Nathan, and I'm pretty excited to see how these point totals and how the 2 days are going to pan out.
Yeah, I think the checkmate format is awesome because it's both rewarding consistency, but it's also rewarding your ability to close out a game. There's been that second layer added for consistency, where if you're just getting second game after game, but no one can seem to get 24 points and close it out, that means that getting all those seconds is going to reward you as well. So I like to see this little bit of change here to this checkmate format and add that additional layer.
That's right. And with that said, let's talk a little bit about what's on the line in a little bit more detail. $2,800 for this Challenger Series. As much as the money is nice for getting top 8, surviving day number 1, I think a lot of players can agree. The direct invite to the Reckoning mid-set finale is definitely what a lot of players are thinking about longer term. I think most TFT players agree they want a spot to fight on the World Championship. They've been inspired or perhaps motivated even more by watching the performance of other players in the Fates and the Galaxies Championship. And so let's go ahead and meet our players, starting with Lobby A, and again, they'll be reseeded throughout the day. We have DQA and Kuramex, who both made it to the Fates Championship, but also joined by longtime North American veterans in Kiyun, Gubum, Setsuko, Sphinx, Grand Vice 8, who recently got picked up by Team Liquid, congrats again to him, and Valet.
Yeah, and taking a look at Lobby B, we have Soju, Marcel P, and Mismatch Socks, who's also at the Face Championship. We have Nubal, Pawnup, Pokygom, Solus, and Spencer. And the 2 names in this lobby that really stood out to me the most were actually Pawnup and Pokygom, because they were the 2 players that had the most trouble finding information about from prior TFT-related events. That's because they're kind of on their way up at here and really proving themselves as it closes out on this Challenger lobby that's taking place here during the Reckoning set. And so for Pawnup and Pokygom, I think that they have themselves matched up to some players that they really have something to prove for today. But that's something that's really to look out for. If Pawnup and Pokygom are really dominating these lobbies, I think those are 2 players you're going to have to pay attention to because they've kind of skyrocketed their way to the top of this Challenger spot and now are here contesting to try to earn that spot at the next championship.
Definitely. You look at the field, and it's not really a surprise to see a lot of the names, right? We've been seeing these players throughout time. I'm pretty sure everyone has well-documented players like Soju and Kiyun and Grand Vice and Solus. They've been competing for so long. And then some players who had been coming on a little bit later, like Nubal, currently ranked number 1. A lot of players are pegging him as the favorite going into this weekend. But in a game like TFT, just because you're the favorite doesn't guarantee you anything. And so how do the dark horses like Pawnup, like you mentioned. And, Marcel, who did well in Fight Night Rising going into this event, can they be the ones challenging? I'm looking at that as well. Let's take an opportunity to also talk about the point distribution for people who may not be familiar. Where you finish in every single game will give you that points. The most important cutoffs, first to second, 2-point jump, fourth to fifth, another 2-point jump. But most importantly, just being consistent. And because it's only 16 players compared to some of the 24-player tournaments that we've been having in Teamfight Tactics North America, it's more aggressive of a cut. So you got to be making sure that, not getting an 8th place or 7th place is sometimes just as important as aiming for that top 2, because we're going to be playing for survival. And then day number 2, it's not really about the points that you got on day number 1. It's how you did on day number 2.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the more exciting things about it, too, where it adds that meta shift that takes place in there. In day number 1, you're trying to get the top half of the bracket right now, where in day number 2, you're trying to outright win these lobbies. So what kind of risk and reward does that end up shifting towards you? How often are you going to be rolling on 4-1 versus maybe, leveling and rolling on 3-5, for instance, spending that gold a little bit sooner, but trying to get that nominal little edge for that risk and reward that's there? I think that's one of the cooler things that's related to TFT tournaments, is it's just so much different than the way ladder's going to pan out based on how the structure of that is. And so that checkmate, that's adding a big layer. And then, as you said, the fact that this is half the cut that's taking place instead of 1/3 of the cut that's taking place, you have to be a little bit more aggressive in your finishes.
Yeah, and with that, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect to see in the metagame today. I think, with the new patch being dropped, everyone's talking about it. Everyone who's played TFT has seen it. Skirmishers are the talk of the town right now. Who will be the ones be able to get those early 6 skirmishers online, as fast as stage 3, if you're able to get to level 6 very quickly. And then for everybody else, what are the comps that people potentially be thinking about if they don't land it, right? That's kind of the dynamic that we have. And also, I'm wondering, like you said, how the tournament meta plays into that, because if 4, 5, 6 people are trying to go for skirmishers or bust, what happens to the 1, 2, 3 players that don't do it? I'm really excited to see it. And you know what? We're out of time discussing what we could potentially see, because game 1 is about to be upon us, Nathan. So let's get straight into it. Game number 1, the kickoff of Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Road to the World Championships begins now.
Wow, no blade, 1 bow, no cloaks, all tiers and gloves that are related on this one. And Frodan, I want to kick it back to you talking about skirmishers, a number of players gunning for them, and how that changes things as well, because it changes a lot that's going into it. Right now, there's 2 major skirmisher compositions that actually impact the field. The first one is the 4 giantslayer 6 skirmisher comp. The second one is going to be the one that features ironclad as its main instead. How much does that impact stuff? Let's say if players are finding their skirmishers, for instance, or they find Draven and they're able to kind of counter mix up some of those items that are taking place at the end of that game. Right now, with a lot of tiers and a lot of gloves being out there, something that really sticks out in my mind is, well, maybe some early Vel'Koz comps that can transition to Invoker comps later on. With a number of tiers, it can change things, but tiers are relatable across all the field right now. So I am curious to see how that meta is really going to be taking place. How many players are going to force chasing down skirmishers because they found those powerful 3-cost units early on? How many of them are going to try to transition out of that and shift a different way and say, you know what, no one's contesting this particular comp I'm looking at. How can I utilize that instead?
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. You can, of course, watch alongside your favorite players. We're all hopping on board with Mex from Team Liquid, a finalist in the World Championship representing North America. He won the North America Regionals in Set 4, and so he has to be one of the favorites in terms of just the historical performance going into it. His confidence was pretty high. That being said, you could also follow along Kermit's POV. He is streaming. He is live on Twitch. A bunch of other people. I also had gotten word that in the other lobby, it's an all spatula start. So some spicy stuff happening already to start off in round number 1. But we're going to be sticking right here in lobby A. From Kermit's point of view, he already has a couple of pairs across the board, but he does have that early trundle, and he can make gold before stage 2. This is already a very powerful start for Kerm, and has gotten him some questions. Is he going to take a more economic focused route? But we've also seen some players fast level to 5 even as early as stage 2 too, in order to get their power spikes going and increase the chances that they'll be able to hit that crazy tier 4 unit. Maybe get that early Jax, maybe get that early Draven, and then it helps define the entire rest of the mid game for you.
Yeah, I think it starts like this. I really enjoy, because it kind of brings you to both sides of it. Now, Kurum is enjoying both sides of what I'm about to talk about as well, which is, do you want to balance your gold or do you want to balance your team? And when you get this much gold but you only get 2 items, and you have both choices, both to level up to try to protect your health total, get some more powerful units, and to start making income on that, I feel like this is a pretty good start. The fact that you have half, of a full item less here, it hurts a little bit, but I imagine when you're sitting on 10 gold, you have a Trundle in play that's, able to just really soften up those front lines and just actually end up winning rounds like this against Sphinx, who, for instance, does not have 10 gold. They have that Nico start that's sitting on the bench. I feel like you have to be feeling good about this because you get both sides of what is best here. You get the gold and you get the level.
All right, and yes, part of the advantage is that you get an item on 2-2. This is the defining mechanic of Set 5 Reckoning, where you get that armory choice and you get the shadow items. However, you look at the situation that Kurum's in, neither of them are really applicable right now unless he wants to slam either a ZZ Rot Portal or a Zeke's Herald. Giant Slayer is very weak early game because you don't really have to play with those health totals since everything tends to be 1-star, unless you see your opponent playing a Warmog's armor, and I don't think a lot of people are doing that right now based off that quick scout. Either way, pretty good spot, and everything does set up for Kurum to try and continue to streak, but he's not going to actually commit to a level 5 this early, which is interesting. You see some players in other regions. Oh, he is going to go for the slam on the Zeeks instead.
Wow.
Perhaps not as confident to win. What do you think about this, Nathan?
I think a lot of this might have to do with what they see on board. You notice that this was a last-second interaction that was taking place with the Zeeks. When you see Goobums with a Vayne that has a sacrificial gauntlet on it, that's a very dangerous thing to be facing. So even though Kurum is not going to end up winning this round, look at how much damage they cut away from this. And this is a main purpose of a lot of the small little things that you do in teamfight tactics. It's to preserve things when you have an opportunity to do so. Right now, they had a chance to preserve their life total, perhaps swing that into a win. It just wasn't quite there. But cutting it down to 1 unit, that's the best kind of loss you can take.
Yeah, I mean, it does go to show you that level 5 difference, right? Having just an extra body on board would have continued that win streak. But, it's neither here nor there. I think Kurum has pretty much shown that he likes playing this economic style, and it is kind of, patent to how North America likes to play. As a region, we've developed a reputation amongst the international community as being the greedier region. We're very money-focused. Not a surprise. It rings true in, League of Legends in general and almost everything North America related. We love money. It's not false whatsoever.
I like
but we have so much in common. But it turns out that Kurum says the win streak to get that gold going and preserve your life, I still feel like I'm in a good enough position. His board is high quality. He hit the 2-star Udyr, and he can continue to rack up this eco. I think it's totally fine. And it comes down to a lot of preference and how you read the rest of the lobby. If you just recklessly throw your gold away because you feel the need to be aggressive and not understand why you're doing it and how to read the context of the lobby, I think that's an easy way to throw it away an advantage.
Yeah, and right there we get to see a look at also them kind of looking around the rest of the lobby, trying to get a read on what items they're going for and thus what type of composition they're going to be building out at the end. I think this is one of the toughest parts of Carousel. It's not only choosing which item that you want and which item that you need, but also figuring out what other players are trying to do at this point. If you can get a strong read on something, and that allows you to either avoid something that too many players are going for, or perhaps go for something that not enough players you think are going for, I think it's one of the best things that can happen from that Carousel, aside from, of course, getting the perfect item for yourself. One of the toughest things in the game. So kind of when I see that, that's always one of the first things I look at is when players, they're not focusing on the carousel usually like I am when I'm playing this game. I'm trying to figure out which item I want. They're looking around the whole lobby trying to scout and get great attention of whatever other players are doing. And I think it's just fantastic reading ability that it demonstrates a lot of these players have when they can make that huge assumption from such small things that are going on.
Well, here is a not-so-big assumption, is when Kurum hits that Pantheon, and he has the 2-star Udyr holding the stuff, his skirmishers are going to crush. But Valet has also one of the best starts in the game in the form of the Abomination. The Monstrosity comes out, combines the items of 3 random champions that give it to him, but you can see why skirmishers are a force to be reckoned with. They have infinite scaling of attack damage. The longer the fight goes, the stronger they get. And it becomes really difficult when you have units like Trundle stealing the stats from their opponent.
Yeah.
So while Valet was hoping to build up a streak, this has got to be disappointing for him. He was really hoping that the Abomination can carry him and get that win streak. But right now, only Goobums is currently the one streaking. While on the other side of the lobby, we do have some players committing to a lose streak as well. I'm curious to see, as we approach the end of Stage 2, what the lobby context will be like. Will anybody be streaking? And will anybody be able to stop their losing streak?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that as well. Something that I've very commonly noticed about Kiyun is that Kiyun really likes to focus on lose streaks early on and pay very close attention to their economy. This is something that I used to do when I first started playing, and then as I started getting a little bit stronger in some details and kind of forgetting about some of the other details, I really had a tough time managing myself against strong players at higher spots in ladder when I just didn't have as much life total. So the fact that Kiyun can really substantialize the amount of gold that they're generating and take these big sacrifices in life and make something happen. It's just something that I'm really paying attention to. I can't wait to see how Kiyun actually capitalizes on this momentum and really utilizes that gold.
Yeah, Valet takes another loss here to Sphinx, who does have that Bloodthirster and that Frozen Heart looking very strong. Really important pickup. Finds the 2-star brand. Abomination does scale with the amount of star power that you have across all your Abominations. Very reminiscent of Cultists, if you played in the previous set. And also, more importantly, he had the opportunity he had actually a difficult choice. He wanted to go to 10 gold. He also had 4 brawlers available to him with the set. Chose to run with this instead, which I think is a lot more balanced. People hear that brawlers are the early game, right? They said there's 2 main trees you're always looking for in the current patch, which is to play brawlers or to play skirmishers. Instead, he's scaling back on the brawlers and saying, I'm going to lean into this Abomination. And I really like this, Nathan.
Yeah, I think the Abomination's a really good play here. It's looking towards that end game, and one of the big things I have in mind is Vel'Koz. I'm looking at the brand carrying a Jeweled Gauntlet. I'm looking at it having a tier right now, and I'm looking at Abomination being one of your defense mechanisms to try and buy your team time. Vel'Koz is like the perfect unit for what I'm looking at in spots like this. You're still a bit of ways away, but when that shows up and when that sort of thing kind of happens, that's really where you can capitalize and try to turn that momentum back around and give yourself back that advantage. It's tough to do. They still need a sword, but we're a long ways away, I think, from still seeing that one spot. Now that we're into the third stage here, players, this is where they start to have that big swing. We just got done with the creep round. They're going to have to level up again. We're approaching another armory. One of the biggest momentum shifts in the game is about to take place here. How does your fight line up here when you're against a tough opponent? And how does that going to affect you when you move into that next armory phase?
And it's an important one, too. Goobums is the only person on a win streak. His Katarina with a death cap does get to the back line, but not able to take down the brand. And so Valet may have snapped the win streak despite hitting that early rel, having 3 Cavaliers. Cavaliers is another trait that's sort of the talk of the town because people are speculating how powerful it is, and they're still kind of figuring it out. He does get a win, and how annoying is it for Goobums to just barely lose when he felt like he could have gotten that streak continuing, but Valet able to get a crucial victory. Let's hop on board with Kiyun, who is at 3-2. He finds a Vel'Koz naturally, finds a Jax. These are 2 of the most powerful carries in the game right now. Whether you're finding it early or late, it's always good to consider if you can play it. From this position, though, I think Kiyun has to weigh, is it time to commit to this kind of carry this early on? He finds a second Jax and a Mordekaiser. What is happening?
Wow, this is kind of nuts to me too, because the way I'm looking at Kiyun's items built out right now, I think that they were planning on using LeBlanc for this, but when you have Infinity Edge and you have a bow and you have a tier with a chain hanging out, suddenly these Jaxes still look like they're applicable. Now the issue here is that Kiyun has rolled for so much assassin stuff that if you're going to go towards Jax and go towards skirmishers, you found the 2 Jaxes, you found one of the most powerful ones with Lee Sin. You have a bit more to make out here, but you can do it. I think that Trundle's sitting here. There's another Lee Sin sitting here, but it looks like they're not necessarily thinking about going that direction right now. Assassins have proven that they're not going that direction in this particular fight. I'm really curious about this. Sells the 2 Jaxes back. Says, I don't care that I have the Infinity Edge. I don't care that I have a bow floating. I'm on the Assassins. This is the direction I'm going to move. It's going to cost me too much gold to go the other direction. So for Kiyun, this is not only that players are going to be focusing a lot on the fact that skirmishers are very powerful, but it's also on the fact that they're just so deep into this Assassin lineup and they have their game plan envisioned right now. It's to get the blue buff on this LeBlanc. It's to get a Guardian Angel on this LeBlanc and have these Assassins destroy those skirmishers before they have a chance to really power up.
Yeah, this is not something that you see very often. I think a lot of players, when they see 2 Jaxes, Mordekaiser, I can definitely understand the Vel'Koz. It feels like you're pretty far away from it, and Vel'Koz is often defined by things like a Jewel Gauntlet and a Shojin's, and having committed to an Infinity Edge makes it feel less likely. That being said, Infinity Edge is a item that we see built more often on Jax, so It does feel like Kiyun had to make this decision. I think his health plays a huge factor. He's at 49. He's a clear separation between him and 7th place at the moment. He needs to find a way to stabilize. And so while, getting streak gold is okay, not having Guardian Angel for his LeBlanc is really starting to hurt. And now we're getting to the point where Kiyun might have to level on 3-5 and send it, or continue to roll to improve, because right now his board is not cutting it with no Coven, no Morgana. He might be down and out if he can't turn this around.
Yeah, one blade needs a blue buff. I mean, there's a lot that's needed here for Kiyun, I think, to really get this moving. And you can see they're valuing the Guardian Angel a little bit more. There we go. And so that's Guardian Angel being slammed onto that LeBlanc, and then needing one final tier to wrap that up. I think this is wise for Kiyun here, looking forward a little bit to that next armory that's happening in Stage 4, trying to get a dark blue buff. Dark blue buff's really what you want on LeBlanc. Blue buff it's good, but it's not a dark blue buff that's on here. It doesn't create this chain casting effect that really hurts. And so I'm curious about what you mentioned, the leveling up here and sending it. When is that going to happen? Because Kiyun right now, they're looking for LeBlanc to hit 3-star at this point. So there they find the Coven buff, which is a big deal. And it looks like that Kiyun's going to wait a bit here.
It is. Part of the challenge with this situation is that his Morgana doesn't have any defensive stats either. So a lot of times with Assassins, you do want to have 1 or 2 units really draw the aggression and then have the backline stall. Morgana might not even cast if she gets bursted super fast, which might end up being something that this comp still struggles with. And you can see immediately the aggression starts to go back onto the Blanc. Was there enough time being stalled? Absolutely not, in the face of Kurum, who is 7. Who has that Jax, who has the skirmishers ready to go, and, items like Frozen Heart really pose a big problem. Kiyun's down to 28 life, and yes, DQA just hit the 50-yard line himself, but at the same time, it's going to be difficult to pick anybody else who's the leading candidate for 8th place other than Kiyun right now. He needs to desperately stabilize, and he doesn't have many chances left. It looks like he might be down to just sack one more before full-on sending it and rolling down to try to stabilize his board. But for one of the favorites, the fan favorites rather, Kiyun very much is one of the People's Champ picks. It's going to be tough for him to turn this around, Nathan.
I feel like this happens so often when I'm watching Kiyun as well. It's these very low life totals that end up happening, but then a recovery happens, and this is all related to the amount of gold that you generate as a part of this. Kiyun has calculated at least what's going to happen. I don't think they quite expected to be this low, but this is not like a surprise for Kiyun. This is not unfamiliar territory. Kiyun finds a way to capitalize on this spot almost every single time that I've watched. Occasionally it fails. That's going to be part of teamfight tactics, and it's hurting quite a bit. You're going to lose another one here, but when you have a 5+ lose streak, you're getting a ton of gold for it. Kiyun is pre-leveled to 7 here with 50 gold still in the bank. So you get a round to roll during the creeps, and you get the round to roll after that. So you're sending 70-something gold that's trying to get into the board next turn. That's going to be the biggest momentum shift that Kiyun is going to have, full stop. If they cannot capitalize on that, that's where the major trouble sets in. But everything has been focused on getting to this point with 50 gold in the bank. Get it in play, find strength for your units, get another item or so, and then try to turn this around. Looking for top 4 here for Kiyun, I think, is not a big prospect, but it's something that you have to feel accomplished with if you can manage to accomplish that.
The good news is that the core items for Kiyun, the core units are there. As you can see, the polarization of the life totals, though. Kiyun's at 18, Kiyun and Setsuko and Sphinx all streaking. He needs to find better quality board here. Finds a Garen, but he does have to choose if he wants to replace Ivern with it. And he finds an Ivern too. This is big. Okay, you talked about how he can stabilize. This is looking like a real board all of a sudden. And he's got some tanky items for Morgana. And if he can pick up a Shadow Tier on his Stage 4 Armory, that might be an opportunity for Kiyun to stabilize. The question is it enough health? Because he has to basically win out from here. He has 1 or 2 more losses that he can take before it's game over.
Debating on the items here, too. Should you slam a Bramble or not? I think that depends on the crits across the stage and whether or not you need that for your front line. Just slams one chain for right now, and you can see that Diana already peels away that Vel'Koz. It gets surrounded, and that's not enough. So Kiyun finally with a win here, and frankly, quite a big one at that. Goobums put a lot of gold in the board there as well, and suddenly Goobums has fallen. We're talking, this was the player who had the biggest win streak at the start of the game. Suddenly, they're bottom 2 with Kiyun in life total right now. And Kiyun's board's a little bit stronger, so for Goobums, this has got to be a bit of a panic stage.
the pressure of skirmishers is not even the fact.
Tier.
He doesn't find the tier, and he doesn't find a sword either, which is partially what Kiyun did by holding on to the extra copy of the vest in case he found an opportunity to play a Guardian Angel on the Morgana. This is the worst of both ends, but you know, that's teamfight tactics. What do you do from here? Is it a Shadow Morello? That's the first thing that came to my mind. You could pick up the Shadow Rod and get that big item onto Morgana to help get some anti-heal. Can also choose to itemize Nocturne. That's a secondary carry in this composition. And he picks up that bow, which makes me feel like he's going to go for the Zizirot portal. And that is going to be Kiyun's board from here until he finds something better. And I don't know if he can do that reliably. This is a terrible spot for Kiyun. He has to hope that Carousel now bails him out.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot. Zizirot, though, does buy you time, which is the entire purpose of Morgana being there, is to buy your team time. I would say that right now the biggest panic is that Kiyun did not find a tier for this LeBlanc. This LeBlanc's taking a long time to cast, but it's still hitting very hard. Your team has a lot of gold in play right now, so you should still be okay in terms of fighting players. The issue for me is going to be staring at that carousel. If that carousel cannot present you a dark blue buff, that's when I think your absolute biggest prospect is going to be top 4. I think if it does provide you a dark blue buff, at that point it's find LeBlanc 3 and hope that you can find yourself the highest finish possible.
Yeah, that being said, you know, Coven does give you that mana back. 15% of the cost each time a Coven champion cast is bestowed upon the Coven leader, so it's actually not the worst end of the deal. If you're missing one item and you have Coven, I mean, the blue buff is the one that you would want to miss. The Guardian Angel and the Infinity Edge, such important items for LeBlanc for survivability and critting. Because remember, Assassins, all their spells can crit, so having that Infinity Edge, I mean, it feels like they have a natural built Jewel Gauntlet inside of them, just inside that trait. And so getting the Jewel Gauntlet and Infinity Edge has been a combo as old as TFT itself. Really powerful stuff. And so with this, can Kiyun stabilize going up against Sphinx, who's holding what looks like to be Draven items, trying to transition eventually into, you know, whether it's the Forgotten or it's the Dragon Slayer Legionnaire combination. He needs to stabilize himself, and this would be huge. Kiyun getting a win over one of the lobby leaders who's not necessarily powering up an eco, because Sphinx only has 20 gold of interest. I think the comeback has potential here, and there is a tier on the carousel on a 5-cost unit. That's what you love to see if you're Kiyun.
Yeah. 5-cost tier, definitely you want to see that right now. Also, the second thing to notice here is the Revenant getting paired out. I think this is a big deal for Kiyun as well. A lot of times with Assassins, I have tried to do so many different things to make them function. My highest success has been with using Nocturne as my second unit to carry damage items. I think he's the one who puts out the most damage afterwards, and it's not being negated by Mystics, which are just very commonly find themselves in play because they're strong utility. It's another physical damage unit that's also restoring its own health. And so I think for Kiyun here, the 5 gold tier was absolutely just fantastic to find. And at this point, it's thinking to yourself, what units do I need to grab in order to make that possible? So for Kiyun, it's searching for that LeBlanc 3. Right now, we get over to DQA's spot, and we're noticing, again, the Abomination trying to protect that Vel'Koz for a bit here. And a Shojin also got found here for DQA. So this is a lot of management of what's taking place here after they've leveled to 8 and trying to get this moving. So Abomination Spatula gets slammed. It's all of the Spellweavers in play with 5 Abominations. I have not seen this done with 5 Abominations yet, Dan.
It's a lot of stats. You get, you know, significant amount of health and attack damage bonus onto your monstrosity. But most importantly, you just need time for Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz can kill everything in the game if you give him the time and he's not interrupted. And you can see that 4-star monstrosity comes barreling out. And yes, Trundle can steal the stats, but will that Vel'Koz be able to shoot safely from a distance and wipe it out? It will. And Sphinx seems to be the, you know, the caster curse, the broadcast curse. Every time someone's going up against Sphinx seems to be getting the win against him. But if you take a look around, you know, DQ is not the only player that's trying to play this Vel'Koz style. You see, for example, Goobums are trying to go for it, and he's stuck on 1-star Vel'Koz without a Nico's help. This is going to be quite tricky. Multiple people actually having the Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz is a 1-star champion that could carry you to the late stages of the game. But I mean, the difference between 1 and 2 star is such a huge amount of power that's got to get DQA sweating a little bit as we get to the end of stage 4 here. He's still at the bottom of the standings, but the health totals are pretty close. Kurum all the way down to DQA, just separated by 14 life. That's basically one fight from this point onwards. We're going to see what's going to happen as we shape up our top 4.
Yeah, and I'm really scared here for DQA facing down at Vel'Koz on the other side. However, if Abomination can take in place and interrupt that other Vel'Koz, that could work. It doesn't look like it's going to here, but their Vel'Koz was narrowly missing some of that damage there, but the 2-star Vel'Koz just melted through that line. And so for here, DQA, this is, I think, going to be the final territory for them. What are these final creep rounds going to give them, and how can they capitalize on that? How can you possibly shift this around a little bit? Because right now, a 1-star Vel'Koz with just Abomination is going to be enough. You need to get this Vel'Koz casting a bit faster. It's missing an item, and you find a Garen. So the Garen, this is like a perfect wish that you have when you're in a spot like this. Garen is like, it's basically a 5th Spellweaver that is actually doing something. It shreds away all that MMR, and it also tanks for a long time. So I'm really stoked for DQA about finding this Garen. This is that they could have found here. Maybe two Vel'Kozes would have been a little bit better.
It's difficult, right? Because the Vel'Kozes is the difference between winning those mirrors, especially without survivability onto his Vel'Koz. And with these items, a Chalice potential, Redemption, even Zephyr, you could argue it all. But the more important question is, does DQA stabilize from here? Because even if he feels like it's very unlikely for him to take an 8th place over Kiyun, it is possible. It's on the board. And you can see him already starting to dip back away, getting the redeemed buff, which is kind of important. Not to mention the Mystics because of the prominence of other Vel'Koz players in the lobby.
Garen gets sold.
With that, he sells the Garen, going for Zephyr. This is DQA saying, I want to play for a 6th place. And I think that's good recognition because he is too far behind.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent call, actually. And to have this Zephyr be on units that you can just cycle out.
Wow.
You know, you're concerned with this brand being 2-star, but you're not nearly as concerned as the rest of your team. So anytime that DQA can find a brand or a Spellweaver to put in that place, you feel like you're in a pretty decent spot, but it's not enough. The Zephyr on that Vel'Koz still doesn't buy you time to be able to climb out of that.
Well, can surround it. Part of the weakness of Vel'Koz, it only shoots in a straight line.
That's true story.
And so maybe the
Hodge rolled healing, though.
Yeah, that was the big reason why he was able to survive the first fight against the other Vel'Koz. And DQA takes another loss. We do have our first elimination as well in Stage 5. Kiyun does dip out. He gave it his best effort. But with that, I think all the Vel'Koz players breathe a sigh of relief. They want to make sure that their Vel'Koz does not get completely gimped by an assassin player. And so for the 3 Vel'Koz players in this lobby, they got to feel happy about that.
Yeah, I would tend to say so as well. Taking a look here, this is kind of interesting on Sphinx's side because this is a bit unusual for, I would say, a skirmisher comp to have the night buff that's taking place here. And at the same time, it's just a Pantheon at 1 with no items on it. So the Trundle's carrying these Thieves' Gloves. You get something that's okay with it, but you're having to have this Jax do so much of the carrying. So the way that it walks over to the side like this to avoid gaining aggro, I think it's a really important measure to have there. And you look at the rest of the items for this Jax. If Jax gets rolling here, this Jax is going to steamroll stuff that's on board. It's hitting super hard because of this last Whisper. And so I think positioning here is one of the biggest factors for Sphinx. So when you see him make these choices and everything swings in his way, I think it's telling you a lot about the positioning here. Because right now with a Taric and with a Darius in play, I don't think this is the strongest skirmisher team I've ever seen.
It is not, but it's good enough to get the win here. DQA takes another loss, Goobums and Valet behind them. Our top 4 looks likely to be the ones who are currently in the top 4, especially when you factor in some of the board strength of what you see across. And yes, that's part of the power of the skirmishers, the idea that you don't need to have them all 2-stars because they have built-in shields. They have a lot of inherent tankiness, especially Pantheon. Even at 1-star, that damage reduction does so much work. And as long as you're doing things like position to Viego, the way Sphinx is to prioritize that, having Lee Sin to catch other people's assassins as well, this is very much a deliberate positioning to not only, of course, maximize his win against other people, but win the mirror. And he goes up against DQA with that 1-star Vel'Koz. We could be seeing an elimination of DQA here.
Yeah, there's a beam that hits Jax. Jax is still okay, regaining some of this back. Stunned by the Rise, so this is a big one. Viego right now, completely unchecked on the right side, though. DQA gonna fall here to Sphinx. That Viego with 3 mana items attached to it is casting very fast. And in an uncontested part of the board fight, that Viego means it's going to chew through a number of units time after time to give you just that little extra board presence that's there. So for Sphinx, I think this is great recognition of what's happening on the rest of the boards and capitalizing on the things that are making this team so powerful right now. Number 1, Jax keeps going. Number 2, Viego stealing stuff.
Some interesting choices. Valet takes the Shiv. It's probably more for the Viego, and you can see the ZZ Rot taken by Goobums. They get first priority. Can they find a way to sneak in the top 4? GV8's win streak was snapped. Kerm's the only person that's streaking in the lobby. All of a sudden, the very slight window was cracked open for top 4. And we've talked about how 5th to 4th place is a significant jump. Can Valet or Goobums find a way to sneak in there? Because it doesn't seem like Setsuko or Sphinx are going to slow down anytime soon. And remember, Carousel's a big inflection point. Everybody got stronger. They got an extra item, or they got the champion they're looking for. From Sphinx's perspective, he takes a look at Setsuko, who's a player that he is likely to face since he hasn't fought him in quite some time. Can he find a way to get this Viego onto the back line? No, he's going up against Goobums, who has the priority of protecting his Vel'Koz. It is mission critical for this Vel'Koz to be able to go off and shoot in a straight line. It's good positioning for Goobums, but is it enough to take down the entire army? Volibear slams down. Jax is stunned with things like an eternity, and this could be the opportunity that Goobums is looking for to take down Sphinx in this fight and maybe sneak into the top 4.
Yeah, this was a big turn for Goobums. This round here, I think, showed a lot about how much their team has improved in just a couple spots, but also how important the positioning is for Vel'Koz there. That Garen got to slam. It has a Redeem Spatula on it. That Garen it's weakening the entire lineup for skirmishers. This is one of the reasons why I've liked playing Vel'Koz so much, is because so much of the skirmisher board has to go to the center. When that happens and you have a Garen to slam and shred all of this MMR, it means the Vel'Koz is going to melt through that. So for Sphinx here, I don't think that they can worry about the Vel'Koz lineups that are at these low life totals. I think you have to worry about your board and how you actually improve it right now. Again, still a Darius in play, which isn't fantastic. You still have a couple of 1-star units here. Your Vel'Koz, your Rel, your Darius, and your Kennen that are in this spot. So how can you take on the rest of the lineups there? You notice that Sphinx spent a lot of time rolling, didn't spend a lot of time looking at position stuff that was in that particular spot.
Yeah, and as a result, passed over some units like Diana, but more importantly, can he find a way to get a very crucial win? Preserving your life going into stage 6 is the utmost importance, and it looks like he's able to get a big win over Kurum. Kurum with back-to-back losses. His streak is snapped, but there has been eliminations. Goobums does go out in 6. GV8 survives by the skin of his teeth at 1 life. And so heading into stage 6, we have 2 players who are at effectively 1 life. Valet can survive a close fight, though, and he is win streaking. But for Grand Vice, love the new look of his webcam, by the way. It felt like eternity that he was keeping his ferret cages in the back corner with a bunch of fancy lights, but like this intense red going on. GV8 does have to try to fight for his survival. Known as one of the best flex players in the world, in a meta where it feels like flexibility is not nearly as challenged as much as mastery and depth of knowledge and, of course, aggressive play. Can GV8 find a way to sneak into the top 4? He does have the skirmishers. Everything looks good on paper. I mean, I can't really complain about the quality of units, but I can't ignore the fact that he is missing one very crucial one this late stage of the game. Almost everybody else has a Viego that's running skirmishers. He does not.
Yes, and Viego is such an important unit just for this composition because it changes the way that players have to look at board. Even if it's just causing a little bit of panic and players having to move some stuff around, what that means is that sometimes your units aren't parsing the way they want to. The thing I am looking about for GV8's board is that everything is upgraded and the items are pretty darn good. So I'm excited about this, and I think that right now they're pretty strong. So if this positioning lined up properly, I think that they have the advantage for the most part.
And Viego goes on Nautilus, does not get the activation, and Diana does end up displacing a couple of units already, but Jax has already moved into a position of safety, and with that, GV8 with some clever positioning ends up getting a huge win against Kurum and stays alive. Woo! Kurum and Valet now in single digits. It's now an open window for top 3, Nathan. If GV8 can fade one more fight, he may be able to sneak into a bronze finish here, which would be quite a surprise given his life total heading into the stage.
It's been low for what felt like a very long time, and it cannot get any lower or you're out of the game. So when I'm looking at this right now, you're looking at Sphinx's lineup, you're looking at Setsuko's lineup, and you have to figure out a way that this is going to pan out as absolute best that it can. And right now, I'm kind of surprised because GV has constantly just been making that position good for whatever it seems to be that they're facing right now. And so the Trundle doesn't focus onto the Jax, of course, because the Jax has stepped one step back there for Sphinx, but it does end up getting rid of this Darius, and now his Jax, GV8's, is on Sphinx's Jax, and it's shredding it apart right now. Even with the Bloodthirster, it's not enough to get going because that last Whisper shredding the armor away. However, the Viego grips it, but there is a Guardian Angel that's on the Jax right now, so it's actually preventing the Viego spot as well. So GV8 wins again and makes it to the top 4. Valet is out. Just 2 rounds ago, they were on a win streak, a big win streak at that point. They weren't quite able to make it. Kurum and GV8 both survive.
Houdini does it again. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Grand Vice pull out a top 4 from a position where it looked extremely easy to bomb out in the bottom 4. And sneaking with 1 HP, that's gotta feel good. However, his job is not done yet, and more importantly, GV8 has won a couple of crucial matchups against some of the top people. The only player that he hasn't fought against right now, Setsuko, who's currently streaking and looks like to be systematically removing player one by one. The final boss has arrived, and it is a Teemo that's pretty stacked as well. That's going to slow the attack speed of all the skirmishers, and Jax is moving into the beam of the Vel'Koz. Is this going to be enough? The Kindred does activate, which means that's unkillable units that can't drop below that 100 HP threshold. He did a great job getting to this point. Top 4, we take those, as GV8 will be eliminated. Hopping on board with Setsuko to see if Kurum is going to be able to survive against Sphinx, and he will. And right now, it's pretty much the story of Setsuko and who will join him in the top 2.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked a lot about how powerful skirmishers are, and I'm sure if you've talked with your friends at all about TFT right now, you've talked about how powerful skirmishers are. But there's one lineup that truly is more powerful. It's just a lot harder to get to, and that's 4 Invoker. If you can get a strong 4 Invoker team that has a strong front line, this lineup is so unbelievably difficult to break. They're just so strong at every stage of the game. They get so much mana, they cast so many abilities, they just it feels like they completely wipe out your board almost no matter what you do. So right now, there's 4 Invokers, there's a stacked Vel'Koz, there's Mystics in play, there's Redeemed, there's a Garen with the full items, there's 2-star 5-cost units here, and just everything is stacked, and just when you think you have something that maybe can disrupt this, the Syndra's going to chuck it across the board. This is absolutely the hardest thing in the game, I think, to beat right now, but you have to be able to get to this spot first. So for Setsuko, kudos to being able to get that spot. I think at this point, you pretty much deserve to be beating people. You still have to beat them, and that's what we're going to find out in this round.
I mean, the quality of the front line is just hard enough to chew through it. Look at it, Jax, Trundle, Pantheon. It can't even kill this Taric. Garen finally dropped, but 8 more units survive. Viego has stolen 1 champion. Oh, interesting to note, though, the ghost of Setsuko end up losing to Sphinx. And so Kurum takes a 3rd. Well done making a podium finish there. Sphinx, on the other hand, can he find a way to perhaps upset Setsuko, who looked unchallenged the moment he was able to get Fast 9, find this Teemo? That being said, you think the 4 Invoker board is strong now. There's a lot more room for improvement. For one thing, there's an item on Setsuko's bench that he's not even playing, and if he finds a way to 2-star the Garen, finds a Heimerdinger to be able to play, and put the static shift to reduce the MR, it's going to be very scary. Sphinx, on the other hand, he's almost capped out. He can't get that much stronger, and that's what makes this comp so scary from Setsuko's perspective.
Yeah, there is a Zephyr on this Garen at the start of this fight here, but you notice that the Viego cannot jump into this backline at all. There's no way a Diana can get access to this Vel'Koz right now. So if you can't get to this Vel'Koz by chewing through this front line, it's not going to work. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now, is it's not working. So this Vel'Koz just gets to melt through these over and over again. When Setsuko has the luxury of being able to position specifically for you, that makes Invokers even tougher to beat. Sphinx wiped out of this one. Setsuko over half health left as a victory in this lobby. Absolutely insane final composition that you see there.
Squid power. Vel'Koz is going to be one of the big carries that will define this entire week of play. I mean, if you look at what we were talking about, right? When the roll down from Kiwa's perspective, what did he find? He found a Vel'Koz, a Jax, and a Mordekaiser. 2 Jaxes, in fact. These are the carries that people are building around currently alongside Draven. And it's going to be very interesting to see if anybody's able to get these uncontested comps, because I do notice that there was a lack of Draven in this lobby, largely because maybe that's how everyone's comp was falling in the early game, so they felt like they had to lean into skirmishers or Vel'Koz or the assassins from Kiyun. But there's a little bit more on the table than we saw. Game 1, kind of indicative. All right, everyone got their feet wet. It's 5 lobbies. You can go ahead and take a bad start in game number 1. But for lobbies 2 to 5, I really wonder if anyone's going to be able to try to shift their game plan a little bit. Do have to say that the early starting carousel plays a pretty large factor, given the fact that your items can help define that, and set 5 is defined by the mechanic of shadow items. And I do wonder what's also happening in Lobby B as well. So the trends are starting to shape a little bit, Nathan, and it's going to be exciting to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, you mentioned the carousel and how it affects things at the start here. We'll notice Setsuko, at the start of that lobby, you and I talked about how there weren't really bows and swords at the start of that one, and so Vel'Koz was something that was big on the minds. look at what ended up winning the whole lobby at the end. It was Setsuko. Had a Vel'Koz, was able to transition it into 4 Invoker and just steamrolled the rest of the lobby. You take a look at Lobby B. Spencer came out on top of that one with 10. Soju really repeating what they had from the Twitch Rivals performance about a week and a half ago with another second place finish. Nubal, Pawn Up, and Pokygom here, though. Those are 3 of the names that I have my sights on in lobby number B. Nubal in 3rd place. I think this is something to be expected. He's absolutely dominating the NA ladder right now. For Pawn Up and Pokygom, I have my eye on them as the underdogs in this lobby. So right now, Pokygom falling down into that 7th place position. These are tough lobbies. Someone in these lobbies has to be taking the bottom 4. But for Pawn Up, that's a 4th place finish and something that I have my eye on there. If Pawn Up can keep that up, that's something I want to see.
Let's take a look at the standings. It's pretty similar to what you just saw. The standings are going to be much more important as we go into rounds 2 to 5. Right now, Setsuko, Spencer, Soju, Sphinx, Kurum, Nubal, Pawn Up, and GV8 would be the 8 players moving on. But we have 5 rounds to play. But, something to keep in mind is players who start from behind. For Solus and Kiyun, who both finished 8th, 2 players who are contenders in every tournament that they enter. It's going to be tough for them to play with a 9-point deficit back from Setsuko and Spencer. But you don't have to aim for that right now. You can instead aim for that 6-point threshold that GV and Pawn Up have gotten. Is there anything else that stands out to you, Nathan, when we take a look at the standings here early after round 1?
One of the big ones I'm looking at is just Kiyun and Solus both sitting in the 8th place position. These are players that when I watch them, I've watched a lot of their streams and I've seen a lot of what them talk about strategy and such. They very much can be 1st or 8th place style players. The fact that both of them sitting are in 8th place here after this first one, it's not a huge surprise, but it is something that is a little bit of a surprise because they're just so strong at it. They tend to play with their life totals very aggressively in order to have tremendous momentum shifts and try to take over the lobby from there. So to seeing them in 8th, it's the sad side of I think the way that they play these high risk, high reward strategies, but at the same time, not really much of a surprise. It is part of their core strategy.
Yeah, tough to start, but we've seen big comebacks before, and it does seem like that is a tournament approach that a lot of players have. Some players say that they want to play a 1st or 8th style, and it leans more into the kind of ways that you should be approaching tournaments, but there's a time to do that, right? Sometimes if you're trying to play for survival, just aiming for top 4 is good enough. And when you play an uncontested comp the way we saw Kiyun do, on paper, it should make sense. He was the only player even trying to play Assassins. He was the only player that felt like wasn't trying to play Skirmishers or Vel'Koz, and yet was taking that 8th place. And it all has to do with whether or not he was able to stabilize that damage. We've been seeing a lot of aggression come out with the Skirmishers. So many of them survive after every single round. How much damage are you going to be able to take? And so going into round number 2, I'm looking at them to try to make that comeback.
Yeah, and a lot of that I think also has to do with just what kind of adjustments can you make. We saw so many skirmishers in that first lobby. Nobody touched Draven what seemed like the entire time. Draven I've heard is talked about as like the anti-Jax sort of lineup because the way that the Last Whisper can kind of shred through Ironclad being there. That's really the way that they try to counter that, or by landing a Viego in the right spot and having things pan out. But there's a lot of positioning tricks and there's a lot of stuff you can do to fight against that. I'm curious to see how Draven actually finds its way into these lineups and actually has a performance in that, because I think it's really the first thing I saw deviate away from the skirmisher lineups, and honestly it's been the lineup that I feel like I personally have struggled with the most. So I'm curious to see what I can learn from it as well.
I think part of it is the consistency of it. Part of what makes skirmishers so powerful is as much as it's defined by Jax and Viego, you can stabilize way earlier before that. It feels like with these Legionnaire comps featuring Draven, or even if you play Yasuo, the stabilization isn't guaranteed. So it feels very difficult to have that HP lead to eco up and go into that roll down very confidently. Speaking of confidence, we're hopping on board with Nubal going into round 2. As Nubal did finish top 3 in his previous lobby, but in terms of the overall rankings and leaderboards, this guy is number 1 by a pretty significant margin, clearing the next highest player in North America by over 200 LP. That's massive at Challenger, at the very top Challenger, where you barely get enough points for winning, right? It's very different. The LP gains are even more minimal as you get to the top. Nubal's 200 LP over Setsuko right now, who is 100 LP over 3rd place.
Yeah, last night when I checked, Nubal was at 1599 LP. And at number 2 looked like it was Pokygom at 1314 LP. Excuse me, it was Setsuko at 1521 LP, and then Pokygom at 1314 LP after that. That is just such a massive difference in that high spot. 1599. We're not even that deep into the set, Dan. It hasn't even been that long. How does he do it?
I mean, there's a lot of volume that comes into play, if there's one thing that you look at New Battle and players like Soju is that they've played, over 300 games, and a lot of the top players are clocking in like the mid 200s, so just the straight up volume, but also just he sees the game differently. If you look at what the other players are saying about him, they all say that players like New Battle has a different vision of what boards look like, what strength is, like what the relative strength is of your champions and itemization compared to others. He just really has a deep understanding of what you can and can't get away with. And I think that's always something really interesting to watch. Speaking of what's really interesting, looking at his early itemization, he gets a sword, a tier, and a glove. Love the pre-level in case he's able to find a third abomination with the Nunu. You get that 15% chance to find a 3-cost unit. Does not get rewarded for it. He's immediately looking to see what the pings are about. But he does have really good items to set up for another Vel'Koz game opportunity. So I'm curious to see what New Battle is going to choose. Is it going to be something that's more guaranteed power up front, like an Infinity Edge? Or is it going to be more of a Shojin? Or is he just going to hold and see what the game delivers him before he makes a commitment?
Yeah, I think that when your units aren't getting upgraded, that's certainly a reason to, perhaps consider holding something. But I am seeing a brand here, and I am seeing a Shojin plus a glove, but at the same time, I'm also seeing like an Infinity Edge and a Frozen Heart here. I think when your units aren't upgraded, and that means that you're probably not going to win your round, especially when you get a chance to look at it, I think it's a good time to really look at things and say, hey, you know what? I'm not really getting a huge edge out of this. It's not really providing me anything. Let me just go ahead and hang on to this for a minute. Maybe you kill an extra unit here, but I think that these are like the small risk versus reward things that you definitely can't afford to take. I'm very much for slamming items, but at the same time, I'm for saving them. And if this means you get to look at the big end game, look at the big end game picture. I think that's what's making New Battle so strong.
Whew, okay, there's some spicy choices here. He has a shadow tier. People have been talking about Dark Blue buff in the very beginning because of his interactions with LeBlanc in particular, but now that interaction has been patched out, and also Spencer looks like he hit a 2-star LeBlanc during that process, what is he going to do? There's also the chance of Shadow Hand of Justice, which is a really powerful item. Nathan, I think that's your favorite item, right?
Oh yeah, Shadow Hodge has easily become my favorite item. Now that being said, Dark Blue buff, this is my second favorite item right now because it allows you to do some really weird and wacky things. Now, taking a look at what Kiyun had last time, Dark Blue buff Infinity Edge, that's pretty much what had prompted them to go towards that LeBlanc side. You'll notice here that for New Battle, it's just been the Dark Blue buff. So I am kind of curious where these other items are headed right now. I'd say a lot of times when I see Dark Blue buff, Karma always comes to my mind first, but I have to quickly get rid of that because Karma is just not that strong right now. It's mostly a supportive unit for those endgame Invoker comps. So with this Dark Blue buff here, and with a blade and with a glove hanging out, you have a lot of possibilities that are here. Not only that, but it's also improved your team quite a bit. This brand is going to be casting a lot. So I think that winning fights from this spot may have been New Battle's concern, and not necessarily as much about Dark Blue buff and how this is going to affect external builds. I think it influences it, but I think right now, you just want to stop losing rounds.
Yeah, I will say that I think people associate items to champions and feel like there's a lot of rigidity to it. If you have blue buff, you should be thinking about Karma. If you have Shojin, you should be thinking about Vel'Koz. I think it's quite interchangeable. I think a blue buff could totally go on Vel'Koz, and with the added benefit, because you have those extra tiers as we shift over to Spencer, you have those extra tiers, you cast a little bit faster than your opponent's Vel'Koz, you might win the mirror. So we'll see if that ends up becoming something that New Battle down the line will be thinking about if he chooses to go for it. In the meantime, we mentioned that there's another player that might be wanting a dark blue buff. It's the LeBlanc player, Spencer, who is the young phenom, kind of in that core group of New Battle, Setsuko, Goobums. These are all young teenagers / early 20-year-olds who are just tearing up ladder and practicing and improving at such a rapid rate that many of the other top players like Kiyun and Soju and Solus and Sox are all talking about how they might be the best players in North America, and it might not even be close. And I think Spencer, one of the most impressive things about him is not only, of course, his consistency and good technical play, but the speed of which he rolls. I really hope we get a chance to see a Spencer roll down, because if you blink, you might just miss it. So, as right now he's playing in a very aggressive line, as is expected. Right now it's an aggressive meta. You don't really eco up as much, but if we do get a chance, keep an eye out for when you get to see Spencer roll. It is a sight to behold.
Yeah. Spencer, by the way, won the first Challenger Series. Want to point that out.
Yes. Also a great tournament player. I mean, part of it is that Spencer's style has often been defined by very first or eighth, although based off the way things are looking right now with Assassins and this early lead, is leaning more towards the first than an eighth. Interesting that he's also be able to make this 2-star Udyr instead of shifting items immediately over to that LeBlanc. I think a lot of players, Nathan, here would feel tempted to move that item onto LeBlanc. It's your carry. You want to play Assassins, but keeping it on the Udyr while having that skirmishers in the front line, I like this as well.
I think there's also, perhaps ways into the fact that you're still a bit of ways off from playing LeBlanc. Like, you need a Guardian Angel and you need a blue buff to suit this up right now. So right now, it's jam this Shadow Gloves on here. You're talking about aggression that you just had. Let's get this rolling and keep our rounds going at this point. You want to get a big win streak going if you're aggressive. You want to get that gold flowing from having these wins turn after turn. You want to limit other players' time that they're going to have in order to make big, impactful gameplays. So I think that slamming this Thieves Gloves here, I think that this is a wise play right now because your whole goal is to start getting wins and to figure out where your board's going to line up. You don't want to have to pick your items on this one and let that really dictate your pace. Get your items now, see how they kind of roll out, and then make your decision as the game moves on. You're going to have more life, you're going to have more gold. I think that's really the way to operate things.
We are at stage 2-6, and Spencer's about to make his first interest goal. This kind of defines how aggressive the meta has gotten in high-level TFT right now, and for good reason, right? Spencer had lost the first 2 battles. If he had won his 3rd battle in stage 2, then resumed into a losing streak, that'd be catastrophic. There would be no economy, right, for him to worry about moving forward. So he needs to throw it. Scared money don't make money. And right now, Spencer is showing you why that aggression is paying off. Going up against Sox, Sox known to be another heavily influential in the flex meta. But in this kind of meta, I feel like Sox struggles a little bit more than he usually does. And I am curious. He's a player always keep an eye out because by many players' measurements, he's still the most consistent and historically the best tournament player in all of North America. But we have to see. He did take a nasty bottom 4 finish in round number 1. I hope he can pick it up in round 2.
I'm just really curious to see how this Spencer is really panning out here. I love aggression. Aggression is like one of the things I think in terms of strategy-related games that really draws my attention to this. How long can you keep this up, and at what point do you have to shift? Because part of the game is shifting toward what you can find. It's not only items, it's also the units. When you start with the skirmisher stuff, the aggression feels like it's right there. So many times I end up buying the skirmisher units just because they're strong. They're just good individual units. And I look up and I go, oh, I got 6 skirmishers. I guess I'm going this way. It just kind of makes sense of how this ends up rolling out. And so when you have, again, this Thieves Gloves on a Trundle, this is like one of the stronger units to actually carry this thing because Trundle doesn't really care what items he has. He's just got some items. He's doing a lot better. He's already stealing % health and armor and MR. Like, you just got to keep making this strong right now. And so I'm looking at this rod being the only thing dropped. That's not necessarily a strong thing for what Spencer is planning, I'd say, at the moment.
Okay, but the idea that he got the Katarina off the boxes from the Krugs and now also has a Morgana in the shop to play the Coven as an option, there's a lot of really interesting choices. However, he has a 2-star Trundle. Is he supposed to just lean into the Jax? Because he has the Infinity Edge. He has the Cloak to make a Runan's Hurricane. He's firmly between 2 very good compositions from his position, and so it'll be interesting to see what Spencer chooses to do. It looks like he's keeping his options open, not committing to buying anything. He's also scouting Solus and potentially Marcel, who could be people who would be snapping his streak. But right now, going up against Nubao is a very easy victory, trying to evaluate. And this is something that I think a lot of players, they aren't doing nearly as much, but such a key skill. If you think that you know what's going to happen on your board, watch what other people's boards are doing, and you can evaluate their strength, and you can understand if you need to roll. And Spencer is the only player streaking currently with that 4 consecutive win. Finds another opportunity for a BF sword. He is past the Morgana. I feel like we're going to transition towards skirmishers here.
Yeah, you say that, but again, the blade could be a GA item. You needed either a tier or a blade, I think, to really consider
True.
LeBlanc being like a hard carry kind of unit. LeBlanc really wants those 3 specific items. It wants Infinity Edge, it wants Dark Blue Buff, it wants Guardian Angel. If you can't get those, what can you do to make LeBlanc powerful at that point? I don't know. I haven't played too many Assassins and tried out too many different LeBlanc things, and even when I've had the perfect LeBlanc items, it hasn't always worked out perfectly for me. So I am curious to see still how this is influencing, because if you're not slamming this Bloodthirster right away, what that means is you are considering other options. And I think if your board is strong enough, you don't have to be slamming items. So I think that's really the call that Spencer's having to make here. How strong is my lineup right now? How many options can I keep open while I'm taking these sorts of little bit risks? How much is a Bloodthirster really going to apply for me at this point?
Yeah, so keeping his options open. By the way, do want to point out two things. One, Spencer didn't level to 6. His economy, he feels strong enough, right? This is him evaluating board strength. This takes hundreds of games of experience to be able to know exactly this. Everyone else is level 6. It's almost expected, right, that everyone would go to 6 on 3-2 at this point, especially when we talk about how aggressive it is. But Spencer says, my board should be good enough, and he is rewarded. If you don't have to level and you can guarantee the win, then why do it? Excellent recognition from Spencer to be able to capitalize on that. The second thing that I want to say is that I think Bloodthirster is slowly but surely falling out of favor in the metagame in a couple of different ways. I think people really value the ability to have Last Whisper and Infinity Edge to really get through all those Ironclads. If everyone's going to be playing skirmishers, if Knights are a thing, or rather, if people are putting those Knights in the front line, you need to find a way to get that damage through early on. And that's been a big reason why I feel like Bloodthirster, which isn't really damage, it's much more of a sustained defensive item. So we might be seeing a little bit less of it like we saw in round number 1.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does have to do exactly with how you mentioned. What are other players doing at this point? You know, it may not be worth it to slam Bloodthirster right now. It may be worth it to slam it later on, though. Depends on the lineups, depends on what team you end up going with. This keeps your options open, and it keeps you from having to, fall victim to making a Bloodthirster when you don't need to. I think that's an excellent point you're making. Wow, another win here. Spencer did level this time, but you notice, still 41 gold.
Yeah, and the gold between 40 and 50 isn't really as important. So Spencer kind of valuing that 4 interest gold kind of like it's his max, and he's streaking alongside Pawn Up. But if we take a look at the Stage 3 carousel, there's a couple of impactful units there. A Draven with a Rod. People love building a Rage Blade onto Draven, so that's not a useless item whatsoever. And it's Nubao that's going to be able to snag it. And from here, we take a look. Pakigam and Nubao both not too far behind the health total like we saw Kiyun, but they definitely have to pick it up. Can either of them find a way to stabilize at this point? Because this is a crucial point of the game.
Curious if this is for the Kennen or if it's for the Blade. The Shadow Belt here.
Shadow Zeke's is a great item.
Yeah.
Zeke's Bleak Herald. It steals the attack speed of adjacent champions as opposed to buffing them, or a cool little inversion tactic. And it helps get you so much attack speed that it feels like you don't need Rage Blade, because Rage Blade would have to attack so many times in order to get to that attack speed that you just start off with. So a lot of people use it as kind of a one-to-one substitution. If you're a champion that loves to have Ginsu's Rage Blade, by all means, if you have Zeke's Bleak Herald, go for it as well.
Yeah, it's very, very strong substitute, and like you said, I think even some spots a little bit better. So right now, Bramble on that Warwick. I think actually for Spencer, a bit happy to see that that Udyr get away from the Warwick, because you want it cranking these crits on something and actually delivering damage. And so for right now, Marcel looks like they're going to be falling in this lineup. The Trundle's just invincible in this particular fight.
Double Shadow Stone Plate Gargoyle. What? Oh my lord, dog. I don't even know. Let's hop on board with another player, shall we? We talked about some of the underdogs going into it. Marcel, fresh off his victory in Fight Night Rising. It wasn't even close, by the way. It was completely wiping the field. He did an interview talking about how in set 4, it was, really him coming into his own as a challenger player. He was struggling with a little bit with consistency, but has recently, in this past year, found a lot of improvement into his play. Can he hang with North America's best? That's part of why we have these tournaments. The Challenger Series is not just to, feed the mouths of pro TFT players that we have seen for a long time, but also to see some new blood. I really want to see what Marcel's got. And right now, it seems like he's trying to gear for a big Vel'Koz transition. But I gotta say, his board, with only a 2-star Warwick, 1-star everything else, he's playing a Vayne and a 1-star Varus. It is looking very weak, and it's gotta be discouraging to see on the other side of the board, Pakigam does have that Vel'Koz. So as we close stage 3, Marcel's economy, it's in a pretty good spot. His health total, not so hot right now. So we'll see if he's able to turn it around.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you on this one that you're not excited to see your health total at this round. However, you are excited to see that you had a stack of gold leading into this spot. And so having a little bit of extra time rolling here during the creeps, you're saying, you know what? Yeah, I'll sacrifice a couple of points of gold that I would get by just simply waiting for this, but you get a lot of extra time to make a crucial decision. I think this is one of the smartest things that I've been seeing from players lately is because when you get to these roll down spots, if you don't know literally exactly the things that you're going for, this is a much more difficult territory in order to make decisions with. So I like seeing sacrificing just a tiny bit of gold here. It was 1 gold in income that ended up getting sacked in that spot, and try to find units that are really making this impact. You basically doubled your time in this roll down. I think it's super wise. But right now, they're still missing what they're looking for. You'll notice it's a constant search for this Vel'Koz. A Teemo gets found though. And if you could just go straight to the Invoker spot, honestly, I'm totally okay with that. That's basically the whole reason that I ever use Vel'Koz to begin with, is to get to the Invoker spot.
Yeah, it does find Vel'Koz, and with the redeemed, can end up just using Vel'Koz temporarily. I think for this stage, Vel'Koz is just better because your opponents are still playing a bunch of 1-stars. But in the late game scenarios when they need a clump, it is huge. Katarina going onto the Vel'Koz though, slowing the attack speed and not being able to get it to cast, and that is a Vayne 3 by Soju. What patch am I looking at? A Vayne 3 with a Shadow Jewel Gauntlet? No attack speed item to really give the huge influx of damage in the mid stages of the fight. But every single true damage bolt activation off that Vayne is going to do massive damage to every enemy. So Soju definitely looking to see if he can cement his position in the top 4.
This is crazy. I can't believe what I'm looking at right now.
I can. You're looking at... we somehow have figured out time travel. This is the previous patch that Vayne 3 was dominant for. It was before we started really playing, a bunch of these tournaments for Reckoning, but this was a terror. In fact, it was Vayne 2 with these items that were really strong. Yeah. Also, almost to add insult to injury, Soju has what is considered to be the 3rd item, which is best in slot with Vayne available with the Zeke's Bleak Herald, not on the Vayne. Where's the magnetic remover when you need one?
Goodness, I'm kind of curious to see how this Vayne ends up cranking out. I mean, I know this is going to deal a lot of damage, but is it going to deal the damage fast enough? For me, the big thing that I'm looking at with this composition right now is that it's true damage. So anything that's trying to negate that amount of damage isn't going to work. We're talking, Bramble and Shadow Dragon's Claw. Those are going to be the only 2 things that actually can negate the damage because those shut out crit options. Right now, for Soju, 6 Forgotten, I think this is hit like its absolute maximum peak. This is where it's going to be at its absolute strongest and when players are most vulnerable to this. How can they improve this and capitalize on it later on? If you were just relying on this only to be able to win you the game, I think that's quite difficult to do. However, I think if you can manipulate this to a strong part, which, something that Soju's very strong at when it comes to TFT, I think that this is a winnable spot to be in. You still have a Rise 2. You have a Katarina that has a Shadow Frozen Heart. You have a Bramble to prevent your front unit from getting critically struck and them getting to that backline very quickly. A lot of things added up here for Soju, including the 9 Vaynes that took place. But the next one is going to be positioning, and then after that, how can you improve the board?
Yeah, Vayne's not bad, and I think this was even memed upon a little bit by our host, giantslayer, who's saying, like, if a unit gets nerfed, is it completely unplayable now? Absolutely not! And look at this Vayne actually crank out the damage trying to survive against a Nocturne! Just enough to get the final blows. Warwick! With the Bramble Vest, gonna target the lowest champion! And with that, it has a 1v1 versus Daisy, but it is not going to be enough because it's just a 1-star Daisy. Soju able to piece together a 3 win streak and see the surprise. I'm not sure if even Soju thought it would go that way.
I mean, Assassins, that's got to be one of the worst feelings you can have for just a backline stationary ranged unit. It's like all these things that critically strike jump towards your backline and can mutilate your carry unit. That's terrifying to be in. So when that Warwick's able to not be crit and gets that killing blow off and gets to use the ability again, that's fantastic when it's at that last spot. So again, right now for Soju, I think that you notice that Soju's not paying attention to the rest of the board. He's paying attention, looking at his items and going, what can I actually do with this? This is not familiar territory. This is something that you rarely expect to be into, but is a big part of teamfight tactics. You have to know what your options are because the game sometimes is going to throw you a curveball. In this spot, it's a major curveball that's been thrown. I can't wait to see this again.
Yeah, it's about scaling out, right? So I like the survivability, having a ZZ Rock Portal makes a lot of sense because you just want to stall for Vayne. And as you mentioned, 6 Forgotten will drop off, so I do anticipate as Soju improves his board, as he levels, he's going to get that Kindred to replace the Ashe for the Rangers and get the Mystics. He's going to look for Viego, but more importantly, he can start splashing in things like Rel, Darius, or Garen if he finds a really good application of it, finding ways to weave in the Mordekaiser and Diana. That's going to be the late game that Soju aims for. But more importantly, above everything else, Soju has been cleared to go to level 8. He might even be cleared to go to level 9, although, I mean, he's going up against Pokkigom right now with a 3-star Hecarim and a Redeem Spat. You don't really see that every day.
Yeah, you really don't, but honestly, this is like the one strength that Vayne has is that it's dealing true damage. Like, you're critically striking this, but the problem is that Vel'Koz is still in the back there. So look at this critical strike damage. This Hecarim could fall. It's not going to, though. We did not critically strike on those true damage effects.
Oh.
And so the 3-star Hecarim able to battle back against the 3-star Vayne in this spot. You are correct, though. Soju has been cleared to go to 8. I think that they can. And the thing that I'm looking at still is just what's going to happen with this sword. That is a Shadow Sword that's right now sitting on Victor right there. How can you capitalize on that? The first thing that came to mind, of course, was Spatula and a Forgotten Spatula. Like, that's the only thing I can see. I'm sorry if you can't unsee it now either. But that's the only thing that I keep thinking about right now is a Forgotten Spatula and somehow us seeing a 9 Forgotten board that gets put into play at some point.
I'd be pretty shocked because I have yet to see a 9 Forgotten board like win a lobby, and I think Soju here just really wants to improve on his second place positioning from game number 1. But yeah, in terms of how everything looks, it is very chill. He's going up against Pawnup, who does have the skirmishers online, the other candidate that's likely to make it to the top 2, just based off health totals alone. And I am curious, I want to see this matchup. Does the Vayne match up really well into skirmishers? No one is challenging Vayne whatsoever. Frontline has not cracked. The ZZ Rock construct comes out and stalls. Jax has finally ramped up, and it does not seem, without attack speed, Soju has some scalability issues. And I think he recognizes that. As much as the Vayne is powerful, he's going to have a lot of trouble in the late stages if he can't get the attack speed going.
Marcel's battle still going on, down to 10 HP as we head into our final creep round that provides components for things, down to 5 HP for Marcel now. And so this is the most important inflection point of the game. After this, players, this is where you have to figure it out what you're doing for the rest of the game. If your macro plan is not defined from here, I think it's battle for each position that you have. You cannot try and make things happen after this because your items have been decided. You can't rely to the next carousel to figure out who your carry is going to be at this point. You have to have it mostly decided at this point. And if you can't figure it out from here, well, that's just bad news. So for here, everyone that's in trouble, they're spending the rest of their gold somehow.
Yeah, someone not spending their gold, Pawnup. 68 gold with a lot on the bench. He is going to 9.
Yeah.
And you can't stop him. There's no reason to stop because he is unchallenged in current power right now and has hit the 2-star Jackson and the 2-star Pantheon with very good items, 2 of the best items you can get. And it doesn't seem like anyone is putting a meaningful roadblock in. But more importantly, who queues up into Pawnup? Can they take advantage of the small window? This is actually a good time to face Pawnup, believe it or not, unless your name is Marcel P. Because this is the weakest that Pawnup will be on stage 5, right here, right now. New Battle does make the Brand 3 just in time. The Zephyr onto the Mordekaiser. Is this going to be enough for Pawnup to just crush through? I want to see this Brand 3 do some work.
The Jax turns left, and you'll notice that this isn't the Brambulance where it has that the Shadow Hex tech where it's healing off the rest of the board. It's just healing itself at this point. What that means is if Jax gets to your brand's going to get melted at that point, and it's so much easier to get to the brand because the rest of your team's not being healed. This is one of the things that I first noticed about this brand comp is I actually tried to do this reroll brand to 3 thing. When it doesn't have the Shadow Hex tech, it actually feels like it's a little bit more difficult. It was kind of weird and wacky when I found that out. Right now, Pawnup is just so powerful that they don't even care that you have a 3-star brand that's in place. Nubal is trying to battle to get out of this 7th and 8th place position. Right now, Pawnup's just coasting and sailing to level 9, where you're going to stomp everybody because look at the health total just from 1 and 2, 88 to 52. This is such a massive difference. I feel like you sail to 9 and just absolutely crush everyone. For right now, it's figuring out for Pawnup how to capitalize, how to cash in and secure first. For everyone else, it's battle for that 2nd place.
Yep, very much so. Pawnup has pretty much secured what feels like to be at least a 5th place position, and he hasn't really been losing. One of the things that we have seen players do is they get to the spot and they actually level to 9, and then they just end up dying. Whoa, hold on. A 3-star Nunu almost just one-shot the Jax, but the Guardian Angel ends up becoming super clutch. Can the set 1v1 the Jax? This was a really powerful build on the previous patch to answer the Vayne, but 3-star Nunu, 3-star set, not enough to take down 2-star skirmishers. So with that, Marcel
Jax damage that fight.
Yeah.
13,000!
Jax is very, very strong. If you don't have a way to stop the Jax, will outskill you in every single fight. Marcel, first player eliminated, but there's a lot more firepower that potentially push another player right after them. Nubal at 19, and Solus and Soju all within that tier. Soju looked really good in 2nd place, but now might be a candidate to go to bottom 4 from here.
I am terrified if I am Sox at this point.
Goodness.
Cat gets Zephyr'd. That's your most powerful unit. Jax makes it to the back line, and your Cat is not out of this spot. Your Cat is getting jumped on next. It jumps over the back, starts getting swashed, but look, Jax is right there.
Whoa.
Puts a button more damage down, wipes out the rest of your back line, and this Katarina is going down.
Yeah, but more importantly, Katarina's killing a bunch of units. So as much as Sox does end up taking a loss here, that could have been way worse. I think it could have been a 7-8-0 wipe. But yeah, everything was looking good here for Pawn Up. Pretty much going to win. Let's go ahead and figure out who else in this lobby can find a way to sneak into that top 4 alongside Pawn Up, because that is all but guaranteed at this point. As we take a look at the Stage 5 carousel and see if anyone can find a way to slingshot back into the game.
Whenever I see players not grabbing Garen, that's always when I'm most concerned for them. Nubal grabbing a Shojin, Solus able to grab the Garen here. Spencer, no idea what's even going to work for theirs. Pawn Up, honestly, they don't even need the item at this point. They're just so strong. 2 more Jaxes towards the 3-star Jax, perhaps. And again, coasting to this 9 position. I think this is fantastic notion from Pawn Up here to recognize you're just so far ahead, you don't have to do too much. Get to 9, make the strongest units. Taking a look at Sox now, Cat 3, part of this lineup. This is a big deal because, as you'd mentioned, in the last fight that Sox was in, things could have gone a lot worse. The fact that the Katarina was just sweeping out so much damage is a big deal. That's one of the ways that you can secure top 4. Your lineup doesn't have to be winning every fight. It just has to not be losing them super badly. Top 4 is your first goal when you're looking at this game. But that's not the first goal when you're looking at this game. That's a misplacement, and that is massive damage loss for Katarina. Yeah,
Katarina does not get the Coven Leader buff, but with this Assassin build, it is designed to kill off units like the Vayne. In fact, Katarina was a tech choice to try and beat the Vaynes in the first place, and with the Katarina barely surviving thanks to the Guardian Angel, will that be enough? It's come down to 1v1, it's so close, and Sox gets the win over Soju anyways. And almost a fortuitous thing for both sides there. Sox gets the win, which is important, but more because he didn't buff the Katarina, perhaps Soju gets a little bit more HP than he was expecting.
This Hecarim doesn't survive either. Pocky takes another hit. Going for that Cavalier build, reroll and try to 3-star those Cavaliers. Give your team as much time as possible to fight in that spot. And you'll notice again here, for the Assassin composition, it is the Nocturne that's being dedicated to those second portions of damage. I really think this is one of your stronger ones because it's got the Revenant buff on it. It inherently has a Guardian Angel, even though it's a pretty weak one. If that unit goes unchecked for a bit, it cranks out a lot of damage and gets a lot of life back. So for Sox here, it's number 1 is positioning, and then number 2, make sure you don't mess up this Coven buff again, because that's really a big key to this. You could have won that last round a lot harder and put Soju in a much tougher spot, perhaps. Maybe you ended up killing units. Look how fast Katarina's killing stuff this fight.
Yeah, going up against another Assassin's player, which ends up cannibalizing each other. The LeBlanc gets immediately sniped off the revive off the Katarina. A big win for mismatched Sox against Spencer. And with that, pretty interesting to see 2 Assassin's players go at it in this lobby. Speaking of 2 players eliminated. Nubal taking a -4, Soju with a -3. Mismatched Sox, he's got his boys back because he ended up dealing less damage to Soju. Ended up mattering, and he gets a 6th place instead of a 7th. And with that, our top 5 has been settled at the end of Stage 5. Solus and Pokygom pretty close to being eliminated, but so is Spencer and Sox. It's now turned into who can avoid queuing up at the Pawn Up. Pawn Up has yet to lose since set 4.5, it feels like. And now at this stage, can anyone match up against Pawn Up and potentially take a first place? I'm not seeing it.
Well, the thing I am seeing for Sox is that this is a QSS that's being offered from this 5-7 round. And what that means is you have a strong option for Viego if you want. I'd say one of the biggest weaknesses of Viego is he gets popped up right as he uses that ability, and then suddenly doesn't get to steal a unit. With QSS, you got to kill the Viego, or otherwise it's stealing that unit, because there's a lot of damage that gets cranked out from this Viego spot here. So as Mismatch Sox goes to roll here, I'm curious where that QSS goes, and if they're going to wait to put it on during the fight, because that feels like a very Mismatch Sox kind of thing, is to wait for the right moment to add that QSS to have a big difference for it. So right there, rolls for the Viego, misses, ends up going with the Ivern instead, and just slams the QSS on right away. I mean, this unit right here, if it gets to steal something important, that's how you swing a big fight.
Positioned really well. Katarina's going to target that. Vel'Koz immediately trying to go for that snipe and misses. As it turns out, it jumped at the bottom left corner instead. But look at this overwhelming pressure from behind, and now it's just the Hecarim 3. Will the Hecarim 3 be able to do anything? The Viego immediately disables it, so that is going to be a comfortable victory. More importantly, scouting around to see what ends up happening. It is the Pawn Up show.
Jax! Is this Jax going to win a 1v3, basically? Look at this thing. You can't stop it. There's no Morellos.
There's no Morellos. The anti-heal isn't really kicking in enough, and Pokygom takes another loss. Pawn Up is completely unstoppable. It's really about, can anybody get into this top 4 without having to match against Pawn Up multiple times? More importantly, too, what do? Do you position to take less damage from Pawn Up, or do you position to try to beat other opponents harder? Pokygom now adding a Sejuani 3 to the pony party. So now that's a Hecarim 3 and a Sejuani 3. The Cavaliers have arrived, but is that going to be enough to get into the top 4? Because another loss here in stage 4 means Pokygom won't make it, and Solus knocking on the door of top 4 as well, as Sox tries to go for one last position swing. Going to be matching up against Solus. He has a chance to eliminate him.
Solus with the new 3 has been trying to ride this whole thing out. And I'm curious if he can get the job done here. Does have a Shadow Dragon's Claw, so critical strikes don't affect it right now. Bites down the Nocturne. Bites down the next unit, but gets Viego'd. It gets Viego'd, and it looks like that set has fallen. And there's still a lot of damage here that it has to go through, and it's not going to make it. Solus gets taken down by Mismatch Sox, and you're seeing your top 4.
No Hextech Gunblade. We call it the Chinese Nunu build because they've been doing a really good job of showing you how to use Nunu as a carry. But with that, Pokygom is able to go into top 4, able to just barely survive enough to take fewer damage points than Solus. Our top 3 has been settled. Spencer, Sox, and Pawn Up. Now, can anyone improve on this top 3? Can Spencer or Sox guarantee top 2? Can anyone take down Pawn Up? He still has yet to lose.
Pawn Up just added Viego 2 and Darius 2 to the board. I am terrified for the rest of this lobby, and frankly, I have been, pretty much since the last time I saw Pawn Up's lineup, which, as you said, feels like it was about set 4.5 at this point. They're just not losing. So Mismatch Sox trying to battle here against Spencer and secure that second position. These fights are just absolutely wacky.
Oh my goodness. Ends up taking the LeBlanc for himself and able to get the win. So Sox does seem, or rather, I had the POVs completely swapped. I apologize. Spencer was the one who had the LeBlanc 3, not Mismatch Sox. And with that, Spencer looking to have an opportunity to move into that top 2. Pawn Up, I mean, it's pretty much settled that he will crush whoever he ends up fighting. And so both of these trap claws being taken, I think that's just a nod to having some ability to try and use it in an impactful moment mid-fight. You can use trap claw to place onto a champion and interrupt a cast and negate it. And I'm going to be looking for some expert micro here.
I think that was probably my favorite play from the TFT Fates Championship, was seeing the adjustment of trap claw to shut down an Akali and win a fight as a result of it. 19 win streak for Pawn Up. 19.
Yeah, that's right. That's 4 stages worth of victories if he's able to get the win here. That'd be 20 in a row.
It might be the 2-star Rel and Jax just sitting on the bench.
That's the tech options. I mean, he's going to go for Jax 3. When you're so rich, you don't know what to do. What do? You start buying things you don't need excessively. And you start showing them off. You should start pinging his own board.
Sox versus
Rub it in the
Spencer.
face of your opponents.
It looked like Sox was a little bit ahead in that fight, but it's really tough to tell. Pawn Up lost a fight here now.
Trouble in
Sox
paradise?
not able to win that one. Spencer, 22 health left versus 74 health left. Well, right now, Pawn Up is working on just a massive board position.
Viego
Can they
time.
get this done?
Yeah, they can. I mean, Pawn Up, he was sitting on top of the mountain waiting for a challenger to make it up here. He's like, okay, it's Spencer. All right, time to get serious. Now he will try. Let's see what he's able to do now that he has to actually meaningful position against the assassin player. Gonna go for a full backline, putting Jax in the front, potentially try to avoid the jump to get onto the Jax from behind. The Zephyr does not land onto it. He gets the Zephyr but onto the Diana, not the LeBlanc. Is this going to be enough for Spencer to potentially crack?
That was a strong move from Spencer there. However, the LeBlanc ran into Pantheon and really cranked out not enough damage there. You notice Kennen is still a little bit safe in that corner. However, the LeBlanc had Guardian Angel, and it's going to take this Jax down out of its Guardian Angel. But can it do it again? It cannot, because the Jax wakes up afterwards. So Spencer drops this fight even with brilliant positioning in that one, just because so much is happening with it. Guardian Angel on Jax, which is an item that I haven't seen built on it too much, has been proving to be so valuable in this particular couple of lobbies that we've been watching.
Yes, I also want to make a call out that that was the second Viego 2 coming out from Pawn Up. He might go for a Viego 3, which I've never seen. I don't even know off the top of my head what Viego 3 does because I haven't seen it before. I'm going to go look it up.
It steals the entire board, Dan. It steals the entire board.
Wait, really?
Oh, they hit Nikos!
Oh my
I
goodness.
thought the Viego 3 thing was a joke, but like it's actually not really a joke now.
Okay. It basically one-shots a bunch of champions at that point, and the resurrected health loss is nothing. Viego 3, we might be able to see our first 3-star champion in the competitive circuit for Set 5 Reckoning. It'd be very cool, but doesn't seem to be able to find it. Viego, where are you? It could be the fact that your opponent is playing an assassin board. Nocturne 3-star is no joke if it's itemized correctly.
Oh, Jax.
Jax 3. Jax 3.
Nikos can make a Jax here. So Pawn Up doesn't quite catch it in time or has elected to hold on to it for a little bit. Blue buff gets added over to one of those Viegos right now, and we're off to another fight. LeBlanc in a fairly safe spot right now, but is again across from a Pantheon. And so a lot of this damage can get negated if this Pantheon ends up getting an ultimate off, which it does not so far. The LeBlanc chains a bunch of casts together, knocks the Guardian Angels off of Jax, knocks the Jax down, and hits Pawn Up for a pretty large amount here, down to 48 health now.
It's no joke. Stage 7 damage finds the natural Jax 3. That's why he held it, because he wanted to keep the possibility that he'd find the Jax anyways. He's uncontested on the Jax currently in the lobby. But it does come down to whether or not he has a way to answer these 3-star assassins. You saw the damage of Nocturne and LeBlanc combined. It almost annihilated the backline instantly. Pantheon's supposed to be a great tank, but yet when he gets annihilated that quickly, he can't hold off and stall in time for the other units like the Jax. But with Jax 3, is that enough? Some randomization of his board, trying to see if he can catch an impactful unit. And here we go. We're off to the races. What could be the final fight yet again, or will it?
Trundle gets Zephyr this time, and that's a huge difference. It means Pantheon gets that ability off and prevents a lot of that damage. LeBlanc falls down super early with Viego's chaining off, with Jax 3 just cranking out damage. And that is going to be a Pawn Up victory in this one, and what a victory this was. Still 13 gold left, still units to roll for, and a Nikos sitting on the bench.
Embarrassment of riches. Pawn Up, one of the underdogs that Admirable was highlighting, one of the true dark horses of this competition when you look at how stacked it is, able to get off to the races with the skirmishers. You saw why that comp is so fearsome, and when you get Jax 3, I mean, at that point, nothing can really stop you. It's the strongest comp, hitting the highest cap potential of it. He almost got Viego 3, for crying out loud, in order to get the win on that lobby.
I mean, you just can't ask for much more than that. Again, this was big win streak into coast to 9. That was the player that we knew was going to win the lobby from that point, but did get a little bit of a power check when they lost a couple of rounds. I think that even that's just something to really look at. The fact that you were able to sail to 9, slow roll on 9 with 50 gold, and still ended up losing a couple rounds. Like, that is massive power potential that you can see from a TFT lineup that's there. And so when I look at that, that always excites me, because that means you have never reached your capped potential, and frankly, you probably in TFT never can.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the scoreboards and see where everyone sits after that second lobby has finished. I heard that in the other lobby that GV8 got the win, and that is the case. Oh, it's a little bit of a throwback. Grand Vice, Kuramax, Kyun taking 1, 2, 3. I mean, that used to be what we saw very often back in the day in previous sets. So good to see a little bit of return back to normalcy, and also a huge improvement for some of them who needed that. Setsuko, Valet, Goobums, DQA, and Sphinx will round out Lobby A. When you take a look at this, Nathan, is there anything jumping out to you that we haven't mentioned yet?
The big one to me is just that DQA seems like it's been kind of a tough couple of lobbies for him so far. I mean, this was one of the Fates competitors from the championship. I feel like DQA, being one of the younger players here, I feel like this should be one of the things that they can capitalize on the most here. But these are some of the toughest lobbies, again, that you are facing right now. So if you mismanage one single thing, or you get passed, on one single thing where someone got lucky and found a unit that you needed before you, all these questions to me always boil back to how much more aggressive can you have been to be able to outpace somebody in that kind of regard. And so every single time I look at these bottom fours, the one thing I always look at, and I try to look at, is what are their strategies that they typically come up with, and then how is that not working out for them? Is this something need to change, or are they just getting unlucky? That's one of the hardest things I think it is to tell when it comes to strategy games.
I think it's a little bit of column A and column B. You can't always just put things completely down to your agency. Sometimes you're just not meant to win a lobby. Someone else has a much better start, and the conditions are right for it. But at the same time, what can you change? What are the levers that you can turn? That's what's interesting. I think another thing to point out, Lobby B saw an incredible amount of diversity, which also played into PawnUp's favor. The lack of people contesting skirmishers meant that PawnUp got free skirmishers. When you have people re-rolling Abominations, re-rolling the Ponies, re-rolling the Vayne, trying to prioritize playing Vel'Koz instead, playing 2 Assassin players, no one was challenging the Jax at all from PawnUp's side. No one was really challenging the early skirmishers. That's why you found the Pantheon super easily. That's something to consider, right? It's one of these games of chicken. If everyone else is like, I'm gonna try to take a different avenue, I'm just gonna play what's good. So it might end up working in PawnUp's favor moving forward if that ends up repeating itself.
Yeah, I think it's really something you made an excellent point with. Is it's kind of like a game of chicken. Players are trying to capitalize on things. They expect everyone to go skirmishers. So when you expect everyone to go skirmishers and you go one level ahead, and then one player goes, well, wait a second here, I'm just gonna play skirmishers then, and moves back to that level 1 spot, they get all the skirmishers. It's really easy for them to capitalize and cap out that lineup afterwards, which is exactly what we saw PawnUp do.
Right. So as we take a look and get ready to tie the standings, keep in mind this is lobby 2, or rather round 2 of 5. And after the 5 rounds today, we're going to be cutting off the bottom 8 and moving on the top 8 to tomorrow. And some really important movement too. Some of these players who are sitting at the bottom were able to get that top 4. There's also a public score sheet, so if you're in some of these channels, you can go ahead and find out. Also, if you need to find out more information about what's happening, you can always go to the link that's been going around, riot.com/TFT NA Esports, so that way you can get plugged in. There's a lot of ways for people to get involved. I know a lot of people who are watching say, how do I get an opportunity to compete in TFT? Well, the chance is right in front of you. Start grinding now to get your chance to compete with these guys.
Yeah, it's a tough thing out there, too. Trust me, I've been playing a lot of ladder. It is really hard. So if you're good enough to be beating all those players and making up there with them, I want to see you competing as well. Get out there, start playing, find some of these information that's available on these websites, and get in here and start battling, because boy, do I love seeing it. Just the amount of diversity and strategies that these players can apply, and then also at the same time, the success and the failures that come into it as well. What's causing some of these strategies to fail is always one of the most intriguing things to me, because when you don't see those opposing strategies, you can implement those things that just failed and succeed with them instead. So many times, the same comp I've had goes first place, 8th place in back-to-back games. And I'm always going, now why did that happen?
Oh, you're asking me why that happened. I don't know, Nathan. I watched.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of a rhetorical question.
What
was going on there.
I thought you were going to actually answer that, but with that, I was just told that we had the standings ready to go, so let's go ahead and show you where everyone sits as Nathan ruminates on his most recent 8th place. Spencer, right now, number 1 at 18 points, but second is a tie between Pawnup, Setsuko, and Grand Vice. Kurum, Soju, Sox, and Noob Owl, who is tied with Sphinx, will round out our top 8. That would be the cutoff if we ended right here, right now. But we got a lot more to play. DQA, Marcel, and Solus, they're at the bottom, but, you know, a couple of points doesn't really make or break the players yet. But we're going into round 3 of 5 soon, and we're going to have to hope that these players can pick it up. I mean, it's tough, though, right? In these kind of competitions, 8 players can't make it, and you can't really be upset at any of the 8 that advance from this field of 16.
I think it's kind of the beauty of the way this competition is constructed right now, is when you're taking the best players and competing them against the best players, it takes time to actually come out with who is actually the best. It takes a number of tournaments. It takes an amount of time to be able to see this kind of stuff correlate. And so to, you know, be involved with all of this that's taking place, it just feels so spectacular to be seeing. You know, we're witnessing spots of things where if these players continue to compete and continue to get to this level and continue to have to fight, after time, you will be able to easily see who was doing the strongest. It's the players who consistently made it through to those next breaks that are taking place there. So for these 16 players, it just genuinely would not surprise me to see any of them break through. You know, you come back and talk to me in 2 years, yeah, that, you know, that opinion would definitely change.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a few minutes to get set for round number 3. It's our first break of the evening. So hang tight. We'll be back with more Teamfight Tactics Challenger Series in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. Over the break, checked my portfolio, my TFT stonks. I'm down bad, Admirable. I did bet on one thing, though, that's going really well, which is will Soju qualify for Day 2? That ongoing contest, I'm breaking the top 10 soon because I invested early in Soju stonks. But for everybody else, it's looking quite dicey. Shout out to the Ball Street app. It's really fun to follow along your favorite TFT players as well as maybe get some little leg prizes along the way. Going to round number 3, Nathan, we have some new lobbies, so we're going to be jumping in. How's the first 2 rounds been for you? What's some of the highlights?
For me, I'd say that like one of the big highlights has been the players who are willing to take risks with strategies and not just absolutely adhere to following the skirmisher composition. I think that one of the reasons it's so easy to play skirmishers is because their units are just also very powerful. Like Trundle's a powerful unit, Pantheon's a powerful unit, Lee Sin's a pretty powerful unit. It's easy to get a hold of these, put them in play, and just kind of look down a couple rounds later and be like, oh, I guess I'm playing skirmishers. I found a Jax. It's very easy to follow through with that, but there are players who are actively trying to counteract that style of strategy, and players who are taking these risks in finding blue buffs and rolling for Cavaliers and trying to build Brand 3 with a Hextech Gunblade and just outlast these compositions. My hat's off to these players who are taking these risks, but so far they have been somewhat failing. I'm kind of curious if they've had the opportunity to really contest those lineups, or if risks are something that these players are being forced into taking because simply they're just not finding skirmishers or they can't find skirmishers. Those are always the questions that are going to be in my mind. Can you contest the players that are there and force them perhaps to take a step back and go, well, wait a second, I have to roll for my Jax a bit earlier, and what that means is maybe I don't have as much late game potential. Hats off to the players who are taking risks.
That's right, and we'll see. Like, a lot could continue to evolve, and certain playstyles will have to evolve as the rounds progress. From rounds 3, 4, and 5, now that you know what you need to do to either keep your placing in the top 8 or break into the top 8 from the outside, do you take bigger risks or fewer? And that's kind of a dynamic that regularly shows up in TFT tournaments. Let's go into round number 3, shall we? Hop on board with the previous lobby winner that was off our main broadcast, but he is, of course, live, is Grand Vice 8. Signed to Team Liquid recently alongside Robin Songs. I mean, you look at Grand Vice, picked as many to be one of the defining players of what it means to be a flexible, open-minded draft player in a game like TFT. This guy is so good. He's also really funny if you get to look at some of his YouTube content. Like, he likes to put out a morning news meta report in a very flashy, fun, quick-witted style. And it's great. I love Grand Vice content. He's one of my most watched channels, or TFT, on the entire side of Twitch.
Grand Vice reminds me of my friends who are just cool. And I'm like, yeah, that friend of mine is cool. Dan is cool. That's how Grand Vice reminds me of things.
I can't help but notice that, maybe the beard and the hat and kind of like the shaved head look, there's a little bit of affinity there. So I feel
crap, I got called out.
That's right. You guys are just 2 brawlers, and you just put them on the board together, and then there's some little synergy there. It'd be fun to see you 2 cats together one day.
Nice couple of pairs here for Grand Vice to start things. Not great items, I would say, though. However, Stoneplate is an item that I have been quite surprisingly struck by at how powerful this thing is. You get a couple pairs on board, get something in play, stick a Stoneplate on it, and honestly, it holds that front line for quite a while. And I'd say plays a critical role in some of the other stuff that you can do there. I'd be kind of curious to see where this ends up going right now. Tier, chain, and cloak, I really feel like do not give you any sort of commitment to anything whatsoever.
That's right, because they're all supportive items. You mentioned the possibility of Stone Plate. You mentioned there's also the Chalice of Power. There's also Frozen Heart, which goes in almost every composition, it feels like, right now. So there's a lot of flexibility for how Grand Vice can choose to do this. Finds an early Yasuo. Now, that is interesting. Yasuo is one of these 3-cost carries which has gotten a lot of attention lately. Because he could be just an earlier way to ramp up into a skirmisher comp, as well as even just play Yasuo carry. At the same time, though, he's got some quality units, right? He's got 2-star Ziggs, 2-star Kha'Zix, as well as some Spellweaver stuff. So I don't know if in his mind it would be worth selling some of this stuff in order to play that Yasuo.
Yeah, just going to use the chain for now. Honestly, like the Spellweaver thing, it's not really that exciting super early on. It's okay. I'd say that the biggest thing it's missing here is like Dawnbreaker. Like a Kha'Zix 2 with Dawnbreaker is quite a strong unit, honestly. It can kind of play like a pseudo-tank role almost in this spot. But notice the thing for Grand Vice here has mostly just been buy units that 2-star. Keep my pairs. Put just stronger things in general in play. I don't feel like Grand Vice is concerned with buffs right now in terms of synergies, and it's mostly just concerned with what are units that have more stats in play right now, because this is the earliest part of the game where that's really what matters.
Yeah, and that's what was so scary about the previous board he played that had the Forgotten buff, really powerful stuff. GV8 has introduced with the Shadow Tier and the Sword. He's scouting around. This is so smart. First, looking at what other people have been committing to that might shape his direction. Sword is much more generic, gives him an opportunity to make a Shojin or a Guardian Angel, or even potentially just hold on to this Sword. I am curious. Grand Vice is one of the hardest players to predict because he's thinking about what feels like a million different things going on at once. So usually when it comes to GV8, I just sit and watch.
Yeah, I'm not even watching like what the board is. I'm just kind of watching their face and their eyes. Like when you had mentioned, it feels like they're just thinking about a lot of different stuff. That's exactly what it felt like as I was just watching their facial reaction, looking at things. They're just so deeply focused on possibilities. And that's really what the entire game is about. It's about possibilities and finding the best way to capitalize on them.
Ooh, that's a set 2 from Goobums with the Redemption. That's really powerful stuff. I mean, even sets up Goobums to play a potential brawler board. Although, look at that Kha'Zix with Brett with Set being isolated, able to get huge bonus damage and get that win over Goobums. Set 2, no problem. And GVA can now start turning things around. He finds the Dawnbringer that you mentioned, an opportunity to perhaps play this Gragas.
Yeah, it does look like Gragas wants to make it into play here. Still have some skirmishers set aside. Don't need this 4th Kha'Zix. You need 5 more of those in order for it to work. Just kind of, very casually setting up the board real quick. Ooh, Pocky looked like... I'm sorry, not Pocky. Whoever we just looked at I had prior to that. Pocky has a blue buff, though, so that's something that's interesting to look at. I saw an Infinity Edge and a GA, I believe it was.
Yeah, New Battle had it.
Whew. That is a fantastic start to have those. Bloodthirster getting slammed here from GV8.
Oh,
and that tells me a lot.
Yeah, what does it tell you?
Well, it tells me that you want to go some sort of auto attack champion that really takes advantage of that. And I would say the biggest one who takes advantage of that is Jax.
Yeah.
I think that Bloodthirster is an item that's usable across the board in a couple of different auto attack champions, but for the most part, it is Jax. Draven uses Bloodthirster okay, but honestly, I don't think Draven needs a Bloodthirster. Like, Draven puts out so much damage when you're able to give Infinity Edge and Last Whisper that the third item there, I think, mostly wants to be related to attack speed, so they can just crank out more damage over and over again. Usually the Legionnaire buff will give them that little bit of extra spot there. So when I see that Bloodthirster slammed, it tells me that they're seeing something that is majorly signaling uncontested in terms of the Jax department this game.
Yep, and within skirmishers, it's quite a flexible item as well. But we're hopping on board instead with Kurum X, seeing how his skirmisher board is coming along. Seems just fine, as he's got the most important thing about skirmishers, which is finding the first 3 because it helps stabilize your health total. As we do see Kurum returning to his board. Let's take a look a little bit more in depth of what his options are. He did go for a Titan's Resolve Slam. That's not something that you see all the time, particularly because we see people value things like the vest and the bow separately, but not necessarily together. What's your thoughts on Titan's Resolve, Nathan, at this stage of the game?
I will say that I am a big fan of Titan's Resolve. However, I don't think in the Reckoning it has been quite as powerful as it was, say, in set 4.5 during Fates. I feel like in Fates, I use this all the time on so many different units. I feel like in this set, I don't use it nearly as much, and that could just be blindness on my end. The thing that I'm looking at with this is that there is a Shadow Rune also equipped with that, which means if this unit is getting critical strikes, it has more chances to get them because of the Shadow Rune-ons. So that means this could stack very quickly once you have a critical strike item kind of taking place with this Titans here. I think it's a very usable item. I think it's very flexible. I think that if you're needing your item to have resilience, but you can't necessarily have it have lifesteal. Like Titans and Hand of Justice, I think, could be totally fine items to stick onto a Jax at this point with this. I'm actually really excited to see how this Titan's Resolve ends up panning out and seeing if it ends up being a payoff, if it ends up being a liability, or if it just ends up being something that at the end of the day didn't really matter too much and it was just a good item to slam early so you could get some dividend out of it.
Well, I think that it really shows the flexibility of Nidalee as a champion. I think there's been some discussion about can Nidalee be a carry of skirmishers, or if you put her as a Dawnbringer. But what ends up happening is you can place this Titan's Resolve onto Mordekaiser late game, and Mordekaiser is a fantastic user of it. So this makes me feel like he's going to commit harder to the Dragon Slayer tree, with some players flex in and out. Maybe in his mind, Kerm's like, this is a decent item now. It's an amazing item in the late game.
I think that's an excellent point you make. The fact that it doesn't necessarily have to be committed to a skirmisher, but rather to a unit that you want in the skirmisher lineup. I think that's an excellent point that I was just overlooking at that spot. This is a fantastic Mordekaiser item, and I know that because every single Mordekaiser I ever lose to seems to have this item equipped to it. I can't ever kill it.
Yeah, I mean, Mordekaiser with
4 win streak.
Really nice tier by Kerm to go into the Krugs with the win streak. That's massive, because then he's going to most likely be able to make 20, and then you get that interest gold on Krugs to go to 30. Oh, also Sphinx loss. That's huge, because his loss is Kerm's gain, because now he's going to be able to be the sole beneficiary of that additional interest gold at this kind of streak level. So a really good start. Now, I want to highlight the fact that he picked up this early Aphelios with the Ranger pair, and he does have a Shadowed Rune Hurricane, and it hurts my soul to see Aphelios be picked up this early, and a lot of people are just willing to ditch him. Is there any hope, any reasoning? What would you need right now to justify keeping Aphelios here?
Oh, gosh. 3 extra gold, I guess.
How about 3 more spats?
I guess we kind of have 3 gold. This is really tough. Aphelios has been one of the hardest units I'd say to manipulate here.
No.
Yeah, it's just gone. It's always gone.
Yeah.
It's just not strong enough right now. Like the compositions that are strong are just contesting it so hard that it's like by the time one of their carries gets to your Aphelios is not carrying back. The whole job of that particular champion is to keep a front line out there, get like a Knight Bringer proc, and then just start cranking damage. But against a unit like Jax that builds its own... Jax has like its own Rage Blade on the unit. When it gets a Bloodthirster, if it gets to Aphelios, your Aphelios is pretty much just dead.
Very much so. Aphelios just needs too much time, and it doesn't have nearly as much output as the rest of the carries. So completely understandable, even though I know we were kind of joking a little bit tongue-in-cheek about keeping it. Very much a wise choice to sell it. Going up against Sphinx, another player who was potentially streaking, and look at this Nidalee go! Those extra stacks on Titans end up getting that difference maker of damage, and that Runin's outputting lots of additional DPS. And so with that... able to commandly take a position on top of the podium as long as DQ8 takes a loss here, but DQ8 is also streaking. Definitely keep in mind for. Now the question becomes, from Kerm's point of view, how much do you want to commit on the stage 3? We see some people freeze up and not actually roll that much. We see some people not even level. What's Kerm going to do now that he has the option of that bow and the glove?
Yeah, this is kind of a tough spot here, too, is just how do you want to use these items? Like, can you continue to hold these the entire time? Is going to level here and roll down a little bit. Try to strengthen this board and keep this win streak going. And I think that this is a wise move because this is probably, in my mind, one of the biggest inflection points of the game. We just saw a creep round take place, and we saw an armory take place, and it's right where you have a win streak going. So even though this isn't the latest part of the game, this could very easily be one of the most crucial parts of the game for you. And so taking it very seriously, spending the gold to roll down, and trying to strengthen this board as much as you can without spending too much gold, because you do need some gold at the end. Very last second change for that extra skirmisher there. And I'm curious to see how this fights, because right now it feels like it's tough with that brand sitting there, but boy, does that cat deal a lot of damage.
It does. I can totally understand the need for Kerm to sit and think, but he didn't have much time to reposition and even necessarily evaluate another unit to put in. He holds on to this Draven. He has this Yasuo with the Runins. I mean, this is interesting, but, the Shadow Rune doesn't apply on hit, so it does limit a little bit of his options in terms of what you can use the Runes compared to the traditional non-Shadow item version of it. Finds a Pantheon now, so does he have enough to go 6 skirmishers? I think he's got that Udyr, and I think we're missing one more from what I see.
Oh boy, do you roll here? I'm so tempted to roll, but you just lost your win streak.
Oh, another Pantheon. Doesn't make it any easier. Now it feels like you want to roll again. Oh.
Does make it a little stronger, though. Oh, did not get the Legionnaire buff off in time. Instead, it's an Udyr 1 that hits play. 5 skirmishers.
Also,
and look at that Yasuo on the other side. Infinity Edge and a Jeweled Gauntlet. Those true damage hits are critically striking every time.
it is absolutely nuts. I mean, just the auto attacks. Just look at it. Every single chop. Like a hot knife through butter. Yasuo, been in TFT since day one. One of the few champions that's been in every single set showing off some power as Nubal is trying to turn around this game for him. Or rather, I apologize. Nubal is actually third in the standings, now moving up to top 2, which incidentally bumps him out of a carousel priority pick. I'm interested to see where he goes with this, i.e. Infinity Edge plus Jewel Gauntlet is a combination that can go on a multitude of things. Is he perhaps building bridges to maybe even go into Vel'Koz? I'm curious.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I feel like Infinity Edge and Jeweled Gauntlet sit best on backline champions. Though backline champions carrying those items, if they don't get touched, they just shred the board. They crank so much damage. They can work on frontline champions, and I've totally had Yasuo carry this for a very long time. But right now, for Nubal, you'll notice that there's a Rel on the side, there's all these skirmishers being built up on the side, there's a Rise being picked up. I think there are so many different things that can happen here that Nubal's economy is having to be hurt a little bit just to hang on to all these items. So I'm curious, like, what can this actually affect? Like, this is not a skirmisher build that you have at the front here, even though you're picking a bunch of skirmishers.
Oh.
They're mostly holding place. Nubal's rolling at this point, too, to try to get something here a little bit more identified, a little more stable. This is a lot of gold you're holding on the bench that's having zero impact on the game right now.
Yeah, it makes sense. A pair of Mordekaisers, a pair of Trundles, but 17 gold on the bench when you're at 32, it just feels like a lot of players would be like, do you sell up to 50? Not when you're holding some of the best pairs in the game at this stage of stage 3, right? So it makes sense for Nubal to hold on to it, and because he's holding so many impactful pairs, he felt like a single roll could have been okay to give him a powerful hit. Ends up taking a pretty significant loss and moves immediately from second down to the bottom 4, and can just show you how close this lobby is, which is what you want to see. Outside of Grand Vice, Goo Bums all the way up to even Sphinx and DQA, it is very close compared to what we usually see. In the past lobbies, it was one player or two players that were largely ahead and everybody else taking big damage. It does not seem to be the case here in game number 3.
Grand Vice moving up to 7 as well. Has a Darius and a Jax that's fully loaded right now.
Wow, Darius on 7. Very, very strong. But, kind of tunneling in back into what Nubal's position is, I'm very curious because he also has this bow and this glove and this cloak can still just commit to a skirmisher build. Meanwhile, going up against Spencer, who does have the blue buff and the Jewel Gauntlet, indicating that he wants to play more of that AP tree. And if you can get this win against Spencer, Nubal has had a pretty solid stage 3. So let's take some inventory here, Nathan, as we wrap up the rest of the stage.
Yeah, I think this is a big one here. Sphinx still coming out on top of this one. Grand Vice clearly turning things back around. DQA had a couple of losses in this one, but, board was still looking pretty good heading into this.
Whoa.
And so now, when we're looking at this, look at Nubal's bench. There are a pair of Mordekaisers. There's a Rise. There's a Draven. There's pairs of skirmishers everywhere. There's a Rel sitting on the bench right now. And again, the items are not necessarily skirmisher items right now, although I think that can still be crafted that way. I'll be really curious to see where Nubal goes with this, because I think that while your options have been kind of halved, it's halved still in a very wide margin. Pretty much anything that's attacking, and even similarly, some small casters, I think, could be put into this. With no tier showing up here, though, and mostly just support items, I feel like you're going to have to commit to something that's attacking here. Finds a Jax right away, finds a Trundle too, and I feel like this is quickly closing in on where you want this composition to go.
I really love the idea of even going for Draven from this position as well. I could see it all. I could see it all happening. And he just needs one Diana, and you'll have the 4 Legionnaire, 4 Dragonslayer available to him. It's going to be a little bit tricky, of course, because he's only at level 7. But we shall see. Ooh, almost a little misposition, trying to improve his front line. But no true hard committal from Nubal just yet. And that is the line that he's going to have to toe a lot as he goes into this mid-stage of the game. Going against Goo Bums, who does have the skirmishers, who does have the Mordekaiser going on, literally holding the Jax items for now, so very contested. It's a complete opposite of the previous lobby. It felt like what we saw in Game 2, only one player was going for skirmishers, led to a very easy skirmishers first place. Yeah. With so many people going for it, it's not only contested, but the health totals are much more close. The parity is better this game by a mile.
Yes, and the thing that I noticed for Goobums there was that there was no Jax at all, and so that is a tough roll down that they're facing right now. They did not complete exactly what they were looking for. So kind of looking back on Nubal here, notice the Shadow Ionic Spark is the first item slammed afterwards for this, and I think that that is actually one of the strongest Mordekaiser items that I had completely overlooked, is that as the game continues to go, that cranks a lot of extra AP onto Mordekaiser, and when it gets to the end, he's even stronger than he normally is. You know, we talked about how Titan's Resolve is a good Mordekaiser item. I feel like this Shadow Ionic Spark is also a very strong Mordekaiser item that is not part of, like, I would say the best in slot category that's often being defined there. Jax gets moved into play for the Ironclad here, and then debating on whether or not you want to use the Stoneplate and where you want to use it. But already look at that Mordekaiser, up to 100 extra AP. I can't even talk. It's like a cryptocurrency attached to that thing right now.
That's right. Mordekaiser rocketing up and down more than Dogecoin at the moment, and it seems like Nubal is going to cruise to a victory. The Dark Spark has been very impactful on a multitude of champions, but we start to see some separation from the pack. GV8 making a comeback from 8th place. Goobums down in Goobums is at 36 HP, starting to separate himself dubiously from the pack, but right there in the middle, here's an interesting question for a lot of these players. Will you be willing to take a little bit extra damage for a better pick? It completely depends on their state of the board, how their itemizations are working out, and most importantly, where you see yourself in the game and where your outs are by the end of Stage 4.
Something I really want to point out here for Nubal as well, as this fight gets underway, facing a Viego that gets immediately onto Jax, is that Nubal has been really focused on staying around 30 gold. Almost every single thing I've seen them do, they're trying to stick around 30 gold as they continue to make this decision. So until Nubal feels like they need to go all in, it feels like 30 gold is about the most that they feel like they need to have in these spots. Right now, Nubal just got absolutely punished for this, and notice that the opponent has spent more gold than that. You expect to be weaker spots in them than that. I think one of the keys is balancing out that total and finding yourself as in the total macro score of the game right now. For Nubal, it's just continue to slowly build it up until it gets strong enough to fight for this. And I think that's one of the big advantages you get from having a high life total early on. From having those big win streaks, you have the health to make those kinds of choices.
Hopping on board with Sphinx, who does get last choice, has a floating belt. Not entirely sure what he wants to complete off of here. You can just take a generic item. People like taking some of these defensive items late game as well. Not to mention, Rise is just a good unit. So we shall see. As Sphinx does have the 6 skirmishers online, I'm starting to see a trend of players who are doing well in this lobby versus players who are in the bottom 4 of what their composition are. It does seem like skirmishers are back in full force here in game number 3. But more importantly, Sphinx has that Viego 2, or sorry, Mordekaiser 2, or should we say Moonekaiser with the Mord coin skyrocketing with the Ionic Spark. That's the catalyst for the news. But the Viego on stage 4 is going to be so good.
In this lobby. Everyone's skirmishers.
Oh, gosh. Well, not Pokygom. That's a Vel'Koz 2. But that's also a Rel that just jumped straight to the back line. Will Vel'Koz be able to get the time? The ability to cast? The timing does line up favorably, so the Vel'Koz does get to cast after the stun. But the Jax has cracked.
Jax? You can't stop the Jax.
Oh.
But you can't stop it with the rest of the units, though. Sphinx falls at the very end, but you'll notice that for Pocky there, I'd actually say one of the beneficial things was the fact that Rel ran at the time it did. I think if it ran a little bit later, that first Vel'Koz beam gets interrupted, and you probably lose that fight. So when you see that Rel just charge to the back like that, you're like, what's this thing doing here? They got all these units in the front line. The fact that it stunned a little bit early was actually beneficial. So the fact that it's blue buff instead of Shojin actually could have been beneficial in that particular fight, which is very unusual that's the case. But that's, little variables like that are what really affect TFT. And as I'm looking around this board, it's Assassins, the Vel'Koz player, and then nothing but skirmishers.
Yeah.
So who's battling for this and who's going to be the first ones to fall? I recall that Goobums did not have a Jax last time we saw, but I haven't seen it since then. You'll notice a lot of players have a 2-star Jax as well. So if Goobums is still in search for that, things are pretty much just disastrous on that end. I'm looking at this fight versus Grand Vice. I think Sphinx is totally okay here. Sphinx is kind of floating in that middle gold portion, just kind of thinking, when am I going to be able to get to level 8 at this point and get the final cap that's on this board? I think it's going to be tough to do, and the Viego, I think, is one of your units that's trying to do the most carry of it. You're going to be taking damage, but you're not in the 8th place position because you have a 2-star Jax in these skirmisher fights.
Yeah, and it does seem like Sphinx's positioning is not really working out. He's not getting like the proper lineups on Viego. The Frozen Heart isn't even really applying to big portions of the back line, largely because everyone's playing a full frontline carry composition, it feels like. Ooh, quick peek back into Noob Owl land. He is going back into the Draven territory, and I think that's a good choice given that how contested Jax is in this lobby is a complete 180 from the previous. And we also mentioned that Draven is still a completely viable comp to get into the top 4, even if it's not necessarily going to always get you into the top 1.
Yeah, I think that Draven is a pretty smart recognition here, and you're going to be able to move that direction and perhaps be able to punish some players because everyone's going for the skirmisher comp. Again, they're going to have some weak points there, so can you identify them and actually outscale them in that position? For Sphinx here, this feels like just kind of a difficulty of making items right now. Like you have a Zephyr floating at this point, and there's a GA plus a QSS that's on this Jax right now. So this feels like a really difficult Jax, I think, to get moving and really break apart lineups very quickly. And that, to me, is the most interesting part, is can this Jax that has 2 defensive items be enough to crack apart teams that are trying to fight against this? The QSS right now done a huge amount in this fight.
Yeah, and Jax gets the leap immediately, turns around and one-taps the Katarina. This ain't Valorant, Jax. But ends up getting the big snipes onto the backline axis, and Spencer's Assassins goes down pretty easily. I like this tree that Spencer's committing to. Assassins do not seem to be contested across all the lobbies, but it does end up meeting the ironclad wall of Rel and Jax. Now we go to 8. Immediate rolls here from Sphinx, seeing if he can continue to add to his lead. Looking for some good complementary units. Finds an opportunity to play the Volibear as well. I actually like this. Volibear has gone from one of the most ubiquitous frontliners in the late game to feeling like he's not being represented at all. And I strongly urge players to reevaluate that. I think Volibear is such a good unit to tech as a one-off, especially when you have such a strong frontline like this.
That is a very strong Jax on the front line. On the other side, though, holy moly, that is not a Jax I want to face. Rel gets the stun off, and Viego peeling the trundle right now. The Jax gets surrounded and collapsed. Goobums still on level 7, and finally able to find a Jax with items on it, but the lineup is not enough.
This is big damage.
Holy smokes!
Is he dead?
Goobums out in 8th place, I believe. That's it, and DQA has fallen. DQA was second coming into stage 4. You flash forward to the beginning of stage 5. DQA is 1 fight away from being knocked out of this lobby.
Kurum also took a loss. I wasn't sure if he would take a huge hit similar to Goobums, but does seem to be losing by less. A lot of pressures being applied to the bottom of the standings. That positioning from Sphinx was all the difference in the world. We mentioned how Viego needed to get into a better spot, but that Rel just tanking Jax ad infinitum is adding huge value to Sphinx's board. Let's hop on board with Pokygom. When everyone else is going left, you can go right. Pokygom has what feels like the lone Vel'Koz in this lobby, but that is an intimidating board, and he's not necessarily positioned well into Grand Vice. And so we'll see if this is enough for the Vel'Koz to take down the army. Jax finally getting past the front line.
Ooh,
the Kindred activates, giving opportunity for Vel'Koz to cast one more time. It's very close. Pocky trying to apply the pressure to Grand Vice, but Jax refuses to die. A sight we've seen so many times before. And with that, after 5-4 carousel has been reached, Kurum is the sole possessor of 7th place with DKOA right behind him. This lobby's starting to heat up here, Admirable.
It is, and something I'm noticing here for Pocky is they almost won this fight, and Vel'Koz only has 2 items. Now, Vel'Koz is still going to have 2 items after this, but you get to add perhaps Chalice to that or Dragon's Claw. Wanted to go for Dragon's Claw because that's going to suppress the amount of damage that Vel'Koz is going to be dealing here, but when you add a Chalice onto this, it means your Vel'Koz is hitting just that little bit harder. And sometimes that's all that it takes. You'll notice that the front line here isn't fantastic for Pocky either, but that Pocky has a decent amount of gold, They're at the lead in terms of life total, and this is recognition of what the other players are doing. Your Vel'Koz isn't full, but nobody else was going this direction, so it was so easy to capitalize on this. This was, mind you, with the redemption procs that are cooling off the AoE damage that was being dealt to the rest of that team. So I have a very high confidence for Pocky here to be able to capitalize on this and turn this into potentially a winning game here. The Assassins, I don't think they're as scary as they look. They are very scary, but this Vel'Koz cast melts the board away.
The Diana not being able to get the cast whatsoever, that's such a huge difference maker. If it rearranged everything, then the Kindred wouldn't be able to cover it with their cast, and as a result, Vel'Koz able to get a secondary ability off. But just look at the Assassins.
The Rise!
The Assassins is able to naturally counter the Vel'Koz. And I also have to make another observation here. I have seen a lot of Vel'Koz players prioritize Quicksilver as their third item. There was a Quicksilver available, and he chose to instead favor more power. And when you do so, you don't have to worry about things like Diana repositioning your Vel'Koz or interrupting the cast in the very beginning. However, maybe Pocky says the first 8 seconds of the fight, I feel pretty confident I'm going to be able to do that. I have Kindred. I can keep it safe. I'm going to go for more power. Speaking of more power, Spencer just hit a Morgana 3. I guess Pocky's glad that he hit him when he did.
Going against Sphinx right now. Zephyrs trade off a little bit here. And I'm looking at that Jax. It's right in the center. Lined up for this Vel'Koz right now. Can Vel'Koz take it down? Procs the GA. And the Vel'Koz is still safe at this point. Jax gets to that back line there. Knocks down the Zyra before it gets a cast. But look at that second Vel'Koz beam. Maximum power that had. Saved by the Kindred as well. And this Darius with the Dragon Claw cannot survive it. Sphinx takes a small little poke here. But for Pocky, again, this is just alleviated breath for the idea that this can be the comp that can really get you there. Another Chalice gets found. How on earth can that Chalice get attached to this Vel'Koz now? Do you just stick it on the Vel'Koz at this point? Is kind of what I'm wondering. But for right now, I'm looking at Pocky's spot and that smile that's on his face and thinking they're wanting to go to level 9 at this point and readjust this board a little bit. And frankly, I think with 47 health and a top 4 already secured for this, DQA knockdown, players getting their totals here, this is like the final stage of the game that we're going to see because life totals are pretty darn low and they're pretty darn close.
Very, very close indeed. And I don't know how confident Pocky feels to go 9 here. Obviously, his board can't get that much better. Like, you could roll for, like, the one copy of Garen. You could roll for Rel 2. So, in his mind, he feels like he has to go to 9. But this is also a very flimsy board that could easily take 2 nasty losses, and then you're down to your last life in Stage 6. We've seen a lot of players who's like, oh, I have half my health in Stage 6. I should be totally fine. And at the same time, the moment you start losing, it feels like everything crumbles all at once. So let's see what Pokygom can do. If he can stabilize, we have a clear 9. But this fight is so important.
Jax gets pushed up by the Zephyr there. Notice the positioning on the Lux as well. It casts that shield backwards in that spot, but you'll notice that the Jax was not in that first beam as well. So that initial comp that's out there, it's still out there fighting and buying some time. But that first Kindred ultimate, it's really doing very little. Zyra falls now, and there's the cast again, but you'll notice it wasn't nearly enough. I'm actually curious if Zephyring the Jax there is the call you want to be making instead of Zephyring something else. Grand Vice delivering a big hit there to Pocky, as Pocky had pre-ticked some of the levels there. Nubal taking a hit as well. Life total's still very close. Sphinx still on top of this one, and look at that. Pocky just sends it all and goes straight to 9. Adds a Viego to this board.
I mean, Viego is so good in these late game. Many peg him as the best legendary, the best 5 cost in the game. Sovereign's Domination, such a powerful effect. If you have a bunch of AoE damage too, it complements Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz will make things very weak, and so when Viego traps them in his domination, it's going to be difficult for your opponents to interact with, especially if they're able to steal that champion. Hopping on board with Nubal, who looked pretty good in the early game. Positions pretty nastily into Pokygom, but he's got the Zephyr. But it's also a double-sided sword here, or double-edged sword, because the Vel'Koz will come back with more power. Draven's trying to work on the front line as best he can, and now the Mordekaiser has powered up. Is this enough time? Has the Zephyr stalled for long enough? The answer might be no. Vel'Koz is dealing so much damage, but Mordekaiser comes back. The Dark Spark getting 200 AP, an additional bunch of steroid damage. It's not enough. New Bao not able to crush through the front line, and Pokigam able to stall just long enough to survive his Fast 9.
That was a crazy fight that took place because New Bao had to have some pretty next level positioning there to be able to even trick Pocky into thinking, you know what, that Vel'Koz, it's safe in this spot right now. It was a double reposition of the Lee Sin that stuck it to the back that pushed that Vel'Koz up to the top of that point. It just took too long to chew through that front line. And so what I'm looking at there is that there's a Guardian Angel on the Draven right now. That saved it from being chewed apart, and I think that initially it got rid of more of the board. But if that was just a third damage item, I think that might have been a winnable fight there for New Bao. It just feels like it's impossible to get those items shifted at this point. And you'll notice continuing to land these big Zephyr procs shuts down the Viego from Grand Vice's side, and that leaves that Draven totally unchecked for most of this fight.
That's right. The longer Draven can survive, the higher chance you have to win. It's the same with any hyper carry composition like this. Mordekaiser has turned the coat, and now we'll be fighting against the Draven. It's a battle of the Legionnaires, and that was such a big Viego steal. Draven not able to clean up the rest, and that is going to be another loss for New Bao. It's very close. So in some ways, a great Zephyr. In others, it might have been his undoing, and that is the double-edged nature of the Shadow Zephyr. Looking for an opportunity to potentially pick up the Shroud, does not get it. What's the next best item? Is it instead completing an item? It is with that glove. What is he trying to complete? I didn't get a chance to look. Oh, a Shroud of his own. He has a Shroud onto his own Pantheon.
So they were looking for the Nightmare Shroud. And just forced to roll down here. Says, I can't make it to 8. I have to just improve this however I can. Viego over the Morgana. Sure, why not? Morgana over the Lee Sin. Sure, why not?
I mean, it's also adding a lot of CC. I don't think the Lee Sin backline makes a huge difference. I don't think the extra skirmisher there makes a big difference. But what does is the Shroud and the Zephyr positioning. And you can see that New Bao trying to reposition as best he can, looking for an opportunity to snipe the Jax, and he does. Perfect calculation. His Diana gets Zephyr, which is not the end of the world. But more importantly, can Draven and Mordekaiser do a lot of the heavy lift by the time Jax drops? Jax has finally arrived to the battle, but it is way too late. How much damage is Sphinx going to take here?
This is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. I think is about close to the maximum damage you can even deal in Stage 6.
21 damage. Sphinx is now down to 3. Everybody in single-digit health points outside of Grand Vice. GV8 was able to win game number 2. Is he seriously going to win back-to-back lobbies here? That's something that New Bao did. That's New Bao's move. You can't do that.
It's just crazy how much this is swapped in this top 4. Like, it went from an even fight to Grand Vice picking up the win streak and everyone else falling to a single hit left in order to fight for their spot. So every single move that you make is indicative of where you will find yourself in this top 4 position.
Draven top left to avoid the Vel'Koz? What is this sorcery? He gets Zephyred anyways because it is the closest enemy to the Zephyr in the top right corner with the Lux. So with that,
it avoids the beam. It has no chance of running into the beam because it always has something in range. But it's not finding itself focusing on the Vel'Koz. It's got to hit the Vel'Koz.
It's just not happening. Right now he's looking at the other people, seeing if there's any chance that he does not take a 4th place, and he takes fewer damage than Sphinx. So that is going to be a top 3 for New Bao, well earned, and Sphinx, what looked like to be a good position to go into top 2, not able to do it. Pokigam, the only player that felt like was playing this Vel'Koz, able to find an opportunity. That's kind of what you like to see, to be honest. You want to see the players who feel like they're uncontested be rewarded for it. But the story does become, can anyone take down Grand Vice, who is looking very good here in game number 3. Finds a static shiv. Not the best item for him, but he might take it. On the other side, what did we see Pokigam get?
I think it was a QSS, and that is a big deal for the for the Viego that they have as well. You know, it's the biggest weakness, I'd say, of Viego is getting popped up at some point when you're trying to channel that ultimate and steal a unit. And so I'm looking at Pocky's side, buys a Teemo to get a little bit of extra rolling gold here and seeing if they can capitalize on this. But right now, Grand Vice is about as capped out as you're going to get. So positioning here that's top dollar at this moment. You're trying to avoid this beam however you can and get the maximum value from it. Where does this static shift go if they're even paying attention to this at this point?
Someone that can just cast a little bit faster, but the Shroud does land into the Jax. And now the Viego is jumping directly into the fray, trying to see if he can steal another unit, but not really able to do much, and the Vel'Koz is really well protected. That being said, Jax is finally starting to ramp up, and now here comes the second cast for Vel'Koz to try to eliminate, targeting the Jax, trying to get as much damage out as possible, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Jax is now crushing through the front line, and I think GV8 might have done it. The Spellweaver stun is not going to be enough. Jax will revive and get max attack speed, but look at that! GV8 does end up taking a loss. That is correct. Guardian Angel does not give you a ton of health back, so you got to make the best with what you can. Did Pokygom turn this around here, Nathan?
They can, and something that was really notable about that was that Pocky didn't. I don't believe they used the QSS. I think that they held on to it, and what that means is they maybe have another opportunity to use that QSS at a momentary time in the fight and pick a spot where you can cancel some sort of crowd control effect that happens to your units. Right now, GV8 has spent so much time rolling, there's very little time to pay attention to positioning. Goes ahead and swaps the sides of the board.
You're right.
And there we go. There's the QSS on the Heimerdinger right now, so it cannot be pulled out of place. And this is what I'm looking forward to here. How does this change things? Because right now, that Jax is up in the face of everybody right now.
I think that's slightly okay unless the Vel'Koz is able to target again. And now Jax is through to the back line.
Oh, no.
It's a very big moment. The Vel'Koz goes down, and with that, the Viego is going to steal everything else. I think Grand Vice might be able to do it. There's not a lot of DPS left unless this Viego can change everything and start to turn some of the enemies against him. That's not going to be the case. Pokygom's Kindred is the lone survivor to tell the tale, and that is going to be it for Game 3. Grand Vice back-to-back wins. He's normally known as the flex player, but he's able to play the deep comps like skirmishers as well and use it to perfection. Well done. So that's going to wrap up our first 3 rounds here. What a game that was, Admirable.
7-2 is where that ended. I cannot remember the last time I had a game go to 7-2, and I can't remember the last time I saw a game go to 7-2 either. That is so deep into the game. It's so hard for that to happen because all the life totals have to get close. As you increase those stages, that damage keeps ramping up to massive amounts. I'm not sure it can really go much further than that, given anything that's happened there. And the way that last fight took place, just, my gosh, what powerful boards that players have on 7-2.
Let's take a look at what happened in that lobby exactly to see, what was going on in the other lobby as well that we didn't get to see. It was a long one here in Lobby A. But in Lobby B, Cloud9 Soju able to take that win behind Setsuka, who got a win earlier today, and Pawn Up following up that top one with a 3rd place. Soju's duo partner Kiyun also rounding up that top 4, but for Valet, Mismatch Socks, Marcel, and Solus, seems like they took that bottom 4. Solus in particular going to be struggling a lot with that 8th place.
Yeah, and I've noticed that Mismatch Socks, it feels like a lot of this set has been tough for Socks because it feels like there's commitments that you have to make a little bit earlier, I'd say, that they are wanting to make. That tends to be the way that I interpret a lot of Reckoning so far on this particular patch. Your items early on drive a lot of how you're going to build your team, and those items, if they're not slammed early on, you end up taking some pretty serious damage at times because the teams just get pretty powerful pretty early on. And so I think for Mismatch Socks in this flex style, it is a little bit of a struggle, and so it's kind of tough to keep seeing this. What is Mismatch Socks not doing that the other players are doing? That's really my biggest question for this, because I think that when I look at these 16 players, he certainly comes out in my mind as one of the top 5.
That's right, and with only 2 lobbies left, it's going to be tough. We've been seeing some really good plays out of the players, with how they're adapting the positioning in these late game stuff. It's so interesting, so if you want to follow along with them, they're all live and streaming their POV as well. Let's look at what the top 16 looks like right now. The top 8 moves on day 2, and so far, if we were to cut off right now, it'd be Grand Vice, Setsuko, Pawn Up, Spencer, Soju, Kurum, Newell, and Pokygom, and right on the outside looking in is Sphinx and Kiyun and Socks right now. It's just a few points, but you don't have that much time left.
You really do not. It's just a couple of games at this point, and you need to be getting some big performances here, because when I'm looking at, say, Valet's side, for instance, it's still not impossible to make it to this top 8, but you're going to have to be picking up some wins. And so if you're in that spot where you're just above that 10-point range, it is time to start taking some risks. First place will really matter to you at this point. When you're in Grand Vice's spot, start to dust off your hands. Just make sure you're not getting 8th and 7th place, I think, at that point. But when you're in that middle range and you're having to compete for that 8th place spot, it is time to start ramping this up. You need some big finishes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you mapped it out perfectly. Some players just have to play a little bit safe, and if you're playing a composition that you don't feel like you can go 8th with very often, that's a very solid plan for GV8 Setsuko and maybe even Pawn Up. But we've also seen some players feel like they throw away the lead if they're not careful, so we'll see how that goes, as I believe we're going to be hopping on to Lobby B for game number 4. We're only playing 5 today, so 2 more remain. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw as well. Another, what felt like correction on the other side. We went from no skirmisher comps in one lobby to almost everybody contesting skirmishers except for like 1 or 2 players. I think Spencer's playing Assassins and Pokygon was playing the Vel'Koz, and then in the end Nubal pivoted into Draven. And with that, you end up seeing some players who end up going their own way, having a lot of success here.
Yeah, and some of that could just boil down to the way that players, shops keep rolling out. If you find a bunch of skirmishers in the middle of the game and you complete a couple of them, and what you have is physical damage items, it really leans you over towards that skirmisher side of things. So it could have been part of that lobby. It could have been meta over adjustment. My assumption right now is meta over adjustment, because there was just really very few skirmisher players in the lobby prior to that. So that's what I'm looking at for this one as we get underway into game number 4 with the carousel here. We're going to be on Pawn Up's lineup. And again, Pawn Up was one of the players that I had, at the start of this, really pointed out as an underdog. It was one of the players that I could not find really much information about other than what was available from their Teamfight Tactics ladder. So I think coming into this, that Pawn Up and Pokygon really were the 2 players that stood out to me as the players who had something really to prove in this one. And so far, it feels like Pawn Up has really been proving it so far. They've shown that they have a great recognition of the spot that they are in and how to capitalize on those spots once they're there as well.
Pawn Up starting on Glove. Pretty underrated starting item, I think. Very versatile. It can combine into a multitude of things. Obviously, good damage items that people think about. Infinity Edge, Jewel Gauntlet, even Last Whisper, which helps amplify your damage moving forward. But also the utility that you see off of it is really good if you need to, say, play Shroud in the late game, or in this case, I've actually seen players even slam a Trap Claw in the early stages of the game. It's not very common, but it does have its use case of it. That being said, you look at this rod and you're immediately thinking, can I slam a Jewel Gauntlet and move forward with our life? And with Pawn Up, just has to play pretty safe, right? He's in the top 3 of points, doesn't have to take any big risks here.
Yeah, and I think that's a really big indicator to assume that Pawn Up will be slamming a few more items. Although I think that there is a chance that they just really, really want to maybe overprove this and just try to get some more wins out of this. I think that establishing your position as being super strong in here and coming out on top going into day number 2, I don't think that's an unrealistic thing that you can have and really put in the back of people's minds that, hey, you're a little bit stronger than maybe they thought you were coming into this. Let's show it to them.
Speaking of strong, finding that early Pantheon, Pawn Up fans love to see that. Although I guess Pawn Up is just making new fans, right? Like getting his name out there and having name recognition is a really big part of TFT. Choosing Lissandra as the 4th unit, which is pretty interesting. A lot of people consider Lissandra to be one of the weakest units currently in this meta. But with Renewer, maybe perhaps giving a chance for him to have a little bit of extra synergy there. I'm okay with it.
I'm a little bit curious about this. I've lost a lot of favor for Lissandra. I feel like she got nerfed pretty hard in the last patch, and you'll notice that the 2 of them got melted pretty quickly as well. They are 1-star units. They don't have any items involved, and the only synergy they have is Renewer. So not really too much of an expectation to see them get nerfed, but really sad about this Kha'Zix not being able to kill the Gragas before the first ability use there. Yeah. Pawn Up going to be taking a 5 damage hit. We're just right off the first one here, and no items slammed yet, but there's an Infinity Edge if you want it. And there's also a Nocturne now, so this is multiple Assassins and a Katarina sitting in the window as well. When I have Infinity Edge and I have Assassins, that definitely starts to pique my interest a bit.
Right, and it has the Lissandra, right, for the Coven to potentially build into as well. This is interesting. This is very interesting.
Has what I would consider the strongest tank prior to level 6 that you can possibly have. It's a Pantheon with a belt.
That's right. Even going to level 7. I've seen... Let's be very real here. We've seen 1-star Pantheon get people to level 8 very easily as well. So, in my opinion, yes. Pantheon is bar none the best tank right now, especially with that damage reduction. Mismatch Socks with an early level 5 on 2-2. We've talked a lot about this. We actually haven't seen many people do this so far today, only a handful of aggressive leveling, but gonna be playing the Shadow Hand of Justice with the Riven and getting that full pressure onto the Assassins. And despite that, it became kind of close. That level 5, I think, made a pretty profound impact for Socks, because that could have easily gone the other way.
You know, a lot of times when I hear about flex players, one of the first things I think about is watching them, because they stay open to styles, and you know they don't have commitments to things. I think a lot of the reasons they don't have commitments to things is because they're actually pretty aggressive with leveling.
Oh my God.
And when I see that from Socks over there to have that aggressive level, it's really not much of a surprise to me. I think that this is the territory where Mismatch Socks can really capitalize on players too. If they can get a big win streak moving and players can't stop them, I think that really puts them in a tough position. So that's something I'm looking out for there. Can Mismatch Socks keep that win streak up through Krugs?
Checking on board with Setsuko, who has another really good early win streak combination. Very powerful items on a Callista too. Has the Abomination and the Brawlers. I mean, this is a recipe for a win streak if Setsuko can clear certain hurdles, right? Like first problem is that there's kind of a frontline issue. By the time the monstrosity ends up coming out, maybe they surround your Callista. So this does look like a potential loss here. The 1-star Pantheon, the 1-star Trundle, just ganging up on the Callista. I kind of want to see what happens. I don't know who wins this.
God, Trundle is just such a strong unit. I'll tell you what, the Bloodthirster shield, it helps a little bit here, but Trundle just steals stuff. And there's no... how can a unit that doesn't have any stuns or effects or any burst damage beat that? Trundle steals your health and your MR and your armor. That's so tough to beat.
Good lord. That's a 1-star naked Trundle. What happens when you put what feels like a legendary power into a 2-cost, and you're watching it happen right before it? It's almost like Trundle had Cruel from Teemo, right? We should just add the tag onto him. When he 1v1s, he wins.
Cruel. Yeah, pack it up. It's Trundle 1v1. Or in some cases versus Set 3 and Zyra 3.
Yeah, that's right. For sure. At this point, oh wow, hold on. When you pre-level to 5, you're really hoping to hit a defining 4-cost carry. These were the 4-cost carries several patches ago, Karma and Aphelios. And despite hitting it early, hitting early, Valet hits an Aatrox 3. Can we switch to his POV? This is spicy. I want to see what's going on here.
That is very unusual that players hit 3-star units this early.
What?
You're not really rolling for that when that happens. I think it just kind of shows up in the window. And I think that for Setsuko here, not buying any of these 4-cost units here, these aren't the ones you were hoping to see. These were the thing a couple patches ago, but right now, you have 2 physical damage items. I think the Aphelios might have really piqued your interest last patch, but just Aphelios is not strong enough, I think, to compete with a lot of the stuff right now. And you'll notice that right now the Aatrox at 3-star is getting taken down.
Sell it all. Valet, I'm sorry.
Get rid of it.
That stinks. Also, I feel like in a world where Trundle exists in the game, this is going to be a liability moving forward.
Oh, no. Why would you mention it?
I'm not sure. I'm selling my Aatrox stocks now while I have a chance.
Okay. New plan. Stick the Redeems in the front. Let the Aatrox absorb those.
Okay. I'm down. So frontline Varus.
Then you come in battle.
Yeah, frontline Varus. I like that. Look, I'm going to quit while I'm behind is how I'm viewing it right now.
He's cashing on the extra gold. All right, it's got to be able to do something. Oh, there's a Trundle right here. But can it focus the Trundle? It gets on the Trundle first. So a lot of this just boils down to how much damage this thing takes.
Oh my god. Trundle just stole like so much HP and sustain for the fight. But yeah, jokes aside, this Aatrox is super tanky. I think the big problem in Valet right now is comp is that he doesn't actually have a lot of damage. He's got what feels like infinite tankiness because of the Warmogs plus the Aatrox. And sometimes that's enough to get there. But when you're going up against another high damage composition, like what Setsuko had with the Callista, Infinity Edge, and Bloodthirster, lots of sustain, the Aatrox is going to run into issues. Now, we look at what Valet's trying to do. It seems like he's trying to eventually go for a composition that we don't actually talk a lot about, which is Kale. Kale is one of the strongest comps in the game. The challenge is getting to there. It's almost the entire metagame in itself. If you're looking at like Settlers of Catan type win conditions, it's like one of the most unique things that you can do. Is like, I've collected 10 victory points by buying all these cards, and you're like, what? Where did that come from? And I feel like that's what Kale represents. She's just like this I win trump card that comes out of nowhere, but you have to get there without losing the game first, which is the problem. And he has all these knights, but these knights are kind of valuable to that core idea of what you want to be doing. So definitely a balance to be struck. But the most important hurdle to clear is also the itemization. Has the Rage Blade available, you can immediately slam that. I'm curious to see if this is going to work out, because no one has seemed to be trying to play Kale on our broadcast so far.
Yeah, I've tried to play a ton of Kale too. I was actually like a Kale forcer for a bit, and as soon as you had started to mention there's a composition, I was like, I'm glad he's going this way. It's such an excellent point, because Kale is one of the hardest compositions, I think, to make it to that's out there right now. And I think the fact that you're seeing an Aatrox 3 wearing a Warmogs prior to stage 3 and it losing around is a pretty great example of why it's so hard to get to Kale. It's because it's tough to build a lineup that continues to sustain against this pressure. The Rage Blade is a bit of an indicator for this. It's one of the best Kale items. Guardian Angel is going to be another one of the Kale items that you really want, and then some sort of lifesteal item, whether it's Bloodthirster, whether it's Shadow Hand of Vengeance, or whether it's Hextech Gunblade. Kale needs some sort of healing item or it's not going to work. So right now, Rage Blade, check. Have a cloak there in case it needs to be Bloodthirster. Have a glove there in case it needs to be Hand of Justice. Check. The hardest part for this is going to be a defensive item on Kale that keeps her from dying while she's waiting to ascend in that corner. So the worse and worse that item composition is going to look, I think the less and less chance that this is going to be a commitment to Kale at the end of it. So something else you have to be thinking about here is what can you do with this Ginsu's Rage Blade, and what can you do with your composition once you kind of have these items established. It's not always going to be Kale, but you're hopeful right here it is.
Yeah, and there's also some scalability that you have too, right? Like, I think people tunnel on Kale a bit much, but, you know, we talk about the 4 Invoker build, it's still a very good comp to play with a Rage Blade. Heimerdinger still loves having that. You can slam Jewel Gauntlet if you'd like and go for it there too. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh, Caliente.
Yes.
What is going on here? A Death Cap Warmogs? Are we just repeating item components 2x2? Here we go onto the Aatrox arc?
Look, we got a 3-star Aatrox here. Let's make the most of it right now we can. We're not going to be doing anything else with these death caps as far as I can tell. And you kind of mentioned it as well with the Invoker comps. If you're going to be rolling at 8, if your target goal is to fast 8 and start rolling, what that means is that Invoker comp is part of the team that you have involved there. You may end up at that spot, and I think that's totally reasonable. This death cap makes total sense, I think, in that regard, because, again, there's just very little you're going to do with this double rod after you've slammed a Rage Blade here. The Syndra just tossing around this Aatrox. He doesn't care right now. Right now, these are big deals. Filet on a 3-win streak here, not taking damage, I think, is really the big key to this. Your composition to lead that 8, you don't care what it looks like. What you care is what you find when you're at 8.
Wow, actually, I didn't even think about this possibility. Rage Blade is also a great item onto Draven as well, so we could end up just playing a Draven comp and just keeping the Aatrox as a Legionnaire. I am really intrigued by the way Valet is going about it, and I'm pretty impressed so far. Another impressive player is Mismatch Socks, who just had his win streak snapped, seems to be back into the item slamming mood, but does not use this ZZ Rot portal quite yet. Needs to figure out a way to convert off of it because his items are pretty open. He's got Shadow Zeke's Herald, as well as the Hand of Vengeance, and I'm not sure what that tells me.
Kind of the ways that I look at it too. Again, we talked about Rage Blade being a good item, and we talked a little bit earlier about the Shadow Zeke's kind of being like a bootleg Rage Blade. You're not going to continue to build attack speed, but you get a big burst of it right away. What can you do with Shadow Hodge and with the Shadow Zeke's? There's a lot of units that can use those. You have a health steal option, and you have an attack speed boost option. So it's just got to be something that can really crank damage pretty fast. Right now, that happens to be Riven, but I'm assuming at some point this is going to change. For Socks, I imagine just whatever the strongest 2-star unit you could find to stick and play at this point was. So I'm looking at the rest of these items and trying to figure this out. But this is, to me, one of the most intriguing parts about watching the flex players, and specifically Socks, is that I have watched him slam stuff that I have never even considered combining before. And I've seen them win games doing this. It's crazy to see. Like, I look at this tier, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be Redemption. But then it's like sometimes Flash, it's going to be Static Shiv instead. You know, Redemption's just a great defensive item to keep your team from dying very quickly and to deliver a couple more killing blows. It softens the AoE damage, and it keeps your team living for a little bit longer. For Sox here, again, I'm still looking at these items, and it feels like the best part about watching these players is that they don't care about best in slots. They just try to make items that fit onto good units.
Okay, so Sox has 5 Rivens. The first champion that came to mind that can benefit from these items is Draven, because he's a Forgotten unit, and therefore Forgotten gets a lot of power boost from the shadow items that you get. Each one gives you additional stack, and so I thought that was a natural fit. That being said, is there some world where Sox is going to go for a 3-star Riven carry and just try to scale up his Dawnbringers? That's
no one's
interesting.
been going for Riven at all. Like, when you have 5 of them right now and you're winning, you just beat Soju, who's at 7 and has a Darius in play. You make an excellent point there, because I wasn't really paying that much attention to the fact that there are just 5 Rivens sitting on the bench right now. And when you win that fight, you have to be feeling good about the position that you're in. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, I just worry about scalability. Sox is in a position where he kind of doesn't want to just get 4th. He wants to go for like top 2 in order to advance at day 2. He's on the outside. But maybe he feels like if he's able to get like a solid 3rd with this comp and repeat that again, I mean, that's a possible way. That would be a very Sox-like way to go through on day number 1. In a meta where it feels like it's entirely solved, which obviously it's not, but the impression that it is, it's a very interesting spot to be in. It's going up against a Draven this is a really good test, actually. Like right now, it's a Draven 1, cutting down the front line. Can Riven handle this?
That was a Bramble that was there. It boils down, I think, a lot to just how the Dawnbringer spot works. The Draven is fully stacked, though. It's pretty tough to beat a fully stacked Draven. So the question is going to be, how can you push through a fully stacked Draven if that's going to be what you're contesting right now? And I think this is, again, one of the best things I love about this flex players is that they're not unwilling to drastically change their lineup very quickly, because they just have great creative ideas and understanding of how these trees end up connecting. Like, I see a Mordekaiser pop up there, and suddenly I look at this and go, maybe a Shadow Hodge and a QSS is okay for Mordekaiser. It's kind of like, Shadow Hodge is kind of like a bootleg Hex tech. This could be a totally reasonable item at some point. But not selling the Rivens, I am just more Legionnaires, that totally could give a big buff. Using Lulu to sheep some units as well as boost more attack speed, that could be something. Like, I love watching this because I just don't know.
Yeah, honestly, I wonder if this is just really good to place on Mordekaiser, and that's just it. You're just playing a Mordekaiser Dragon Slayer carry. There's a lot of variation to it, and you can see that Sox is thinking about the same thing. Is he going to roll at all on 7? Is he going to slow roll on 7? We have so many questions. I need answers. But we can just probably see what Sox is going to do. First of all, he's going to position correctly. He's going up against... Oh, this is not Sox. This is Soju we're hopping on board with. And seeing whether or not he can stabilize. This is definitely a position where he needs to all in because he's at such low HP count. And what is going on in this lobby? It went from no one playing Draven at the start of the day to what feels like everyone trying to play Draven.
It could be just this one particular fight as well, but it is a Draven 2, and that to me is, I think, the thing that Soju has to be happiest about right now. A 9-loss streak into a full roll down, and you actually get good stuff to put into play. That's a way that you want to spend your gold. When you're having these loss streaks capitalized this way, you have to be able to connect with something or everything falls apart. I'd say it's the one problem with loss streak momentum is that you just lose a ton of life while you're doing this, so you have to have your things pay off. For Soju right now, I think this is mostly paid off, but it's just a matter of now realizing where you capitalize on this and how you take the most advantage of it. Blade, of course, for Draven. Is it Bloodthirster or is it GA? And I have been convinced it's not Bloodthirster. I've been convinced it's not GA. However, GA admittedly has looked a little bit stronger to me. But you'll notice the Darius isn't even in play. We're not even using the Darius. Gosh, I feel bad for Darius right now.
I think Darius is just kind of in a weak spot, unfortunately. Doesn't have that huge impact from playing it like Garen, and also not entirely super important for the Shred because Last Whisper gets the job done.
Yeah.
If you have Last Whisper and you have Darius, why do you need redundancy in that area? Just boost your composition where it lacks in power and balance it out. But, I mean, when you go up against Pawn up here, that Trundle, that Jax, that Pantheon... Oh!
Still have your Trundle! Oh, wow.
Trundle, you got us, bro. Thank you.
I had a bad feeling in the middle of that fight.
So I like the greed here from Soju. He's choosing to try and wait for the carousel to get the infinity edge. And I think that when you're in a position like this, you need to try and greed for something really good, because your position is not going to win. You're not going to go into a top 4 solely by minorly improving your itemization just to move up one spot. Soju's aiming for a lot higher than 7th and 6th place right now.
What was all this? Was this roll just to try to complete like Pantheon and Mordekaiser here? This felt like a very aggressive roll down. Yeah. I guess with a pair of Pantheons and a pair of Mordekaisers and a pair of Dianas, it's like,
no.
Why would I even think about going to 8 in this spot? It gets matched up against a Vel'Koz with a fairly full item package right now. It gets the Draven melted.
Mordekaiser? No, this Nunu's going to just eat everything else alive, despite the fact that a couple of units are low, so Soju does take another loss. Not the end of the world, though. Guaranteed first pick on Carousel, going to look for that glove. I like rolling when you have pairs like this. You have 2 Dianas, you have 2 Mordekaisers, 2 Pantheons. Those are impactful hits. The front line, you don't need 2-star Draven. That might be one of the biggest mistakes that I've made a lot when playing Draven, is you prioritize your front line, not your back line.
Takes the Infinity Edge. We'll see where the rest of this lobby is going right now. But that is pretty much donezo for Soju. Like, it's complete these units and then find a way to get to 8 and add something decent to board. That's a tough spot to be in at 31 HP with no gold.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you do have this 2-star Draven, you have these items, I mean, there's going to be some fireworks coming up. He just has to find those 2 stars. It feels so close and yet so far. That's a huge one. Mordekaiser 2 is big. If you could only pick one, that would be it.
Gosh, I always feel so nervous about this because I can't go to 8. I always want to go to 8. I'm so greedy. But I'm happy to see this fight. Goodness, these are some strong-looking boards. Players still did not have Jax on their side. They had an Udyr still holding for it. I didn't quite catch a glimpse of who it was. There's a 1-star Draven on the other side. You laugh at that with your 2-star Draven. And look at this damage just shred through. That Infinity Edge plus Last Whisper is such a massive hit. And Draven, I think, is one of the best users of the Shadow Runons. Just absolutely shreds through this board. Not even an issue.
That Rel dodged, I think, 4 autos straight in a row from the Draven. The Thieves' Gloves, I think a lot of people focus a lot on the components and not enough on the dodge chance, because sometimes that saves you. Oh my goodness. Actually, I haven't been paying attention to the life totals. Mismatched Socks, as we come to the close of Stage 4, was in a position of first place. Now looking to go 8th, which would just be so tragic given how cool the idea he was. But at the same time, I wasn't convinced. Riven with these items, that's just not the wave, Socks. And he knows it. He's trying, and he's not stabilizing. Wait, did he find it?
That's a Riven 3.
Is that a Riven 3?
That's a Riven 3.
Here we go. It's not going to be Socks that he goes up against, but it's Solus instead. Solus with an Udyr 2 carry still. By all means, where is the Yasuo? Where is the Jax? Seriously, is Udyr the best candidate to hold these items?
Udyr's the only candidate to hold him right now. You can't just sell him for another skirmisher. Look, Udyr's doing a pretty damn good job over here as well. I mean, Solus has got a lot of HP left into this, as they have 40 gold to kind of coast their way through and decide if they need to go 8 to roll through here, or if they want to keep slow rolling this to try to complete these items. I'm really excited to see how this Sox lineup is going to work, because they just won a round now, and this is about as strong, I think, of a carry as you're going to get, given the fact that you've invested into the Riven here. My question is this strong enough? Your Riven is very strong. How's the rest of your team actually look? There's a Darius and there's a Garen in play right now. So forget the God King buff. We don't care about that. We don't need the Garen to deal 20% more damage. We don't need Darius to deal 20% more. We need the Riven to deal the most damage possible, which means having the strongest support team that you can possibly get around this. So for Sox, it's positioning, it's fighting, and making sure you can improve your units to as strong as they could possibly be at this point.
It's also Mordekaiser 2. Mordekaiser 2 makes a huge difference. But those items? Ionic Spark, Warmogs, and Redemption? Are you kidding me? Maybe Sox has found something.
Six
But that's
Legionnaire.
a big maybe. It's a big maybe, and it kind of depends on a couple of things. First, his positioning. He does have the Zephyr. He's positioning everything to kill the Darius. Every Draven is in that third row, and he's got the Draven to mirror to pocket and react to it. Soju moves slightly out of the way, but it's not going to be enough. The Draven does get caught, but the Riven gets caught by the Zephyr as well. Both Zephyrs landing onto the carries, and now it's a battle of the delayed arrival of both of those cars.
Look at the Riven damage! Did you see the Riven damage here?
6,000 in just a matter of seconds. Remember, it got Zephyred. I can't believe it put out that much damage in such a short amount of time.
And that was with Soju's lineup was pretty strong. It hit the Mord 2, hit the Draven 2, and has the loaded items.
6 Legionnaire. Okay, so when 6 Legionnaire got nerfed, before it gave 150% instead of the 110 now. So it's a significant nerf. You're talking about, God, 33% nerf, somewhere around that range. It's a huge, impactful nerf. And so a lot of people just stopped playing this trait. Maybe we overlooked something. Again, Sock's at 29 life. He has yet to go up against a Cap Skirmisher build. He's going up against Draven builds, which are all cannibalizing each other. He's getting good Zephyrs, but if he messes up one time, this is a good test. That's a Jax 2 with very close to BIS, if not the best. The Mordekaiser are trying to stall. Riven's going in past the front line, and now it's a Riven versus Jax, but Riven's not targeting it. Turns around, 2 shots to Jax, and Mismatch Sox has arrived. That was a huge checkpoint. I'm convinced Sox has found something quite ingenious in Game 4 here of Day 1 of Challenger Series.
I look at set 3 being, I'm sorry, in Reckoning, in the set Reckoning, the unit set. When it's at 3-star, Sox had accidentally kind of discovered a build that worked with it, and then it's got its 3-star armor reduction reduced a little bit. Has he like kind of accidentally discovered something else here? Really, the big part about that fight that I was most worried about was when the Hand of Vengeance got shut off. It toggles on and off on the 40% damage and 40% healing every time you get a unit takedown with this. So when it started fighting that Jax, it did not have the Hand of Vengeance turned on. That was really the one thing I was worried about. And so every single fight for Mismatch Sox here, I'm going to be looking at when does that Riven get lined up in a fight that it has to absolutely win. If it has the Hand of Vengeance on, I think it's pretty close to free. If it doesn't have it on, I think that Riven's in trouble.
Oh, that is just chef's kiss, beautiful textbook. Getting able to get onto the Jax. That Riven needs to turn around, though. Oh my goodness. Focus the entire front line. That is just really bad luck there from Sox, because you target the closest unit, and it just happened to be adjacent. Had it focused the Jax, completely different game. And as a result, Sox takes another loss, but you expect that to happen. This is part of the danger of re-rolling. But if you take a look at the rest of the lobby, Sox isn't alone. He lost and moved up in the standings. Setsuko down to 3, Soju and Marcel just a handful of hit points. And not even the top 4 is settled either. Kiyun all the way down to Solus just in the 30s. This has a lot of movement that we can see before our top 4 is settled here, Nathan.
Yeah, and Sox was able to find a Dawnbringer spatula here as well, so you get to add another unit into the restore 30% of their max health pool. If Sox can move up again safely, what that means is you can get a 4th Dawnbringer in play as well. That is a massive difference for that Riven, because that is 60% health that's being restored instead. Oh. So now you swap this out. There's armor that's being found in that spot. Sox is moving up. Really curious about the about the Garen cell, because it felt like the Garen was doing quite a bit of work to me. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's the fact that the Nightbringer gives Yasuo a little bit extra tankiness. There could be a lot of reasons why, but the fact hasn't remained that Sox really can't afford to lose much more. Stage 5, you can survive at 18 HP for 2 fights, but this is going to be tough. That's a very weird board. Valet's still rocking this Aatrox 3 with 2 of components across the board, and that backline Rise and Draven trying to chop it out. Riven cutting through. Little by little. It
gets taken down, but the Mordekaiser was still there. Oh, the Draven's still lining up for it. Darius gets taken down, and now that Draven has no chance of being knocked out at that point. Sox down to just a few points of health left.
Oh.
Setsuko out in 8th, Soju out in 7th. Marcel at 1 HP, Sox at 9, 31 to get to 4th place. Sox needs a massive amount of wins here in a row in order to not get 5th place here.
I mean, 5th might be the cap here. because of his health total, but also he's not having Mordekaiser 2. He was hoping that Soju and Setsuko's death would free up more champions into the pool for him to roll down, but he only had 10 gold. Gonna prioritize the Vel'Koz with this Zephyr. The verdict is that he's gonna land it onto the Jax. That gives him some time. This is a very tanky Pantheon with a Cavalier. Is Riven be able to get it fast enough before the Jax jumps back down from the Zephyr? And with that, Marcel doesn't look like he has a snowball's chance. And hell, that Jax gets completely thrown into the Diana Hurricane. And now it just comes down to whether or not Sox can crack into the top 4. Souls takes a pretty nasty loss. Can our hero Sox, deviating from the meta, he is not a slave. He finds Mordekaiser 2. That is huge.
Yeah, second Ionic Spark, not the item you're hoping for, but Sox has got a very good Zephyr in that last fight. It negated the Jax from having time to build up in terms of actually dealing damage for quite a bit of time there, and then once the Riven got into that fight, it was a 1v1 with the Hand of Vengeance toggled on. That was, I think, for Sox there against a little bit of a weak lineup, and the fight RNG kind of panning out massively in their favor on top of that. That was a pretty easy win. The rest of the lobby is not weak. Solus was 20 health above Sox at that point, is still above Sox in that point after a big loss. So this is going to be a tough couple of fights here. Notice cycling through on the Zephyr there. Does not want to complete the unit, doesn't care about that. Wants to be able to have the Zephyr in their favor so they can Zephyr the strongest unit they can and try to win this fight. I think this is one of the coolest things that I get to see about the top level play is cycling through items like Shroud and like Zephyr here. Can they capitalize enough to swing the fight in their favor?
Keeping the Zephyr mobile to be able to hit it on whatever target he gets. Jax has been targeted. Solus is the prime candidate to move up. If Sox wins this, he's going to the top 4.
Jax, though, completely uncontested right now and is actually churning damage on the Riven. Notice that the Hand of Vengeance is about to toggle off, but there's the Dawnbringer fight. The Riven does not go to the right unit, but the Mordekaiser goes unchecked. Jax falls. The Riven and the Mordekaiser are able to carry this through. Is this enough damage to take out Solus? Solus is at 1!
Just 1 hit point difference. I spoke too soon. He hits a Diana 2. That's a big difference. I mean, Draven 2 is not a big deal at all. Valet with the 3-star Aatrox build. Not guaranteed either. That's a Trundle 3. What is happening in this lobby?
This is absolutely nuts. The fact that Sox has to land another Zephyr to swing the fight in their favor and then also come out with the win. Valet at 6, Solus at 1, Sox at 9. Hits nothing relevant, I'd say, out of this. It is relevant to hit the Lulu, but that's not the unit that you necessarily want to hit. But look at the Riven and the Mordekaiser. My gosh, is anything going to stop them?
But Diana was able to get and stall for Draven just long enough, and that cut to the front line. Oh no, the polymorph! Lulu, are you the champion that they need? Mordekaiser versus Draven. It usually goes to the Mordekaiser, and Sox has done it. That's a top 3. Valet out in 4th. Really cool comp. That's another well-deserved one. And Solus down to 5th place. Can Sox go even beyond? Kiyun leading the lobby. It is worth noting, we haven't actually seen Kiyun in quite some time, but he was also down and out in terms of his HP, and he's been streaking like a madman. But Sox has to be the one to keep the eye on here. Vel'Koz and Skirmishers. These are the 2 meta comps. Go even further beyond Sox. This is not your limit.
Zephyr in place. Can this do it? Hits the Viego. Hits the Viego. So the Jax on the Yasuo, and then is going to get on the Riven right afterwards. But it gets one shot by the Riven. Whoa!
Amazing positioning has panned out beautifully for Sox.
Trundle
Pawn up dead?
He's
dead! No, he's not. 2 HP.
Pawn up down to 2. But Kiyun continues to win as well. Kiyun got a Viego 2 during that little bit of rolling that happened there. And you'll notice that Mismatched Sox had a Viego locked in the lobby, but there's no Viego here on this carousel to grab, so a Viego 2 is not going to be available in this. What do you grab here? It's another Zephyr. Try to take these key units out of the fight for as long as you can. Mismatched Sox has to win so many fights here in order to win this lobby, but it's not impossible. And honestly, that's like one of the things I'm looking at the most. Just the fact that it's not impossible with a Riven 3. I never thought I'd see this in this event.
Sox down to 3 HP. rolled extra gold buying that Teemo. I wonder if that's going to make a difference maker in the health total. Trying to go up against Kiyun, who's also streaking. Kiyun has yet to lose in a hot minute with that Trundle 3. That's a very scary unit. If you can position well for the Zephyr, there's a chance. But he needs to find a way to position it correctly. Oh no, he doesn't have something for the Vel'Koz. Instead, he's got to go for the Lux instead. Is this going to be enough? Riven's going to cut through the front line immediately, but she gets chain stunned by that by the CC. The Kindred's going to be able to help the unit survive, and now, as a result, I don't think it's going to be enough. Sock's not able to deal with the Vel'Koz is going to cost him. He lost very convincingly. A double kill by Kiyun. By 1 HP, Socks misses a top 2. And with that, Kiyun's able to take game number 3. But what a close game it was. Socks almost squeezed out top 2 if it wasn't down to that Teemo HP. But at the same time, maybe it gave him that opportunity to find that extra unit to go top 2. Very close game. But man, what a round 4 that was.
Teemo's so cruel. It's 1 HP from second place. That is what a nuts lobby that one was. An Aatrox 3 early on. Socks building towards a Riven 3. And almost gets second place because of it. And again, a Vel'Koz coming out on top of the lobby. We've talked a lot about how skirmishers are the most powerful composition, but Vel'Koz has been churning out wins. Invokers have been pretty much, like, we've seen one skirmisher win, I think.
I mean, we saw a couple of skirmisher wins so far. It's generally been very good and consistent across the board.
It's definitely making top 4 a lot, but I'm talking like victory, like first place.
So GV8 won on broadcast, and then we saw a Pawn Up win with it as well. Like, he crushed
Pawn
it.
Up, that's right. Pawn Up sailed to 9. I forgot about that. Apologies. So 2 skirmisher wins, 2 Vel'Koz wins. It's still pretty good for Vel'Koz, I'd say.
Yeah, still pretty good. I mean, overall, those are the 3 comps, right? It's like it's Vel'Koz and the skirmishers, and then, like, if you're not playing skirmishers, it's sometimes like Jax and Mordekaiser, and then you kind of throw in assassins into the mix, and then apparently you throw in Riven 3 and other comps into the mix to contend for top 4. Lots of really cool stuff happening so far. I would love to see a little bit more of it, but I mean, if there's one comp to talk about from today, that's got to be your takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, how often do you see 6 Legionnaires hit play, and then Darius convert to the light side with Dawnbringer, and somehow that's just enough? Like, just what a crazy game that one was, and just pretty much, again, every single fashion that was imaginable, where Sox was at the lead, dropped to the bottom, found their way back up near the top, and for the Aatrox 3, like, to immediately lose the turn after it got into play, which was super. It wasn't like re-rolled for the Aatrox 3, it just showed up. Like, so many just little crazy things seem to happen in that game, and those are the kinds of games that I just almost always look forward to in Teamfight Tactics, is just all this crazy, wacky stuff happening, and not being able to just take these favored, easy positions that you're used to being able to kind of go those directions for. I love when players are thrown into those uncomfortable spots where they have to make tough choices.
Yeah, speaking of the tough choices right now, we're kind of just chilling right now. We have the tough choice of just figuring out what's to happen, because I believe the other lobby has just wrapped up. Let's go ahead and actually check out the scoreboards and see what updates we have for y'all. Oh, we do have the other lobby results. Okay, great. So lobby A did finish with Spencer. Wow, GV8 is on an absolute tear today. Pokygom, Kuramex, DQA, Sphinx, Nubal, and Goobums. You know, for the story of Goobums in particular, it seems like he's kind of racked up a couple of 8th places here. It's not looking good. But for other players, you know, what's the movement like on the standings? I'm really curious. Lots to unpack there, Nathan. I'm really curious to see the standings and who's going to be on the outside looking in, because right now the top 8 is probably going to be very contested. Yes,
and for Kiyun here, I think, again, seeing Kiyun in the first place spot, I don't think this is too much of a surprise, akin to it being towards the bottom. I'd say, like, when Kiyun's like 4th or 5th, that's usually when I'm most surprised. It's like Kiyun plays these very high-risk, high-reward styles, and it's very good at the high-reward side of it. Of course, as you notice that they're one of the top players that's in the North American region right now. So I'm curious to see how this shakes up on the standing side of things as well. Mismatch Sox finally getting a strong finish to this one. Soju and Setsuko both taking an 8th and 7th position in this one, though. That one did feel quite a bit surprising to me. But right now, I think the player for me that I want to talk about are going to be Grand Vice, and it's going to be Pokygom. Pokygom, I think, came into this one. I labeled them as an underdog for this one again because I just couldn't find a ton of information outside of what's available from their Teamfight Tactics ladder experience. So they're coming into this one. They're putting up very strong finishes, lobby after lobby, and has a great score for this. So their position in this one is looking fantastic for this so far, as we have one game left to decide who's going on to day 2 of this and who's getting cut off today.
That's right. So with only one round remaining, what do the standings look like? We're going to try to pull it up for you in just a second here. GV8, of course, with a second place. He was already in the lead, and Setsuko was the person in second place. Means that he is going to be first place by a commanding lead. But I also want to give a shout out to PawnUp. You know, PawnUp was third in points going into this round. Getting a second here, really showing up today so far. And overall has been very impressive, consistently placing top 4 and winning a lobby.
Yes, excuse me, I mixed those names up. Apologies. I'm an idiot. But yes, that is that everything I said about Pokigam, I think I meant to say about PawnUp, if I'm recalling this correctly. Apologies for that.
No worries. I mean, Pokigam's putting on a pretty good performance. Just kind of was like in that top 8, might be bombing out of the top, might be on the outside and just slowly missing out. Now that third place puts him in contention as well. But yeah, like this is going to be a pretty close standings finish, because Pokigam, for example, was at 16 points, got 7, so he's at 23. Soju is at 21, comfortably within the top 8. With a 7th place, gets 2 points. He's at 23. So around that low 20s is going to be that inflection point back and forth of where the standings are going to be if we get a chance to pull it up there. So Sox, by the way, was in chat. I just saw. He says that he's never going to play that comp ever again. But I'm not so sure we can say that, because maybe there's going to be maybe not this patch, maybe not even in the next few patches, but that showed me that there was some potential in some of these carries that we're not looking at right now.
Yeah, that's always something that like I'm trying to find as well. You know, like when you look at the Vayne from the last patch, that Vayne lineup did not get discovered until the very last couple of days, where that patch had to get put in place instead. You know, that was out for 2 weeks, and then finally, like the last 2 days, the Vayne comp got discovered. Like it took 2 weeks to find that. Is there still something else hidden in this particular patch that we haven't found yet?
I guess only time will tell. Taking a look at what's going on in the overall standings. GV8 in first place. Spencer with a very impressive second place with PawnUp. Setsuko, Kiyun, Soju, Pocky, and Kurimex. That rounds up our top 8. Very stacked. Sox with that fantastic third. Just on the outside at 9th place. For Valet and everybody else, though, it's going to take a very big amount of movement. Not only do they have to take something very convincing like a first or second place, they require everyone else above them to also do poorly, and that's just going to be a tall ask.
Yeah, unfortunately, from the way the point distribution is working right now, DQA and lower have been cut from day 2 at this point. However, you are still competing in these events. You're not here just to like show up and like hope that you make day 2. You're still here to compete, and you can still learn stuff from competition. You gain experiences from this. You know, I still expect these players to show up and try their hardest in these kinds of spots at this point. You know, as someone who's been a competitor on these things before and been knocked out of contention for these things, it doesn't mean I just quit. I keep playing and I keep trying to win my hardest, because by golly, that's the whole reason I'm even playing the game to begin with, is so I can compete. And so even though those bottom 4 have been cut from here, it's not the last event we're going to see from them, and I just expect them to show up in this last one and really give it their all. For Goobums, this has been a tough day, and by golly, have my Goobum stocks been hurt on Ball Street.
No, I haven't even looked at my portfolio for the Ball Street TFT stock. If you're wondering what we're talking about, there's a fantasy like stock market that you can do based off performance. Like, who do you think is going to do well in game number 3? Do you think Kiyun or Kurum's going to have more points by the end of day 1? Will Soju make it to day number 2? All those questions are actually very much in danger of flipping one way or the other. For example, Kiyun and Kurum, I think, are separated by like 1 point right now. So it'll be really fun to see how that ends up panning out. But right now, there's a lot of movement in it. We'll probably show you a little video as we take a few minutes and get ready, because we do want to take another break going into the lobby number 5. So don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with more TFT Challenger Series action. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of day one here at the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. We've had a lot of fun so far with some expected results, with skirmishers doing very well, Vel'Koz, but we also had a couple of fun surprises and curveballs. What's going to happen in Lobby 5 when it's all on the line for some players that need to advance to day number 2? We're about to find out. I'm joined by Admirable, who's been providing a lot of great coverage with me. Nathan, what's been your favorite part of the day so far?
I think my favorite part of the day so far has been seeing the Aatrox 3 immediately lose the turn after it comes into play, and it had a Shadow Warmogs on it. I don't know if it's the Shadow Warmogs' fault, but it's somebody's fault, and it's not the Aatrox's 3 fault. That's what I'm feeling about it so far. But seeing something like that show up very early, I'm always like, oh, well, I'm going to lose that fight. But then it just lost. It does, no matter how powerful something is, it has a chance to be losing. And there's a lot of different factors that come into that. Main one is positioning. I feel like I'm learning a lot about positioning from watching these last couple of games, and especially focusing on Sox that had that pair of Zephyrs they were working with on that previous game. It's just something so excellent to look at the whole entire time. But seeing that Aatrox lose, oh gosh, for some reason that was just so satisfying because I hate that unit.
I kind of want to see Valet go a little bit further, but I think it just goes to show you that you can top 4 with some unusual stuff, right? The Valet with the Aatrox full like AP Bruiser tank with a Dragon's Claw, a Death Cap, and a Warmog, and then the Riven 3 with the Hand of Vengeance, the Shadow Hodge, as well as the Shadow Zeeks. Really weird stuff, but cool. Let's go into game number 5, into Lobby A. We're going to hop on board with Grand Vice, yet another mainly tier and glove start carousel. There is one bow that DQ was able to get, but part of the reason why we wanted to look at this lobby is because there's a couple of people on the outside that are looking in, primarily Mismatched Socks, who has an opportunity to move up, but also New Bowel is a player that might be able to still get into the top 8 if he's able to get a really powerful finish here.
Right, you look at the top 8 spots and it cuts off at Pokkigom with 23 points, and then right after that, you're looking, it cuts off at Kurum with 23 points, apologies. And then right after that, it's Sox, Valet, Sphinx, and New Bowel with 20 and 18 points respectively. That is a lot of close calls that you're having that are competing for that 8th slot that are there. So they need stronger finishes, and they need to hope that the players with 23 points, Soju, Pokkigom, and Kurum, do not have strong finishes. That's the way you can capitalize and make yourself into the top 8 for tomorrow. This is the last game to do it, though. So for Sox, Valet, Sphinx, and New Bowel, those are the players who need strong performances this game.
Oh, the person who's not shy of putting on strong performances whatsoever. GV8 had a shop of Warwick 2 and Gragas immediately. Very good start for him. Leans back, kind of evaluates what his items are leaning towards right now with Tyr and Rod. How many people are going to try to go for that Vel'Koz build? Because it's just harder to build into the AD tree when you don't have that extra bow to get things going. Moreover, GV has a Spellweaver start with the Cavalier. He can kind of take a victory lap, even if everybody who's bottom somehow wins, like Soju gets first, Pokkigom gets first, Kurum gets first. That'd be 33 points. GV8's at 34. Oh my goodness. What on earth is happening?
This is a pretty unusual start. The thing that I'm looking at mostly for the Tyr and Rod start that Grand Vice is looking at here is that, remember, a lot of players started with Tyr in this lobby. So when players start with Tyr, I think it's really important to keep that inventory check. What are they using their Tyr for? What other items did they get? And how many players are going to be looking at moving towards a caster comp in this one? You know, your caster comp options, they're a little bit limited. So I'd be kind of curious to see how they end up panning out. For Goobums here, it's slam the Thieves' Gloves and start to get moving. Try to get a win streak moving here and capitalize on that.
Admirable, this is the perfect start for the Cavalier pony comp, where you can go 4 Cavaliers. You have blue buff for the brand, and then you can make a Morel Nomicon. You just put shadow items, shadow tanky items, ideally, onto Hecarim. But if you can't, the most important one would be Shadow Titans. No blue buff. That's a great start, though. Yes. You still built the Shadow Stoneplate Gargoyle. That's really impressive. Oh, no, it's a Shadow Ionic Spark. I forgot I mentioned that. Shadow Ionic Spark's super good, too. I mean, this is really insane start if you think about it for Grand Vice.
Yeah. It's 3 Forgotten units. It's the 2 frontliners are 2-starred. You have one of the best possible items for the Hecarim to have, when you're going this build, and you have a tier that's already stuck onto your brand. The thing that I'm going to be most curious about is what ends up getting stuck on this brand as well, and if Grand Vice is going to follow through on this particular lineup. I think this has been one of the weirdest ones, one of the trickiest ones, and possibly one of the most fragile ones that I have gone, because if you don't get your units built, your team falls apart. And so when you have it this early, when you have this kind of start, this is a much easier direction to go for. You have so much less to find, and you've been building towards it this entire time. On top of that, it's also just a good early team. So I'm really excited to see how this goes for Grand Vice and what this is going to turn into.
Yeah, so the idea is that you play 4 Cavaliers and 4 Spellweavers, and you 3-star everything. When I say everything, I mean you're 3-starring Hecarim, obviously, you're 3-starring Brand, you 3-star Victor if you can, you 3-star Sejuani. I mean, and if you're able to go even beyond that, you would 3-star everybody else as well. And ideally, you get the Cavalier spat, but sometimes you play like a Kled if you really want to maximize that. And that's your comp: 4 Cavs, 4 Spellweavers, or 4 Wizards and 4 Ponies, whichever way you like to frame it. It's a really
looking at the Cavalier. He's looking at the Cavalier trade. He was reading it. I think he's going to go that direction. I really do.
Yes, he absolutely should. This is the perfect start for it. It's a perfect start, and not to mention that it's a comp that like no one else will contest you. Like in the sense that unless you know that someone really just wants to play it, there's some people that go into lobbies and say, "I'm gonna force this comp." So that kind of dynamic you have to be worried about. No one's going into Game 5 putting it on the line by playing Ponies. No one's going to be like, okay, I'm going to try and break into top 8 or secure my top 8 spot by playing the Hecarim 3 Spellweaver build. I don't think that's happening.
Well, take a look around the lobby.
Also on brand. Team Liquid is, their mascot is the horse. You got to play it for Game 5. Come on. It just makes sense.
Wow, grabs the glove over the tier. Interesting. Oh, is it because it's the dark tier? People don't like the dark brand, right?
Yeah, because you want to get the regular blue buff for brand because it restores 15 mana and the breakpoint is 20 because you want to be able to get casting. So it's a little bit of a small difference, but it's a profound one.
For Kiyun here, able to find a shadow glove for this as well. And when you have the Legionnaire buff, you really don't have much of a cost to a sacrificial jeweled gauntlet on a Callista. The question is whether or not you want to commit to that. Because right now it's the Shadow Shiv, and they're going to commit, it looks like. Yep, maybe not. Seeing does the Bramble discourage? There it goes. So now I feel like this is a pretty big commitment that Kiyun has made to where this is going to be some sort of caster based composition that's taking place here. I think there's still a couple other things that could end up happening from this, but you'll notice that they're not buying assassin options here. They're kind of building towards like a redeemed centric little piece that's happening. I'd be really curious to see exactly how this pans out, because right now always the first thing that comes to my mind is how can you offset the sacrificial jeweled gauntlet so that it doesn't just ruin your own unit. And the first thing that always comes to mind for me is Vel'Koz, because one cast with Vel'Koz can melt an entire composition.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, and Kiyun is so comfortable playing from this position where he can be loose streaking and get really good items. That Shadow Stiletto or Static Stiletto does intrigue me, though. It's not an item that you see slammed super often unless you play a ton of Hyper Roll, because Hellions are insane in Hyper Roll if the conditions line up, so you can often slam shivs and just go into the Evoker comp from there. But when you're playing standard TFT, that seems a lot harder to pull off. And so I am curious how well this is going to work out for Kiyun. And I wonder how many people are selling Kiyun stocks the moment he builds Static Stiletto. They're just full on sending it. They say, you know what, Kurum, he has 96 HP. Kurum's losing too. All right, well, Sox is win streaking again. Last time we saw Sox at a 100% win streak, ended up pulling a little ribbon out of his hat. I'm wondering what's going to happen here.
All right, considering moving these items as well. Golly, it just hurts me so much to see a Pantheon not purchased.
Yeah,
especially
it just doesn't
after
fit the
today.
comp, you know? Just it makes sense. Yeah, especially after today. If it was a Pantheon pair, I think he would consider picking up, but oh my goodness. Wait, what is this? A spatula.
Is a Dawnbringer spat available immediately? Oh my gosh, those Pantheons.
Wow. But you also get the opportunity to make a redeem spat too, which is really good.
Yeah,
so,
that always has been one of the tougher things for, I'd say, any of the redeem comps that I have seen take place on higher end ladder, or for players that are attempting to play it, is that without a redeem spatula, there's always just one unit that just never fits into your lineup whatsoever. And having a spatula for redeem centric spot means that you get to incorporate something into that never gets to be redeemed. And that can completely change the game in the way that it carries out. So that is something else that I have my eye on, is this spatula, because I'd say that in the Reckoning, this is where spatulas I feel like have been the most crazy in what they can actually unlock for your team to do. You know, twice as many items means that you have, you know, twice as many builds that can kind of pan out, but twice as many spatulas. That's something that really gets my attention. So I'll be kind of curious to see how that ends up going in the future.
You can see how much he cares about maximizing just a little bit of HP. If he could kill off this one unkillable Trundle, preserve just a little bit of life.
Always appreciative of the mid-fight belts.
That's the redeem spat if he wants it. He's going to prioritize the Shojin instead. That makes a lot of sense. There's no reason for him to necessarily go for that right now. Question is how much he wants to roll here. If he wants to roll, is Kiyun going to full on tank his life total here and just try to maximize his items? It's not exactly guaranteed that he's able to even pick, because he's at 68 while some of the people are chasing him at 70. This is very close.
Yeah, I think this is a good time for Kiyun to not roll, where like if your lose streak gets broken here, you end up getting the 50 gold mark anyway, and you kind of want to keep your lose streak going. You just don't want to lose that hard. And frankly, the board here for Kiyun is not weak. It's a pretty strong board overall. So the question is just, if you're losing, how much are you losing by? You don't want it to be a lot. And if you're winning, well, you tick up to 50 gold. It's not the worst thing in the world. Carousel's 2 spots away.
And they're going up against Goobums, who already has that Nidalee 2. Very fearsome.
Yeah,
Nidalee 2 is a very powerful unit at this point in the game. That's a huge amount of HP loss, 13 minus there. So now Kiyun enters that point where he's really got to figure out how he's going to piece this together. And it kind of is difficult because he doesn't have anything close to the Vel'Koz yet. He didn't choose to roll. Is he going to roll at 3-5? Is he going to start slow rolling here?
Goobums had a Pantheon too as well, by the way. Like, you'll notice that Goobums rolled down to 10 gold in that spot. And that's like one of the big differences you see, I think, in Kiyun's style of play and a lot of the other styles of play that, you know, are currently doing well out on ladder, is that players tend to be pretty aggressive when it hits that 3-2 mark. It's time to roll a little bit and establish a stronger position. It's been one of the biggest inflection points of the game. You're post-Krugs, you just got an armory done. It's one of the biggest spots that you can have momentum. For Kiyun there, it says, yeah, sack my life total. I want the gold. Almost every other player has done some sort of differential with it. Either their board is already stronger or they've rolled down some of their gold. So that, to me, is just still one of the things I find most intriguing about Kiyun, is that just so willing to play very aggressively with their life total.
And you can take a look on Mismatch Socks right now, as we'll check back in with Kiyun after we see the remainder of Stage 3 play out. Socks really needs to finish top 2 here to get a chance, because the top 2 against some people in this lobby would be a pretty significant gain over the people who are ahead of him in points. Oh, that Gragas really trying to get to the back line. That Invoker's doing such a good job since you're throwing it away, and now it's just down to Callista versus the Gragas, and that's going to be a win for the Gragas. I can't believe he actually ended up getting that W. Wow.
Can't be crit. Got extra health. Drunk Wizard's my favorite.
Yeah, that's right. I'm waiting for your Gragas cosplay any day now.
That's every day of the week.
That's right. We call that Tuesday. Has a lot of
good items here.
Yeah, it has a free bow. Kind of looking at whether or not he wants to take this glove. The glove is pretty versatile, but it's also a vest. It's 4 cost on Diana. It's like pretty strong. Seems like he is prioritizing just the most flexibility, which is just classic Sox. But this is where the wheels can start falling off if he's not going to start committing, right? We see some players who are unable to really convert off of this, and Sox kind of weighing the option if he wants to go to 7 or not. This is definitely a tricky situation. I can totally see him greeting and trying to play the stage 4 roll down. But if he doesn't protect his HP lead, based off the way the current pacing is going, he's still going to struggle a little bit. And as we have seen, life does make a huge difference. He's going to go for the level. Oh my gosh, that's a double Dark Spark on Grand Vice's Hecarim. That's insane.
That is like the strongest Hecarim I think that I've ever seen. Now, granted, it's going to take some time for this Hecarim to get rolling for Grand Vice. You know, your goal is to get a 3-star Hecarim here. But with a Guardian Angel attached and 2 Shadow Sparks, what's going to happen is when it wakes up and it uses this ultimate, it just keeps getting big. Like, you have to one-shot this thing in order to kill it. And when it's got the Cavalier buff attached to it and you have multiple Cavaliers, it gets really difficult to do. So everything I'm looking at there for Grand Vice is going to boil down to whether or not that Hecarim gets to 3-star. Because if it does, that thing is going to be dangerous.
Absolutely. I do think Shadow Titans is pretty important, just to give it a little bit more of that attack instead of being reliant on the Ionic Sparks itself. But still a very powerful setup there for Grand Vice. You can see he is still chilling at 80 HP. Sox has wrestled #1 again away from the rest of the lobby. As we take kind of inventory on how everything else is checking out, Keen has pulled himself out from that spot of being in 8th place. There's a huge separation, though, between 6th and 8th. And so we'll see whether or not these players at the bottom can roll and bring themselves back. Nubal needs a big game. Can't be emphasized enough. He is even further behind than Sox, but a 1st or 2nd place gives Nubal this fighting chance, this ray of hope that he might make it to day 2.
Yeah, the Diana ends up getting picked off early here from Goobam's side. The Nidalee just able to deliver so much damage amidst this fight as well. Golly, these fights are looking close across the board. Nubal, meanwhile, is just getting beaten down in this spot. Kiyun takes another loss. And DQA is still with the win streak, up to 50 gold. And continues winning on this one. So now, as we're closing this chapter for Stage 3, this, to me, is the big inflection point of the game, is how much rolling gets done here, how confident our players going to be in their lineup, and how much golden items are going to get made and spent in this next spot, because this is probably where the biggest trough of power, I think, gets demonstrated, is in these next few rounds.
That's right. I want to see with Sox how much he wants to commit to this roll down. Does he feel like he's in a position where he can roll just a little bit or roll a lot? That rel's a very good start. Let's go ahead and check out what's happening and who's rolled down. Kiyun, a player that desperately needs to find a single Vel'Koz. Can he find it? That's a nice start. Kindred is certainly a powerful unit. Finds another legendary Viego. What?
Yeah, but you're making an A-bomb change over here to try and support where the Vel'Koz is getting found. So
True.
For Kiyun here, this is like a very clogged position where you're not sure what to sell and like how to actually piece things out. Like, this is looking really tough.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for Kiyun. Right now, still has some potential to move up. But this Kindred's able to get the cast off to just protect. Right now for Kiyun, he's just trying to lose by as few units as possible. That's a Mordekaiser 2 from Kurum. And almost a direct fight of the People's Champ here. Kiyun versus Kurum. Kurum gets the win. That's a very, very strong board for Kurum.
What can the Armory turn into here as well? I mean, this is... God, 4-1-4-2 is just such a major deal when it comes to just every single TFT game, because just everything seems like it has like just drastic change potential based on what you're offered here. So now, Nightbringer belts available for just the Spatula. It looks like a Warmogs is going to be put on the Warwick, which is sold, and now continuing to roll through and trying to find this Vel'Koz, and there it is.
Wow, Force Spellweaver is online. And I can't help but feel like this is an opportunity for Kiyun that he needed.
2 Spellweavers.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
oh gosh.
He's still lacking one. Doesn't have the 4th one. Huh? Okay, I mean, this is a big transition coming out from Kiyun. Is this the position that he needs to be able to stabilize? He doesn't have much room to breathe at this point.
Oh, goodness. I mean, that's a major difference that you get from just two of those. Now, the rest of their board's pretty darn strong. Everything is 2-starred except for Rel and Vel'Koz, and you have A-Bomb online, and you have good items. You have, I would say, 2 of the initial best-in slots for Vel'Koz, and everything else in play, again, is quite strong. So I think that Kiyun is in a pretty safe spot here, even with only 2 Spellweaver at this point. But a 4th Spellweaver is a major increase in the amount of damage that you can get from this spot. So that is something big to look forward to. Ooh. As the Nidalee jumps behind the Vel'Koz.
That's nasty. There we go.
There you go.
4th Spellweaver, Abomination. Everything finally came into place. It was a little bit rocky getting there, but... You know, just needs to find one more brand, and he just has to find one more Vel'Koz, and then his comp is kind of done at level 7. Can he make this comeback? Kiyun is one of the kings of comebacks, but this is still going to be a little bit tricky. Everything is 2-starred except for the Vel'Koz, though. That's a good start, and he even has a chance of picking it off carousel and just living with whatever item is on it.
Versus a Draven versus... a Trundle versus a 2-star Mordekaiser, but watch the cast. It's only hitting only part of this lineup right now because of the way the board is positioned out, but you'll notice that the rest of the board kind of got wiped away here. It doesn't necessarily look like the strongest to me every single time I see this, but by golly does this board usually add up to something big. However, the Mordekaiser with a Bramble cannot be crit. It's going to get worn down here because of the mana lock that takes place when it uses its shield. And so for Sox there, taking a loss, and Kiyun, I feel like, is in a very stable position to be able to move up here.
No Vel'Koz on the carousel, but maybe has an opportunity to pick up something really important. Let's hop on board with Goobums, a person we haven't seen much of quite yet. He is playing from the very bottom of the standings. Speaking of bottom of the standings, Nubal is at 18 HP. And if he gets eliminated, obviously there's no chance for him to advance, but, you know, it's definitely one of those spots where 18 HP feels like it's not even doable anymore. It's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really tough. I was mostly paying attention to Kiyun for this particular carousel because we had the latest glimpse at their items. They did manage to pick up what was a Shadow Hodge if they wanted it, or an A-Bomb Spatula if they wanted that. And so I'm looking at Goobum's spot here, and Goobum's just got a solid board. Like, you know, you're looking at this Nidalee right now. You get to replace this with one that has an armor in play and slam these items onto Jax so that things start to get rolling there. That is RFC, the Runons, and the Bloodthirster. I'd say that these are 3 of the top items that you can equip to a Jax at this point. And so everything else is going to be protecting this Jax and making sure it gets active and damaged. If that can happen, you're looking at a win.
It does seem that Kiyun has gone for the Shadow Hand of Justice. Everyone is getting powerful online. That's a 2-star Diana for Nubal. Nubal has also this Yasuo. Looks like he's rerolling Yasuo. He has Yasuo 2 on the bench, but no Runon's Hurricane.
It's a 2-star Draven as well. I'd say that you have 2 very important items for Yasuo, but the third item's definitely missing. Nubal taking another hit here. Just a tough one there, but for Goobums, you know, this is How many Nidalees has he seen, like, in the last 3 rolls?
He would have almost Nidalee 3 by now, because he sold a Nidalee.
God, it's like Nidalee 5 at this point, it feels like.
Yeah. Definitely one of the things that was interesting, too, is even the positioning here from Goobum. Some people from this spot like to solo frontline the Pantheon, but choosing to putting it on the outside wing, while having a little bit of support from the other skirmishers, even that frontline Riven. But most importantly, protecting Jackson, putting him just a little bit further back. DQA has that Rel 2 rush immediately to meet that Jax. So even though it's kind of protected behind the front line, that's a pretty impactful stun, giving DQA plenty of time to get things ramped up. Pantheon has dropped, and now Goobums is completely surrounded. A really bad fight for Goobums as he takes a nasty loss. But that's okay because he has HP to give, and he also had a bunch of eco. Kiyun takes a loss here up against Nubal.
Yeah, Yasuo is a strong lineup against the Vel'Koz teams as well, just because it's delivering that true damage effect. It means you have very little like effort for mitigation basically across the entire thing. Like almost every single time you're fighting against that Yasuo, it's just Yasuo chews through whatever it goes, then it marches to the back line. If that's across from the Vel'Koz, that's a bad spot to get in. But now, as we move on from here, this is the last component stage that players are going to be facing. For Goobums here, there's not really too many components I'd say that make a huge difference. It's pretty much everything is loaded at this spot. It's getting to 8 and it's rolling down. That's a skirmisher spatula that gets found. Curious how much that changes anything. But now it's another little roll down here for Goobums, trying to just establish a stronger board than it is right now. With no Dragon Slayers basically in play other than the Trundle and the Pantheon, I think that you're open to Ironclad and you're open to the Dragon Slayers at this point. It just depends on what you end up finding, I'd say, from here, because you just don't have too much gold to give.
Yeah, a little bit of indecision here from Goobums, kind of recognizing that he could just play the 3 Ironclad, does end up going for it, which makes sense. The Skirmisher spat's a little bit awkward to use because you kind of just like the Skirmishers. Part of the advantage of spatula items is to replace units, but they're all good. Speaking of good units, Sox is lacking them. He has a 1-star Draven, a 1-star Diana, but does his Mordekaiser 2 have enough tankiness in him to be able to stall just long enough that Mordekaiser survives just long enough? And that might be an opportunity for Sox to turn around this fight. Jax finally crushing through the front line.
God,
and it might come down to a 1v1. There's no last
so
whisper.
much time on the Ironclad side, but the stun that takes place cost Scooping the round. Sox. Oh my god, I was so worried about that. As soon as I saw 3 Ironclad, I was like, oh my, he's just dead.
Yeah,
wasn't dead.
This is really tough spot. Let's hop on board with Kurum, who is looking pretty solid to finish with at least the top half or the top 5 of the standings. He just has to protect his lead. He's in that group alongside Pokigam and Soju. If he can just kind of finish top 4, top 5, he should be good to go. Ends up finding a Pantheon too. That's a great increase to his chances. As he's going to reposition Jax to the front line. It does have GA, but this is definitely one of the weaker Jax boards we've seen in terms of Jax carry. Trying to find an opportunity to replace it with the RFC on the Nidalee. We kind of caught him mid-transition. So in terms of Sox, this is a good time to be fighting Kurum.
I think so as well. You saw with the Shadow Hodge and with the GA that the Jax gets defocused at some point. But this Draven was just completely unchecked for so long in the fight. And my gosh, this Mordekaiser with all these tank items, that is a tough champion to kill right now. Setsuko out in 8th, Nubal down to 2, Kiyun 18 health left, Sox 20.
Oh my, Setsuko with an 8th. He is not completely safe. Oh no, Setsuko's at 25 points in 4th place, but everyone behind him is like 1 or 2 points difference. He could get completely, there could be some leapfrog scenario where Setsuko may not make top 8 for day number 2. We'll check back in that later, obviously, as we have standings, but keep that in mind in the back of your head.
Yeah. 25 points for Setsuko coming into this game, and that means 26 points on the exit. Pretty close spot over there.
Yeah,
Kurum just fights against another skirmisher lineup, and look at the Jax on the other side. My gosh, that is scary.
Yeah, 1-to-1. That's a much better itemized Jax than it is on Kurum's side. And Kurum was just trying to slow bleed, but he's going to be bleeding a lot. These losses are not minuscule at all. His Mordekaiser are doing God's work, trying to clean up units as much as they can. Pantheon hung in there. The slow bleed is successful. Nubal in 7th. Nubal not going to join us for day number 2. Let's look at the carousel here, going to stage number 5. Kiyun and Mismatch Sox and Goobums all fighting for a top 4 spot, but the health totals aren't exactly safe for the rest of the lobby. This is a lot closer than it looks.
Infinity Edge gets found for Kurum, and that's a big find considering that Jax has an empty slot. Now, Jax 2 also would be a big find at this spot, but when you can add an Infinity Edge to a Shadow Hodge and a GA, that is definitely something that you got to be looking forward to.
Garen, I don't think it's good enough. Ends up rolling for additional units. Does he find the Nidalee? He does. Now has to make a little bit of an awkward choice. Does he want Rapid Fire Cannon? Or does he want Infinity Edge on the Jax? And also, where does that 4th item go? Who else takes that item?
Okay, Lee Sin gets finished there. Diana 2 still in the park. Yeah, Infinity Edge there. Ooh.
Okay. So you put that on Kennen until you find Viego? I guess that makes sense to me, because Viego is great with a Rapid Fire Cannon. Great Shroud onto the Vel'Koz! Kiyun will not be able to cast for a pretty significant amount of time. It's almost 8 seconds in before the Vel'Koz gets to cast.
Oh,
and the Diana interrupts it! Kiyun might be in trouble here. Is he just straight up dead because of the pressure from the skirmishers?
Wow!
Big damage. Kiyun hanging on by just a thread. Goobums chasing him. And remember, Kiyun is still just at the bottom of the top 8. He needs every point that he can get. Still on a win streak, trying to rampage for top 4.
It is so hard to describe exactly how important Shroud is, other than that it delays casts, and whoever gets their casts off first matters. In this spot, it mattered because it delayed the cast from the opposite side, and then also gave time for the Diana to capitalize on top of that. That Vel'Koz never got an opportunity to do anything, and that's the entire core of that team.
Pony 3. Hecarim 3 has been completed for Grand Vice. He's just, we talk about slow bleed. Cavaliers barely take any damage, and he's just trying to stall for as long as he can for his brand to rack up the damage. And more importantly, rack up that magic resist reduction. Can this Hecarim 1v5?
Oh my
and it
gosh.
will. Look at that wake up burst. That's insane.
It's so much damage the Hecarim deals. The issue, it doesn't have a single life item on it, but when you get down to Pantheon left, like, you usually have some time, but there's no Guardian Angel left. Barely comes out with it. Kurum taking another hit. Grand Vice continuing to build out towards 3-starring as much of this board as you can.
Top 4 has been settled here in Stage 5. Kiyun out in 5th place, preserving enough HP to outplay his Goobums. We talk about squeezing out every point that may have booked Kiyun his ticket to Day 2. We'll check back on that later. For now, the story in this lobby is whether or not Sox can join us for Day number 2. Every single point that he can get from here will increase his case. If he goes for 2nd, he'll tie Kiyun, for example. And so we'll see what's going to happen here as we take a look heading into Stage 6. The damage ramps up. Everybody is basically at 2 lives right now.
Kurum battling for a spot in this as well. Kurum was at 23 points coming into this fight.
Victor 3. He's pretty close to Brand 3 as well. How much do you commit to this reroll? Do you roll it all the way down right now? He's going kind of slow. Oh, there it is, the Brand 3. The Rel 2.
Yeah.
The Brodies have been assembled. Is this enough to be able to wipe the next fight? He's going up against Sox. Sox needs all the help that he can get.
You know, as much as I want to cheer for Sox here, it is tough to not cheer for this Grand Vice lineup. This is just cool.
Yeah, you talk about very unconventional comps. This Brand 3 is annihilating every unit that he holds.
Look at the ticks, just critting so hard. But the Mordekaiser gets to the back line. It cannot be critically struck.
Oh my.
Victor, 1v1 versus this. Another shield. And look at the damage that the Mordekaiser provides.
Yeah. 10 damage, though. I mean, he's still staying alive. Kurum loses. Sox, top 2 to tie Kiyun is within reach. Sox is still yet to really lose in quite some time. He's 2 starters Diana. DQA getting a win, too. We haven't really talked much about him. He's had a pretty quiet day. But putting together a good end-of-the-day run to try and maximize his point total. Scouting Sox's board. That's almost a fully capped 4 Legionnaire or 4 Dragon Slayer build.
Yeah, you have a Trundle 1 still on the other side.
Yeah.
But my gosh, look at this Jackson. Look at that Pantheon.
Oh, look at this board. I mean, that brand is safely tucked away. Viego can't get to it whatsoever. Viego goes down without stealing the Zyra. The stun on the Jax from the Zyra from corner to corner. Does that give enough time? The Hecarim's not dying. The Jack's trying to cut into the Hecarim, but the Hecarim is holding out strong. That gives plenty of time for Brand. On the revive, is that enough? It's not. GV takes another big loss. And DQA is now on a winning streak. What happened with Kurum versus Sox? Sox has done it. He's eliminated Kurum. Another opportunity for him to move up. Pantheon 2.
Wow. The DQA and Sox both on win streaks here means that they have not faced off in quite some time.
Yes.
And that means it's due. And I cannot wait to see this stacked Draven versus this stacked Jax lineup. Like, both of them have strong teams. And positioning means so much, and then also itemization means so much. You'll notice that DQA is paying very close attention to Sox's board there and finally lined up that Pantheon to be directly across from this Draven, which means that Draven's taken forever to chew through.
Yeah, but that's where the Runa's comes in. The Runa's actually a lot of damage. Pantheon finally crashes through. This is a big loss for Sox. Almost a full wipe. That Mordekaiser, every single unit you kill is going to be so huge. But the Viego turns him. Sox living at 1 HP.
That is just crazy. To think that the Pantheon positioning could change that much in that fight just shows you how important it is to be paying attention to what every player that you have a potential to fight has been doing. Oh. If your board is just so much stronger than someone else's that you don't have to worry about it, that's a blessing. But when you're able to move that Pantheon at the last second there, that requires just you paying super close attention to see everything that can be happening and everything you can capitalize on.
Yeah, and also doubling down the fact that there's so much armor. You're talking about Ironclad, plus a Bramble, plus a Stoneplate Gargoyle, plus the fact that Pantheon reduces damage, plus the fact that Skirmishers get 20 Giants belts just for existing? It's ridiculous. There's so much unkillable stuff on this board. DQA should not be losing for the rest of today. He's going up against the Ghost of GV8, which means GV8 versus Sox is a fight for top 2. Can we look at the other board? Because that's going to determine whether or not Sox potentially can go into day number 2 of the competition.
Oh, no.
There's just too much pressure. Too many 3-stars. Release the ponies.
The Hecarim goes unchecked, and that lets the brand chew through. Grand Vice makes it to the final 2 of this lobby in DQA. DQA lost that last fight?
I mean, GV8's board is really strong. And maybe that, I think GV8 got a Chalice buff. That's huge, right? Because he's like doubling down on his AP backline carry and giving a lot of power to it. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to see the 4 Spellweaver, 4 Cavalier in action. We talked about it at the beginning of the game. It was a really good setup for it. But DQA was not positioning deliberately for that. Now he is. How much does that change things? We're about to find out. It's a complete left-sided fight. They said, screw the new one spread out positioning. Let's just get straight to the action.
Yeah, forget the right half of this board. Diana gets a huge ult to wrap that team up. And that's a Trundle into the back line facing this Hecarim. If that Trundle gets an effect off on this Hecarim, that thing's in trouble. And this Jax is just going nuts here in this spot while this Pantheon is locking things down. Viego picks up the Hecarim, but doesn't have time to finish with the Rel cranking down on this. So the Hecarim now 290 extra while this damage is trying to crank through, but not enough. DQA finally, after a tough day in lobbies, gets a first place finish.
It's a great way to end the day. And DQA, I don't believe, is in contention to make it to top 2, but at least can remind people why this young gun was a contender for the Fate World Championships. And hey, it's only one Challenger Series, so players like DQA and it looks like Sox would just narrowly miss out, I think. But actually, we have to find out what happened in Pokygon and Soju's game in particular, because those are also potential people that he can leapfrog. So not completely over yet for Sox. But man, what a wrap-up to that Game 5. And also showing you a little bit of some unconventional builds. Love to see that 3-star Cavalier build.
Yeah, the 3-star Cavalier build, too, it also wasn't 100% completed, because you want the brand to have a Hex Tech of some sort. Either the Hex Tech for itself or the Hex Tech that's healing the rest of your team. It's kind of weird, but a lot of times what I've seen it happening is when brand has the Hex Tech that heals your team, the Shadow Hex Tech, what happens is that Hecarim just actually never dies because the ticks are happening everywhere, and the brand is just healing the front line it has in front of it instead. It's kind of a weird mechanism that happens there. But it's something that just wasn't quite complete. Instead, it was just 2 jeweled gauntlets and just hoping that those ticks just absolutely wipe away your opponent. Really cool thing to see, but I think just the absolute immaculate thing to see there is just the fact there's so many 3-star units in play where you just sit on 7 forever, rolling until you get all these different 3-star 2-cost units. Like, that's the way that the 2 stars, or the 2 costs were meant to be carries when they hit 3-star, is just when you have a bunch of them.
Yeah, very much so. I think, like, if he had a little bit more spread out items, right? We're talking about how Hecarim really likes to have a Shadow Titans, for example, so that the big auto attacks for all the damage that he acquires can nuke a unit. Some people really like to attach, Bramble to avoid the crits, or, Sunfire Cave. There's a lot of different things that you can also add on top of the Dark Ionic Spark to really give it a lot of extra power and punch. But fun stuff regardless, and GV8 was already in through anyways. There's no additional reward for getting first on day number 1, I believe. But we're tallying up the points right now, and we want to just be extra sure that we get everything correct, because obviously it has a huge amount of bearing because of 1 point difference. I can't help but think, by the way, speaking of 1 point difference, Sox, that one game where he bought the Teemo, ends up losing by 1 HP because of that, and it costs him a point. I wonder if that's going to be something that determines whether or not he goes to top 8, because I think a lot of people are cheering for him.
Why would you be that cruel? Teemo's the one supposed to be that cruel, Dan, not you. Don't point that out. I don't want to know about that. It was so close when coming into this one right now. Again, it was 23 points for Soju, Pokigom, and Kurum coming into this. It cut off at Kurum in terms of the top 8 that was there so far. And then Sox was there at 20 points right behind that, with Valet, Sphinx, and Nubal at 18. So strong performances were needed for Valet, Sphinx, and Nubal. Nubal, we know, didn't make it. You look at Sox. Sox had a pretty strong performance in that one. And Kurum, it seemed like not everything was going super well at that one, but really we have to have everything else tallied up here. But the fact that it's so close in that middle spot and that so many things can change from just 1/5 and final game result, it lets you know that there's just so much that goes into this, and it has to have so much consistency to make it through, because right now, if you are not skyrocketed to the top, it felt like you were in trouble somehow.
All right, I believe the other lobby has finished. So let's go ahead and reveal the scores of Lobby B. So we do have, as we saw, DQA, GV8, Sox, and Kurum finishing top 4 in Lobby A with Kyu, Goobums, Nubal, and Setsuko. Lobby B had Spencer with yet another first place. Truly impressive performance put on by Spencer on top of GV8 today. Pokigom, Sphinx, and Marcel wrapping up the top 4. And then Pot-Up, Soju, Valet, and Solus going into that bottom 4. I am curious what this means for the overall standings, though, because I think those points for Soju, with Sox getting 7 and Soju getting 3, I think that Sox may have jumped over Soju.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like that could be the case. It's not looking healthy for Soju when I'm looking at the scores.
I mean, we'll have to see the actual tally of the points, because the admins are right now making sure that that's all confirmed and good. And there's also some cross-referencing. You could always look at, their LOL chest, for example, and look at their normals history so that you can be able to verify and line that up. But if that's the case, that'd be quite a sneaky upset here from Mismatched Sox to get into that top 8 when it looked pretty rocky for him at the beginning, because it was like a 6th, 3rd, and a 6th. With a couple of 3rd places, and also the Riven 3 game, which was pretty interesting. I mean, that'd be such a cool way to get into the top 8.
Riven 3. The thing that was crazy about the Riven 3 that Sox had played in that game was we were wondering where the Shadow Zeeks and where the Shadow Hodge were going to go. And instead, it just sat on the Riven 3 for a 3rd place finish.
All right, it has been determined. Oh my goodness. We have a tie for 8th place. We thought Soju may have not made it, but he won on tiebreakers, because as we called out, Setsuko taking that 8th place didn't guarantee him anything and actually put him on the chopping block, and that 1 point has made all the difference in the world. Your top 8 is Team Liquid's Grand Vice 8, Spencer, Pawn-Up, Pokigom, Liquid Kurum X, TSM Kiyun, Beast Coast Mishmash Sox, and Cloud9 Soju.
Wow. That is actually nuts. Setsuko needed to avoid an 8th place finish to get into the top 8 here, and ended up with an 8th place finish. What a tough game.
That's right. A lot to unpack from this. Not to mention that there's all these side bets going on too, right? Fantasy TFT, who would get more points? Kurumex or Kiyun? It's as close as it gets. What if they tied? I actually would have wondered what happened. Either way, the stonks will tell you the story. Really fun stuff overall, but these 8 players now have earned at least $100 for showing up and getting this far. But most importantly, tomorrow we're going to play for that direct invite to the Reckoning mid-set finale. That's what we're going to be giving out every Challenger Series as we march on closer to finding out who will be the champion of the Reckoning set 5. And then when there's a set 5.5, we transition to finding out who will be the global, the world champion, which will be, of course, so exciting to see after what happened in the Fates Championship.
Yeah, and that invite is, I guarantee you, it's what the players are mostly after there. Money is nice to have, but when you're competing at these levels and you're dedicating so much time and effort into mastering these strategies and being able to outperform others when it's at this, those invites are always what you're after. I've spent my whole life competing at games and getting to this point where now I love telling stories and broadcasting games and really highlighting players. who are following that path and following it a little bit better than I was when I was at my time doing it. I've had some success, but I haven't had the kind of consistent success that you're seeing a lot of players in these strategy games have. That invite is what they are after. You could tell the second place that they get $100 more than first place, and no one would care about that. They would want the invite because they want to prove to everyone else that they can beat anyone who's out there and crown themselves a champion.
All right, with that leads us to our intermission. When we come back, we're going to have a winner's interview with Grand Vice and set that up and talk a little bit about what to expect going into tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. The conclusion of day one here of the kickoff week for the Challenger Series of TFT Reckoning will continue in just a moment. Hey everybody, we're joined with Grand Vice, the winner of day one here at the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. Normally, you may see him crushing ladder. Maybe you see him co-streaming the World Championships and showing us all up in analysis. But today, he is also the winner. What's up, GV8? How you feeling after your day one performance?
Pretty good. That last game was a little bit for fun, and we still took the cake, man. So not too shabby.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to ask, did you come in today with a game plan? I know people know you as like this, wide flex player. Were you just like, I'm going to try to play a specific tree or specific, game plan that you had in mind?
Yeah, no one plays horse comp, so I was just going to start tier and play it, but I never got an opener for it until like that last game.
Right. Where Hecarim 2 was just served up on your lap, within the first shot.
Just dropped from the box, we got the brand.
Yeah.
Where was the first spot you saw that composition, and what really intrigued you about it?
Oh, there was some guy in my chat. He like posted the match history, and he was like going 1-1, 1-2, and I tried it in bronze on my Smurf and went like 4th, and quit the comp. But then I tried it again, and it wasn't too bad.
Sure. You talked about you've been looking at that. What are the conditions in your mind for you to go for that comp?
Blue buff brand 1.
That's it. That's all you need.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. You kind of just go from there, Just stay 7, roll, you'll hit. You press that deep button enough, you'll hit.
Put enough vests and belts and cloaks on Hecarim, he'll get it done for the most part. Let's talk a little bit about the results. The top 8 is pretty stacked. Were there any surprises on your end in terms of who made it and who didn't?
Oh, I mean, everyone had Nubel down, and he didn't make it through. Dude, honestly, it's anyone's game, Sometimes people show up, sometimes people don't. Like, some of the players have been kind of struggling on the patch, so, I mean, some of that bled through. Some of the people have been popping off, They showed up, but, I mean, it was kind of close in the middle there.
Yeah, definitely it was.
It was kind of close in the middle, but you kind of just destroyed today. Like, Spencer was right next to you with 41 points. You're sitting at 42 points. What do you think is giving you a separate edge from the players who are finishing towards the middle or towards the bottom of the pack?
I mean, player diff, I guess.
What specifically about the player diff?
Dude, I mean, like they go to 7 and they just donkey roll for Jax, Draven. If they don't hit, go next. But like, I don't know. You play what you get, and like if it's a high elo lobby, people just die. So like the econs are really low and people just die off, and as long as you just don't grief the game, you'll be all right.
Yeah, just don't suck. GV8's advice. I like that. Can you there's a lot of people, they have some hot takes about like where what they feel about the set, what they feel about the patch. Where do you feel like you fit? 'Cause I think a lot of people would probably, talk about what they think you believe about the current patch and meta. Do you feel like you're playing some of the better TFT, or do you feel like you're just kind of like, you're just kind of like flying by the seat of your pants and taking it day by day?
I mean, these games, yeah. Like I played Ruben 3, I played Kha'Zix 3. It was definitely weird. Like the meta it's kind of limited, but it's Revolver. Like if you're playing Jax or Draven, you kind of have to roll it down and pray. But for the most part, like you have a little flexibility, and in general, I have high hopes for set 5. I think there's a lot of there's some balance issues, but there's a lot of potential in it, and I think we're gonna have a good set in our hands as the season goes on.
Cool. All right. Last question before we give you final shoutouts. How's the life on Team Liquid so far? You've been enjoying the horse?
Super cool. Everyone at Team Liquid's really nice. I'm hyped to be on the team. Merch is nice. You ask for something, they're like, all right, here you go. It's a nice group of people, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
All right, great. Oh, also, do you have any beer tips for my buddy Admirable here?
Oh, nah, he's looking like he's all right. Like, if it's looking scraggly, take care of it. It's not too bad. He's looking all right.
I got some tips from you, all right? You need to gray it out a bit faster, all right? Every single one of these gray hairs right now, that's one step closer to becoming a wizard. So that's my tip for everybody who's growing a beard right now. Gray it out faster, then you're an actual wizard.
I could see that.
That's right. All right, well, we won't take too much of your time. Congratulations, Grandpa. Is there any final shout-outs and thank you'd like to say before we let you go?
Fuck, I should have thought of that. Oh, shout out to dude, you guys for putting on a good show. This was a nice, the tournament ran smoothly. Good operation, nice communication. That Nature's hire is excellent. He's doing a great job of, letting you know that you haven't filled out the forms. So, I mean, grade A job, everyone. Thank you guys.
Shout out to Natures, and I'm sure GVA also wants to thank everybody for tuning in. So congratulations on your win today, and good luck tomorrow in the games.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so GVA, for people who don't know, he's kind of playful and trolling as well. Like, he's very communicative and really fun and smooth and flowing when you get to check him out on his stream. He's probably my #1 most watched stream.
Items that are in here, and I agree. I think there are some balance issues that are taking place here, but it's even been demonstrated today that despite the fact that there are 2 or 3 very powerful compositions that are really dominant when you get to the end of the game, there's a lot of different ways to get there, and there still are other comps viable for it. So I'm really hopeful for what this set provides in terms of its diversity and its flexibility as it goes through its course.
Fair enough. My lows, my Goobums and Solus stocks are worth 0 right now, but my highs is that my GV8 and my my Kurum stocks were pretty high up as well. And we also have a really good top 8 featuring GV8, Spencer, Pokygom, Kurum, Kiyun, Sock, Soju, and Pawn Up, one of the dark horses. So a mix of the established players as well as some of the up-and-coming challenging players. That's what we're trying to do here at the Challenger Series. But that does it from us. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is day 1 of the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. Tomorrow for day 2, we're going to play out the top 8 and send somebody to the mid-set finale. For Frodan, Admirable, and everybody part of Giant Slayer TV, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time for more TFT action.